Right.
And
Tonight has been, as I was saying, a comedy of errors that isn't funny. It's one of those shit comedies that you buy thinking it's really funny, and it's not. So what happened there, without me knowing, is the fact that the desktop audio device and the microphone audio device decided to just turn themselves off. Just decided to go bye, but they were still there within in everything, saying that they were active. Everybody can hear you again, and I can see it now.
oh,
I mean, this is the first time we've had to restart the stream this many times. There's been twice where we've had to restart it once, and that was just because everything was going wrong. But yes, right. First thing I want to say sorry to everybody. What I'll do is. I probably won't publish this entire stream. I'll join the streams together and cut out the bits where the audio went dead at the end of it. I do apologize to everybody, and I thank you all for your patience tonight with us. I mean, most of you who have been cut off have joined us again. We've got quite a few of you in the chat, and I really appreciate the fact that you are still here, because I'll be honest, if it was me, I wouldn't have this level of patience. So thank you. You're all better people than me, but I think we knew that anyway.
We're just fucking interesting.
Oh dear. But yeah. How funny. Our first proper end of month free for all has gone completely wrong.
It's gone
this
like
is exactly
a
how that's how it's supposed to. That's how it's supposed to be.
Let's try something new. No, I'm never trying anything new again.
Oh. I was just saying that I think that there's people think that, or people who are not necessarily the most honest, let's say, will behave in a way where they seem to think that interactions exist in a bubble. So, like, if you behave one way over on this thread, that behavior doesn't count towards whatever conversation you're going to try and now have over here on this thread, even with the same people. So it's as if you slap me in the face over here, but I need to turn around and say, hey, how you doing over here? It's like, no. Why would I do that? But it's because it usually has to do with whatever line of questioning they're trying to do, right? Yeah. People will say, like, you never answer my question over on this thread when you've answered them over here. And it's like, no, I answered you here and you just linked the thread over, right? So they try to pretend, or they try to like kind of dance around the complexities of, like, say, a Twitter thread or a conversation or like different YouTube videos and different channels. Like, like, I've had this happen. I'm sure you guys have had it happen before to you, where somebody's like, Aaron comes to mind, actually, when he was like, oh no, this is the original definition of atheism. And then Pheasant comes in and is like, no, it's not. Well, how so? Well, here you go. Oh, I see. Over here. Well, you know, this is the original definition of... It's like, bruh.
Yeah. I do that to me.
Yeah. Well, also on Aaron's point, he's been corrected on his definition of faith a number of times, and how it's used within the Bible and all of that, and how people tend to use it. And he still harps on about the same thing. And you're right, Dave. You've had Duke do the same thing. It's frustrating. There are a number of conversations that I've had with people where you sort of get everything down and you almost get to this agreement, and then the next day you see them almost going, oh, well, we haven't had that conversation ever. And you're just like, what? Like, you just agreed every single premise. And yeah, it's one of the more frustrating things about internet conversations, I find.
I think it's just something that dishonest and not very bright people do. It has to do with, I've been working on this for a little while. It's kind of like a tier system of communication, and I'm kind of framing it on like the idea when people say they're playing 3D or 4D chess. And it's like, level 1, you understand that the pieces move and you can move pieces. Yeah. Level 2, you understand that you can move pieces in conjunction and plan ahead, that if you do this, somebody's going to respond like this. Then there's level 3, where you start understanding that other people are watching the game you're playing.
Hey, Leon.
Hey, Leon! Leon! Your mic's muted. Maybe that's intentional.
He doesn't want to chat. He just wants to be famous.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you. Yeah, thank you.
Me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard your dulcet tones. Tell me a story.
Yeah.
That's a
Oh,
really
I
short
come
story.
prepared with any stories. You should have given me a heads up.
Turned
my
your
goodness.
volume up a bit.
It's
so
really
hopefully-
laggy on my end.
Oh, is
It's
it?
like really, really glitchy on my end. So yeah, I might like have a hard time communicating.
Do apologize. I mean, I'm definitely having a lot of issues today. I've ended up
Yeah.
switching ports on my sound card and everything like that. I do apologize for the issues we've had tonight.
It's fine.
It's one of those things. My computer has been slowly telling me that you need a new me. You need a new one. You need a new one. And I recently got my end of year bonus. And I was so looking forward to it because it was a good amount to get. But unfortunately, by the time the tax man took his chunk, I couldn't afford to get a new computer.
Have you considered building one, or are you?
Yeah, no,
ordering
that's what
one?
I tend to do. I always build my own computer. But
You
actually,
can always save money if you use a pegboard and no case.
yeah, that's true.
And then you don't have to spend as much on fans because it's all open. And you just hang it on the wall right behind your screens. I want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, to be
It does
honest,
look
like
cool.
when I get round to it, I will be building a new machine. I mean, this one is still fine. It still plays even the newest games in medium to high definition. It just can't handle. Excuse me. It just can't handle streaming. To the level it needs. Needs to.
Processor, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's 10 years
You
old
could just
now.
You could just get new parts instead of a whole new system.
I could, but the thing is, by the time you upgrade the motherboard,
I
you need
want
to
something
upgrade the
new.
processor, and then you need to upgrade the RAM, because we're on a new
Yeah.
generation of RAM, we're on a new generation of processors. By the time you've done that,
Yeah, but you don't have to get the biggest upgraded
I
stuff
do.
if your computer's 10 years. Yeah, he just wants it. He just wants it. It's like, don't give me your logic. I just want it this way.
The thing is, as soon as I've moved house, I've got the money there to
Yeah,
do it.
you may as
and
well.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's taking longer and longer and longer to get this move to go through. Like, my solicitors are crap. The buyer's solicitors are crap. The people that we are buying the house from, their solicitors are brilliant. But they're the only good part in this entire chain. There is no chain from us. There's no chain at the other end. There's no chain from the buyers. It should be really simple. But it's just one of those things. Like, the buyer's solicitors sent over a load of inquiries, except they forgot to attach the inquiries. So my solicitors went back to them and said, you haven't attached them. And they've chased it, and then even yesterday, the buyer solicitor said, we still haven't had a response about the inquiries. And you're like, it's because you never sent them. Like, how many times do we have to tell you that you haven't sent them?
That's awful. Bureaucracy at its worst.
Hmm.
Somebody in the chat said something funny. I think that's probably my favorite. If I pull out a Dillahunty quote, will I get mugged? Question mark. Words don't have intrinsic meaning; they have usages. I've had this conversation with McCrae. Ellipses. So here's the thing with that. It's the same problem with Duke. If he says one thing and then behaves another way.
Yeah.
If Dillahunty says, "Well, words can have whatever meaning if they're polysemous," you're wrong if you use atheism this way. He's saying one thing and then he's saying that words are polysemous and then behaving as if they aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
So
the issue. Yeah. definitely.
There's a sleight of hand going on there from the magician man.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with pulling out a quote from anyone, Greg. I mean, I even had my first conversation with Dillahunty the other day, and he agreed with me.
Oh no!
and I thought, fuck, I must be wrong.
I actually did a stream about my first interaction with Matt Dillahunty.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he struck it.
Oh no! Serious?
Well, one of my videos, for whatever reason, doesn't play in some particular part of America.
I remember you saying that. There were certain parts of Europe it didn't play in either.
Why would this happen?
Oh yeah, no, I think it didn't even play for me, did it? But it played for Intrigued Feline, but it didn't play for me.
Yeah,
The VPN.
Yeah.
It was not a pleasant interaction. It wasn't even about this stuff. It was about weird. What was it about? It was about. Oh, it was Red's rhetoric, and Matt Dillahunty got into it over something about Red's had said, and it was tertiarily had to do with Steve. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but he came in sideways as hell, being like, because Reds was like, no, I'm not going to justify any of this to you. I don't have to. This is what was said. This is what was taken out of context. And here's what I meant. And Matt was like, well, would you be, what about if it was me? And Reds was like, who dis? Who do you think you are? I don't know. I just said no. It doesn't matter if it. I don't know. Who are you to me? I don't care. And so Matt got super offended, and he was just like, listen, I just came across this on my timeline. And I was like, that's not how Twitter works. And then later down the line, he was like, oh, well, this person said da-da-da-da. Oh, so you saw it from that person. Red's thing didn't just come across your timeline. You saw it from this person and then decided to go off of what that person said and then demand that Red's justify what this person said. You've got your shit for somebody who spends so much time talking about who needs to own up to claims and show that their claims are true. You sure seem very confused about this right now. And by confused, I mean you're being a fucking liar. You lied here and you got caught over here, and now you're mad about it.
Do you know what's interesting though? I mean, Ozzy's actually friends with Matt. And Ozzy says...
That's what it was. Sorry, Outdone got it. Red said that he saw people harassing Kyle's lawyer.
Ah, fair. No, that's understandable. But yeah, I mean, Ozzy says he's actually friends with Matt, and the internet, especially the atheist experience, paints him in a poor light. I mean, he paints himself in a poor light in these situations. But outside of the internet and the atheist experience, is apparently a really different person. And I can believe that. I mean, people do have online personas that are different from their actual personas, don't they? I mean, I'm just a cunt no matter where you look, so it doesn't make any difference.
There's some people that like that. There's something to be said for playing a character.
Yeah,
I would be concerned if we're talking about Matt specifically. Aaron, not so much. I don't think Aaron falls under this as much as I think Matt does. And it's that when you play a character and that then you no longer have people around you to keep that in check, then that character starts to just you get praise for being that character. So you want to be that character. So you become that character, and who you were isn't important anymore because you're getting that positive reinforcement of behaving in this way. But if you're behaving this way online and then you only surround yourself with people who are online agreeing with you or on your show, and now the only people on your show are people who agree with you and praise you for being that character, what's going to happen to your psyche?
Yeah. No, that's definitely it. The
There's
second
no
someone
way
contests
you go to Thanksgiving and act the way Matt Dillahunty does.
No, definitely not.
Right?
Could you imagine him? Anytime someone says something he disagrees with, he just slams the phone down on them. He just has to pick one up off of the wall and slam the phone down.
How do you know we're having turkey for Thanksgiving?
But actually, I mean, I will say this: the interaction I had with him was actually really good. We were mostly agreeing, so that obviously that helps the interaction. But it was talking about knowledge and how it's a subset of belief and that sort of thing, and it was very different to how I'd seen Matt presented in threads, how I'd seen Matt on the atheist experience and things like that. It was almost like I was talking to a different person, and I found the conversation very positive, and it made me go, you're not actually that person that you pretend to be, are you? Because you can be all right. You can actually be a really decent bloke. Maybe I need to try and, in my mind, separate atheist experience Matt and real world Matt. And
I don't think that's your responsibility. I think that's his responsibility, and I don't think he does a very good job.
Yeah.
So there's the thing is that whenever you're talking, as soon as it's related to Steve, even tertiarily, there is a shitload of baggage that Matt brings to the table for some reason. That's why he went and spoke to Red's rhetoric the way he did. That's why he speaks to me the way he did, because he was talking about something related to Steve. He doesn't give two shits about who I am. He doesn't know who I am. He just decided to talk to me that way because I have some kind of relation to Steve in some way, shape, or form. It's the same thing with most of the people. Godless Engineer, the one and only first conversation I ever had with that man was he was arguing with Steve about fucking definitions, because why do people always argue with Steve about fucking definitions? They were talking about engineers. And Steve was saying, what kind of engineer are you? Like, I don't think the term engineer is a good word for this, because when I think of engineer, I think of somebody who needs to have this in maths. They have to have these credentials. They have to do testing, and they have to be able to legally sign off on documents. And they're talking about somebody who is a software engineer who does not need those things. And GE was saying, I'm a software engineer. The word engineer encompasses a lot of things. And it's like, yeah, no shit, that's what Steve just said. And he's saying that's problematic because now when people say it, I don't know what they're talking about. And Godless Engineer is too busy being offended that I guess he thought Steve's saying I'm not an engineer. Not in the way he's viewing it. No, you're not. And you shouldn't be offended by that, because he's not saying you're stupid. He's just saying you don't have these credentials, because you don't. And so he got super mad, and I'm like, he's like, well, there's lots of different engineers and they're all called different things. They all just fall under engineering. And it's like, you realize that you're agreeing, right? So I popped into the conversation and said, hey, GE, like, you know that you and Steve are actually agreeing, right? You're both saying that there's a lot of different terms, that he's just saying maybe there's more we can do to make that clarification. And he's just like, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, you stupid bitch. And then he blocked me.
Fucking hell.
Bloody hell.
To be fair, I got tagged into a conversation someone else was having with Godless Engineer. They were having an argument. They tagged me, and I think actually Leon and Phil, did they tag you in as well?
I don't think, like, Leon for sure, I think.
Yeah, and I just got an instant block. I just got a block. I've never spoken to the guy. I have never spoken to the guy. I've not even said anything bad about him.
Or him as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you got blocked as well. It was just crazy. I thought they tagged you in as well. I mean, that's just it. I got tagged into a conversation because I had a difference of opinion.
I got myself mentioned in it first.
First
it was me, because like I saw him arguing with someone about Jesus mythicism, and the things that he was saying were like, it was kind of embarrassing, and I had to step in, and like, to be fair, I was being kind of aggressive. Like, if you read back my messages, I was being kind of condescending, which is like a habit of mine. But eventually he got like, when was the moment it happened? I basically pointed out like one mistake on his part, and he automatically jumped to the conclusion of like, oh, so you think you're a historian now? And I'm like, no, I was just pointing out one small error. And then from there, he was like, okay, I'm gonna just block you.
Wait, was this GE?
Yeah.
Yes, it was him.
And does he think he's an historian now? Like, what?
Yeah. He's a historian of engineering, or an engineering historian.
I mean, we did to be fair, after they went on that blocking spree, and when Casey, like his wife, because once Godless Engineer went on the blocking spree on Non Sequitur Show, and they all got upset about this engineer thing, a bunch of us all changed our names to blank engineer. So like whatever.
So that's what it was about. I remember all of you doing it. I had no clue why you did. I just thought you were all being idiots.
Yeah, correct. We were. So I think I had changed mine to like cartoon engineer or something like that. It's history engineer. Yeah, there you go.
I'm glad I finally got a bit of context from that. There are times when I see people suddenly changing all of their name in a certain way, and I'm just like, I've missed something. I've really missed something.
I took a nap and I woke up and the colonies have exploded.
Yeah, I seem to actually miss most of the internet dramas that go on, and all of a sudden I see these massive posts about something that's happened, and I'm just like, I mean, I'm glad I'm not involved in the drama, but I'd still like the context of what has gone on in the drama.
Come to me. Just come to me. I always know all of the things that are going on. I don't know why I've been put in this position, but I have feelers everywhere. Yeah. I always know. Nothing gets past me. I find out if anything does, I find out eventually.
So you're the gossip queen, basically.
Yeah.
So did you get an answer as to did you say a Godless Engineer was a software engineer? Was that the end result?
Okay. Part of it came because Godless Engineer's wife at the time was still doing her schooling, and so she wasn't finished, and she was going around telling people she's an engineer. Now, that's illegal in some cases because you can't sign off on paperwork. So Steve was like, wait, did you finish your school? Are you an engineer now? Like, what are you talking about? And so she took exception to that. Right. Because she doesn't like Steve. And so, fuck you, Steve, how dare you, even though she hadn't actually finished her schooling at the time. So she was going to school for a software degree, same as her husband, as far as I was aware. So as far as I know now, she has completed it. But because, she's Godless Engineer's wife, and I guess he decided that he needed a white knight for her against me for saying that him and her are agreeing.
I sort of understand it. I mean, he's misunderstood what's going on, but I think it's at least somewhat honourable to white knight for your partner.
He's just a bitch.
Yeah, well, that may be true. I mean, as I said, I've never had an interaction with him other than being tagged into a conversation and getting an insta block. So your summary of him being a bitch, I'd have to go with, well, that's my only interaction with him, and I'd have to agree. But I'd still like to hope that is wrong. I'd like to be wrong. I would like to be wrong.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. It would be nice if he actually stepped forward and said, hey, maybe my wife was wrong about something.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
That whole thing. Did you see the Michael Sherlock stuff that went down?
No.
Oh.
No, I miss all this shit. Maybe it's a time zone thing.
So Michael Sherlock was working for the AAI, the Atheist Alliance International.
Yep.
And he used the word retard to mean that he had said, basically, I'm going to paraphrase, that religion is retarding things, right?
Right. Yeah. And so talking about fire retardant in that sense. It slows it down.
It's slow. Yeah. Yeah. So that is, I'm putting the context in. What he said was maybe a little bit more aggro, a little bit more aggressive. But whatever. He gave an explanation down the line, so I'm just kind of skipping to his explanation of what he meant, because getting the misunderstanding doesn't really buy anything. So Caitlin Chloe comes in, because of course she does, and basically is like, you can't say that word. Fuck you. You're a head of a community. How dare you use this word? And he's like, well, this is what I meant. And she's like, no, fuck you. And then they go on this whole hit, her and Hamat, for the friendly atheist guy, were like going in on this guy to get him canceled. And to be like, no, you can't be a part of this anymore because you use this word, blah, 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 blah. We don't like the way you used it. We don't like the fact that you used it. Da, 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 da. And GE comes in and is just like, no, you're not allowed to do that. So I went and then agreed with his wife. So I did this fun little thing called a little advanced search on Twitter. And Caitlin Chloe had provided a list from Australia, because I guess Michael Sherlock's from Australia, so their terminology is a little different there, to say that, no, see, these are the words you're not allowed to use. And it was a list. And it was just a screenshot. And I was just like, the fuck? And the list had like dumb, silly, fool. Like it had some weird words on it that I was like, what? Somebody went and found where it was from and sent me the link to the website. And so it was for a center for special needs, where they said, hey, if you're an employee, don't use this terminology towards our clientele because we don't, and retarded was on there. And so I took all those words and I put them in a search bar. And the fact that the word dumb and stupid were on there, I was like, okay, hold up. So not only was her source bullshit, like complete bullshit, but also I searched her Twitter, Hamat's Twitter, and GE's Twitter. And I was just like, oh, look at the amount of times they used the word retard to mean stupid instead of slowing something down, to mean the thing that they're canceling people. Oh, look how many times they use the word dumb. Oh, look at how many times they use all these words on this list. How many times does Hamat, the friendly atheist, call everybody who's not an atheist stupid in the title of his blog? Bruv. Come on. It, like the irony, I don't even want to call it irony, the hypocrisy of these assholes to be like, they actually were so focused on canceling this guy that they inadvertently, I'm not going to assume that they did this on purpose, but they inadvertently caused problems in a trial that was going on the other side of the planet that this company or this group was involved in to save these people from dying. And it's like, you are so focused in America. You are so, and I don't mean like everybody in America. I just mean these people who live in America are so focused on language that they've completely missed that there are people dying and being prosecuted and killed. And you're going to be like, oh, well, you can't use the word like queer or something because, you know, that's a bad word, even though that there are, like, I don't know, Brittany Simon, who is bi, if I'm not mistaken, uses the word queer to describe herself because that's the old school terminology. And she was part of the old school groups of LGBTQ people. So it's okay for them to use it, but not okay for you to use it. It doesn't matter what the context. I shit you not. They said it doesn't matter what context you use the word in. If you use the word retard in, it's always wrong. So you using it to explain that is wrong. You understand what you've said now, right? No, of course. It's absurd. Absolutely absurd. I could not. Oh, no. We can't say the word queer because there are gay people, because it makes me uncomfortable. I need to speak for these people to say that I'm offended for them because I need to treat everybody who has a mental disability as if they're invalids, and I need to step in and be the hero that they deserve. I am the Batman of the mentally disabled because they can't speak for themselves. You bitch. I don't like Caitlin Chloe.
Can't tell. No, it's not obvious.
I thought you liked her. Yeah.
The conversation that could happen to get us in the room at the same time. Just I would love to hear her justification for her treatment of the non sequitur show stuff. Just that alone. Let alone like this Michael Sherlock nonsense that she directly caused these problems for and harassed this man who's trying to save people's lives over a term that has nothing to do with her. Or unless it does. With some of those comments, maybe, I don't know.
Isn't this the issue, though, with language? I mean, it's one of the things, that words are polysemous, right? And there is a contextually correct definition. And this is one of the things that we try and talk about, how there are contextually correct definitions. And if they thought about the context and the way the word was being used in that context, that issue would never have happened. But they've taken it out of context and they've blown it up into...
Oh, well, they're saying that it doesn't matter what the context is. It's always wrong. So now I got to pull the number of times that Michael said these words and the number of times that the three of them have said these words and be like, well, let's see what the scale says. Who's used these words more often? You do not want to know. I counted. Actually, I didn't actually count. What I did, well, I counted in a way. I counted as in like I scrolled through and I timed myself how long I was scrolling for. It was long.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I tell you what, you could always Control A, copy and paste it into Excel and actually count the number of cells it fills.
I could, yeah, I could.
I mean, I don't blame you for not. I mean, why would you? But I was just saying,
I was considering doing a whole video about this, and I haven't gotten to it because I was just like, the timing needs to be right, and it's like a matter of like, this is just in my little box that I've got off to the side because there's like more to it, right? But I didn't like, that's just the TLDR nonsense. But just the expose that could essentially be done on this group of I don't know what to call them, co-conspirators of Kyle, I guess. Like, what other word? There's no collusion. Bullshit. My favorite was, okay, you remember, did you guys see when I went and read through the comments on Tastecraft?
No.
Okay, so Kyle went to go make this
that was the cooking show, wasn't it?
Yeah. He was going to review food or whatever. So I announced that I was going to do this on the 1-year anniversary, and it pissed Kyle off and freaked him out so much that he deleted the whole channel.
Bloody hell.
Unfortunately, I'm better at this than you are, and knew that was probably going to be a thing. So you can't really delete things off the internet. So, needless to say, I got the comments back and my stream went off without a hitch, no problem. But what he did say when he deleted it was he called me some names, said some shit, and he was just like, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. And then Caitlin Chloe responds underneath it, it's really a shame that we couldn't do any of this stuff that was completely unrelated to Non Sequitur. And I was just like, why not? Why couldn't you? You can have a show called Casey and Casey. Do it. Why couldn't you have this conversation? Oh, so you're perfectly fine with this person going off and being completely inappropriate with me because I'm not worth the woke mob bullshit that you pull for other people. I don't count. Yeah, okay. I'm not a real woman anyway. It doesn't matter. Let's defend the thief more, Caitlin. Let's defend the thief more. Okay. I'm sure you don't deserve to be canceled the way you cancel other people, right? By your standards.
Yeah, I still find that thing frustrating. How long it's taken to get a resolution. There still is no resolution.
We're waiting on the judge or the court to give a hearing date right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that in my mind shouldn't have taken as long. I understand that's how proceedings work. I just don't think they should work the way they do.
That would be an amazing stream because King Crocoduck also goes by Casey. So we have it Casey, and KC, and it's just King Crocoduck shitting on both of them about everything they're wrong about all the time.
Speaking of KC, my wife, before we were married, her initials were KC, and obviously my name's Joe, so we used to joke that we were KC and Jojo. Do you remember the song? Oh, my love.
10 out of 10. Anyway, that was that drama. The thing is that you don't have to go after shitty people. You don't have to hound after, like, if Steve was as bad as people say he was, you don't have to hound and go after him constantly because shitty people don't just stop being shitty. the next thing will happen, and the next thing will happen, and the next thing will happen, and eventually it's gonna bite them in the ass because they're gonna piss off the wrong person.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, every single person that comes at me and says Steve has done this, I say, can you give me some sort of evidence for that? You can look it up yourself. It's like, okay, but you said that it's happened. You provide it to me, because I've had a look in the past at all these claims, and I can't find these things that have been said. Now, don't get me wrong. I've said to Steve himself that sometimes I think the way he goes about things is the wrong way. I think he could get a better response out of people if he dealt with things in a different way. Yeah, I've always been honest with Steve on that side of things.
I had that conversation with him, yeah.
You know, But at the end of the day, that doesn't make him wrong. It might be he could do things in a better way, but his position isn't necessarily wrong. But instead of trying to address his position, they try and attack his character. And, you know, they take certain things out of context, and you go, okay, but this was this and this and this and this. And does it get addressed in the right way? They just go, oh, you just don't know. You just don't know. And it all gets pushed to the side. You're just wrong. And
that's kind of why he does it the way he does, though, because it quickly kind of exposes that kind of behavior, so he doesn't waste his time.
And I understand that, and he's explained that to me as well. Yeah. But I mean, I think that there are times where the initial bit should be slightly different. I understand what he does afterwards. I mean, the initial bit should be asking maybe an open question in that sort of things. You know, what's your opinion on this? And then with the responses going, right.
My favorite is when you get somebody who's like, oh, you're wrong, da 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 da. And it's like, okay, this. And they say, well, explain this. And you say, okay, what about question mark? And they get mad. And that's how you know that somebody is just not wasting your time, right? That's one of the easiest ways to tell, is that if somebody's like, oh, hey, this about the non sequitur show, what's going on with, what about all this stuff? And I go, okay, where did you leave off? What's the last thing you know about what's been going on? And then they get mad and accusatory. And it's like, so you either don't know and or don't care, and also aren't really here to find out what the updates are or find any answers to your questions. You're just asking the questions to make it seem like there's actually, you're trying to create smoke where there is no fire.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we are at the point where people are saying that Steve is like half the accounts on Twitter, like Philosophy Grove and all sorts of stuff. Like that was hilarious.
Yeah, that's. I mean, to be honest, I've been accused of being Steve.
Twitter experience.
I've been accused of being Steve before. I mean,
that is.
I've been on a stream with Steve, and I've still been accused of being Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you've seen us both in the same stream.
I think there was, one of them was pretty funny. I think somebody was saying me and Ilya Moon were the same person. And then I think there was one where I think somebody accused Steve of being me at one point.
Really?
And that was bizarre.
So he just pretends to be this older gentleman, and actually he's this younger woman.
Oh yeah, he's actually,
because every young woman's dream is to be an old man.
Yeah, Manya was me. Manya was me once. I don't think it was a horrible experience. I'm sure she would never do it again. I can't. There's so all of the time with this stuff, and it doesn't really matter, right? Like if you talk about WASP, you're Steve. If you talk about this topic at all and you don't agree with them, you're Steve.
Yeah.
So it's like one of the times I was excited to finally actually get a chance to talk to Aaron, because he seems like such a fun teddy bear of a man that I would love to just sit down and have a beer with and just talk about life. And it seemed like it would be amazing. And the first time I finally got to interact with him, we're talking about fucking rocks. And then he blocked me. And then he blocked me because when we did our stream, somebody else told him that he should watch it. And so he blocked me because somebody else said it.
That's how I ended up getting blocked as well, wasn't it? But they didn't block Dave. He didn't block Dave. But I think the thing is, because Dave and I are Answers in Reason, he's just blocked the Answers in Reason account, not realizing that Dave has his own account on Twitter.
I think that he didn't block Dave because it would make him look too bad, because you and I are professionals, but he's a professional. So if he blocks a professional, he looks like a complete douchebag.
Yeah, I mean, we are complete lay people who, rely on people like Dave to give us the information we need.
That's what I'm here for.
I will give Dave the, I've never been a fan of GE. He's a good showman. I'll give him credit for that. He just grates for me. I think that the only reason like GE is successful is, one, because of the Non Sequitur show and Steve, for one. But besides that is the, hey heathens, how y'all doing? If it wasn't for that, he'd be nowhere.
Oh yeah,
it's such a good like packed in little opening. Mwah. Beautiful.
Yeah, and he goes for the lowest common denominator stuff, like religious people deserve ridicule, so I'm just going to ridicule them, and all the people that think they deserve ridicule go to somebody like GE.
Yeah,
and he has that stupid skeptical mafia thing, skeptic mafia. Yeah, it's like a club you can join, and you can be a real skeptic.
Oh, well, shit. I better.
Why?
What happens if I join the club? Do you think I'll get kicked out? Do you really think they'll let me join their club?
I wonder if they'll take the money and then kick you out.
I mean, I did consider Okay, so I got threatened. I have an outstanding threat in Texas, basically. If this guy ever runs into me, he's going to put my head through a wall or something. I don't really care, but it's in Texas. So I had to take this into consideration when I was thinking about going to that big convention that's down there. What is it, the atheism convention? I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, it's like the Faithless Forum. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was considering going to Faithless Forum, and I was just like, how mad would everybody be if I showed up? I had only been like in existence for not even a year, and I was already like, these people fucking hate me because I talked to Steve. I should go to their convention. I wasn't going to harass anybody. I was just going to be like, oh, how's it going? How are you? Hi, it's nice to meet you. What's going on? I heard you think I'm a stupid bitch on Twitter. Let's have a conversation about that, shall we? That's what you run into, right? You run into people who talk like big shit on Twitter, and then you're online, but then suddenly you're in a real life conversation and you have to interact in a way that's acceptable in the world around you, whereas Twitter kind of accepts a little bit more toxic behaviors as soon as you're in real life. Well,
I think that's a big problem.
What are you going to do? Slap me?
Yeah.
If you walked in, it'd be like Moses parting the Red Sea as everybody turned their back and stepped away like, I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah.
Would it be appropriate for me to cosplay Moses then?
That'd be awesome.
I'm a female, so I have to be sexy Moses.
Do it. Wait, do they charge money though?
For the convention? Yeah.
Not if you cosplay, surely.
Oh, yeah.
Just walk in like I'm with the band.
I'll come carrying the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt stop being a keyboard warrior.
Bang!
The 10 Commandments of skepticism. That'd be fun to write. That might be fun to write, actually.
Yeah. I think people have done that before. I've seen one like the 10 Commandments of Atheism. And I find it funny because many people say that there's no doctrine in atheism, and then they do shit like that. And you're just like,
Mr. Serious has a good point. I would not roll around in a real life dumpster fire, FYI. But can I cosplay a dumpster fire? Just get like a long green dress that like drags behind me and wear like fiery orange and red on the top, and I'll just be like, what?
I think that would work with your general complexion as well, actually. It would work really well. Really bring out your eyes, make them pop.
Maybe I may as well just show up looking at like Hades from Disney's Hercules.
But let's not get on to Jercules. Oh, fucking hell.
Ew.
Sorbo.
Oh my god, Kevin Sorbo.
I do like that Xena has spent a lot of time actually punking him on Twitter and stuff like that.
Oh,
She's brilliant. She's Lucy Lawless. That's her name.
yes, yes.
She's brilliant. She's absolutely. I mean, I did enjoy Xena growing up, but I never realized she was as cool as she actually is.
I lost my mind when he basically said the only reason her show did well is because she sucked the director's dick. And it's like, that has, even if she did, that has nothing to do with the ratings of the show.
No, exactly.
Just show up at every fan's house, at everybody who was potentially going to watch the show, and said, hey, baby, you should turn to this channel.
I tell you what, the ratings would be amazing if she did that.
I guarantee. How many people do you think would have just lost their minds if Lucy Lawless during that day and age showed up at she showed up at your door to suck your dick? You thought the ratings were good before? Why didn't if that was what mattered? If that was what mattered, why didn't Kevin Sorbo suck the director?
He probably did.
Oh,
He's a terrible actor. He had to get his foot in the door somehow.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ew.
It's like the show Andromeda. It would have been good if he wasn't the main character.
I really liked Andromeda.
I liked the
really
other characters. I really enjoyed all the other characters in Andromeda. He was okay.
I feel like if I rewatched it, I wouldn't enjoy it as much. One, because now I have a better understanding of Kevin Sorbo as a shitbag, but also I'm like a little bit older, so I might be a little bit more critical of the performance. I was pretty young when I watched it, so I don't think it was necessarily as critical. I liked the characters, I liked the storyline, and I enjoyed I got really confused. The end. Look, you're watching on syndicated TV, so it's not like I necessarily saw the episode. So I think I missed one crucial one somewhere, and the end where they do the time warp or some shit. I was just like, I am so lost. I don't understand anything that's happening anymore. They showed up on a new planet with new people, and they had replaced some of the actors, and I'm like, that's fine. But I watched a couple of episodes, but he just got more and more confused. And I was just like, I have to stop. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Apparently, Lucy Lawless is from New Zealand. And I have to say, I find people who are Antipodean, at least anywhere from around that side of the world, tend to be fucking cool. And maybe it's because their countries tend to be so hot. Although, to be fair, New Zealand is one of those places where it apparently has similar weather to the UK, but just slightly warmer. But I've got a few friends out there, and my brother-in-law's out there at the moment. And I have to say, I think I would love to end up in either New Zealand or Australia. And I know people from New Zealand and Australia have a bit of animosity against each other. The fact of the matter is, both New Zealanders and Australians are fucking cool people, and you should let your minor animosities go and move forward, because you're both awesome and you're both better than most of the rest of the world. So attack the rest of the world, forget attacking each other. That's my...
I just want to go hang out with Manya.
Sorry?
No, New Zealand wins because of Taika Waititi.
Is it the Hacker? I can never remember what it's called. The rugby players. The
Hacker.
Yeah, it is called the Hacker. Okay, cool. I remembered something about New Zealand. Yay! That's pretty fucking cool in itself. I mean, yeah.
I'm just going to drop everything in my life in its entirety except my dog and go and hang out with Manya. Or I'm going to wait for my dog to die, and then I'm going to go and hang out with Manya. Whatever one works better. That's a little bit too old to bring onto a plane. So, he's 9 now. He had a birthday
Yeah.
Where
Where is he?
I don't even-
Bring him on stream.
I'll get him. I'll get him.
Carrying on with the chat. Sorry, guys. I know we usually read out the chat a little bit more than this, but you know, in the end of month free for all your chat messages are still coming through to the stream, so everybody can still read them if they want. Computer Brain says I tried to watch G's videos, but every time he goes into atheism is just a lack of belief thing. I have to stop the video. I can understand that because it's fine for someone to personally define it that way, but saying it's just a lack of belief, that's not all it is. It's more to it than that. Leon, thank you for coming by. It was nice to have you. Manny says, I don't watch YouTube atheists that much because all they seem to do is debunk old arguments. Dave has brought that up before. The whole debunking videos thing is incredibly ridiculous. Because they generally don't debunk it. They might draw a couple of issues with the argument, and that's fair enough. But the entirety of the argument generally hasn't been debunked. You know, so yeah, I mean, to be honest, we've probably got a couple of old articles on Answers in Reason where we've listed that we've debunked something, and we probably haven't either. Can I just say that, you know, we've realised in the past that maybe we did and said things that were wrong. We haven't altered the old arguments because we want to show that we have evolved as a group of people, and we've come, and we used to think this way, and now we think this way, and these are the reasons why we realised we were wrong with what we said here. So, you know, if you went through my Twitter timeline, go back 5 years, maybe even less, but definitely 5 years plus, you'll find a hell of a lot of me being much more of a dick than I am now. And I'm a complete dick anyway, but a different kind of dick back then. It's nature of the beast, I guess. We just wanted to show that we were a bit better than we used to be.
I'm going to have to drop out for a few minutes because I'm going to have to move the computer stuff downstairs so that Emma can get to bed.
Yeah,
I'll be
no,
back
that's
on
fair
in
enough.
about 10,
That's
15 minutes.
That's it's got a lot later than it usually is for you, Dave. I do apologise.
It's all good. But like I say, I'll move everything downstairs so Emma can go to bed. I'll be back
Perfect.
in about 15 minutes. Catch you in a minute.
Yeah, catch you in a bit. Mr. Serious says, I'm not a professional yet. Got to change my name to Dr. Serious first. Well played. Bearded Heretic asks, who's Steve? Now, I answered that in the chat. Steve is Steve McRae. He is someone who is agnostic. So you might have remembered that our conversations, Bearded Heretic, about the different answers to a proposition. So if we say the proposition is God exists, and you've got yes, no, I don't know. And the I don't know is more speaking of uncertainty about the proposition. You're not convinced either one is true or false. He is one of those people that speaks about logic in arguments. He's very focused on things like the logic around definitions. He's fine to say words are polysemous and you're free to define words that you want, but he hates people telling him he's an atheist. So that is the bulk of the conversations he gets into. He's also written a few arguments. One of them, oh, he's a cutie. Oh, I want to play with that doggy. Hey, come here. Give me cuddles. Yeah, that's it. You. Oh, you're lovely. Oh, you're so lovely. Oh, I miss having a doggy so much. I want a doggy. Oh.
Do you want to see how big? Do you want to see how big he is?
Can you rephrase that?
No.
Oh, blimey, he's giant. I can already see his head is bigger than yours. And I'm speaking about his head. But on that front, like Steve's a good guy. He just sometimes approaches things in a very aggressive way, so people take him the wrong way. Blimey, that's a big dog. Blimey,
yeah, he's enormous.
He's enormous. In fact, I'd go so far to say he's ginormous. He looks lovely though. But yeah, honestly, Bearded Heretic, if you haven't checked him out, he's someone worth checking out. He speaks from things from a very specific point of view. I think one of the things you'll find is that at times he is too technical for the way you like to present things. Bearded Heretic writes things in a way I really enjoy reading Bearded Heretic's blog. I've only read a couple of the blog posts, but it's addressing issues in a very conversational and simplistic way without too much technical jargon, and it's a really, really, really good way to reach an audience. And from there you can build up and maybe make things a little bit more technical. Now you understand this, you can take this point of view, and now you understand this. But Steve is probably top down in that regard. Some of the stuff is very, very technical. He's not wrong in anything that he says. I mean, he's probably been wrong at points, but generally when it's been pointed out to him, he's corrected it. He is quite approachable in that regard.
And if you don't understand something, he expects people to just come and ask and earnestly ask. That's why he responds in the way that he does. But if you're talking about his approach, he's kind of done the bottom to top approach. And so he's like, listen, if you're coming to talk to me about this blog, one of the first things he asks is, have you read this, and this?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of already, it's not presented as if it's supposed to be for the very first conversation you had. And he has other stuff that already kind of addresses that. So doing that every time gets exhausting. Yeah, I could imagine.
No, right? I'm in a couple of groups with him on Facebook, and people say, you haven't defined this term. And he goes, I have. It's in this article here. This is the second article in this piece of articles. And actually, he has done that grounding. It's just people do it. I mean, there's an argument to be made where his first line in the new article could be, now that you understand the logic behind this, there is a minor critique there where he could have put that in the first, the opening statement.
Yeah. He usually tends to add it. It's somewhere in there. It's my previous blog, da 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 da, and then if he's jumping off. But I don't think he does that for necessarily if he's doing the. I'm pretty sure the Gumball one he did, when I went over and kind of reviewed what Matt Dillahunty had said about, I think it was my first video I did about Matt Dillahunty. And it was when he said, language is our bitch and so is Steve. He called Steve a descriptivist, I think.
Prescriptivist, I think he said.
Prescriptivist. Yeah. And I was like, I'm going to look at Steve's blog from 3 years ago.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, he's not a prescriptivist. I get that's
world though, right?
Yeah, the funniest thing about the argument about the definition of atheism and agnosticism is the people who are being prescriptive tend to project the prescriptiveness on anyone that says, no, it's defined in a number of different ways, but this is the way I do it. And they go, you're being prescriptive. No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's defined in different ways, and these are the reasons why I prefer this one, and these are the reasons why I don't like your definition. And they go, no, you're being prescriptive.
You make a persuasive argument to say, hey, this is a definition, and here's why I think you and everyone should use this definition. And they're like, well, you're telling me I have to use that definition. No. It sounds like you're just finding my arguments convincing.
There's a difference between saying ought and have to, and I think that is the big issue in that whole conversation, right? You ought to use this if you want the most rational and logical definition. That's not the same as saying you have to use this definition.
There is another part of that conversation though, and that comes after, and it says if you don't use this definition, then you have to address these things. But they twist that to say that, well, you're saying I have to use it or else. And it's like, well, yeah, because your definition has problems. It doesn't mean you can't use it, but you said I have to. Yeah, address the problems. I mean, you can just not address it. Are you just going to deny that there's any problems? And half the time, yeah, there's no problems.
Yep. I can't argue with that one at all.
Well, and that's part of the issue, right? They're so concerned that somebody's told them that they're wrong that it's like, how dare you? You can't tell me what words to use. What? What? When did the skeptic community that's so big on like haranguing religious people turn into such a bunch of little pansy asses? How dare you tell the great Matt Dillahunty or Aaron Ra or Chainsmoker for 2069XXX that they're wrong about something? Oh my god.
I will say, with internet conversations especially, it can be harder to hear from a stranger that you're wrong. Like, I think there is a point where you need to build rapport with someone and then have a respectful discussion. And then once you are engaged in that sort of thing, you might be more accepting of the fact that they're wrong. So, for example, I mean, if you were to turn around and tell me I was a bit of an idiot with a statement that I made on Twitter, Facebook, or whatever, there's more chance of me listening to you than, you know, Sexy Tits 867 on you know, because we have a rapport.
They might have a higher burden to actually get what you're saying. You might be a little bit more critical of whatever it is that they're saying, especially.
Yeah.
Approach matters, right? And context matters. So if you have a friendship with somebody, there's a context there. If you have a rapport with somebody, there's a context there, right? So there might be more or less charity given in that situation to be like, but if some random person just on the internet just shouts, hey, you're wrong, thanks. Like, and then if they get mad when you say, okay, why? Well, everybody knows it. You're just a liar. Who did I see do that? It blew my mind. I was like, what? And I can't, it was someone, and now it's going to bother me. And they had said, somebody had said, hey, they had presented something and a bunch of, like, in a video, and it was like, here's a breakdown, and here's the evidence, here's what I looked up, here's what I was able to find, blah, 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 blah. And this person says, see, your own thing said that the opposite proved that what we were saying was true. How so? Oh, well, you know it does. No, I honestly don't. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Please educate me on, because maybe I got something wrong, or maybe I'm misunderstanding a law, or maybe I just think you're full of shit. So if you're not full of shit, see, no, you're not going to make me do it. What?
Yeah. I mean, you get into all sorts of...
Steve is also the one who changed my mind, actually, on the whole theism thing. So I'm grateful to him.
But don't tell him that.
Yeah, I already told him. Like, and I remember one of the first interactions we had, actually, Chesh, as well. It was after, like, I remember I argued with Steve, like, briefly, and then I checked out his, like, I don't know, something on his channel, and then I sort of updated my thoughts on that, and sort of now I understand. Like, I think it was about WASP, actually, and I didn't understand exactly what he was saying, and like I think maybe this is something that I personally find, like, very important as well. Is it's also the approach that you have in encountering new information that is almost more important than any definition that you use, right? Because you can go like, okay, no, this is sort of counter to what my intuitions are, and so I'm going to dismiss it up front. Or you can sort of try to at least understand it, right? You don't have to accept it, but at least try to do the work and understand what's going on, and then you can then you can reject it still. And I didn't
Not any
immediately
harder.
change my mind either.
And do you know what? Like my first interaction with him. Hey, bearded heretic, nice to have you here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. My first interaction with Steve was actually a negative one. I've done a post about him on my blog called the McRae virus. And my first interaction with him was a negative one, but it got me thinking.
That's my experience as well. Yes.
Yeah. And then it got me thinking, and then I got talking to other people, and I got talking to Dave and all of that sort of thing. I mean, to be honest, we could actually say without Steve McRae, we'd have never had the Fresh Air podcast, and we'd have never had the sci-fi streams. Because without it, I wouldn't have had the conversations that I had with Dave, where I was clarifying some of the things that Steve had said, some of the links Steve had given me to read. I mean, I must admit, in the initial conversations I had with him, my initial reaction was "fuck off, you're an idiot." You know, it was that's the way it happened to me. I'm willing to admit that you know, his manner and my manner it was a clash. It was a big clash in the first instance, but you know what, every interaction since then, even when we've disagreed, has been on a good level. We
that's what happens when you reach kind of an understanding of somebody and the way somebody else communicates, is that a lot of people will say that, oh, you're telling me I'm wrong, therefore you're malicious towards me, or like that kind of an idea, where it's like, no, just because I disagree with you, or I think you're wrong, or that maybe we're like a little bit contentious in conversation the first couple of times we meet, doesn't mean it's always gonna be that way, right? That doesn't have to be. My first interaction with Steve was, so because I came to the community in like two different ways, like through two doors, because why would I do things normally?
Why wouldn't you?
Well, listen, if there's more than one opening, why would I only use one? Wink, wink. Know what I mean? So my first interaction with Steve on Twitter was completely separate from my interaction in like the Non Sequitur Show Discord. So I actually ended up going like 2 or 3 different ways. But my first interaction with Steve was he was explaining about it was the kind of the rules of logic. So if you agree to have the discussion and you just he was talking about semantics and arbitrarily changing the rules, and he used a chess analogy, and I'm like, I don't understand the chess analogy. I don't get it. I do not understand what you're saying with this analogy, because like if you're playing a game, you've agreed on the rules and we've already made these agreements, but these people seem to be discussing about, are these the rules we should be using, right? Nothing says that you can't change the rules of chess if you want to. So if you change that the queen does the horse and the horse does the queen, now you've got 2 queens and the whole game changes. Right? So I didn't understand what he was saying. At this point, if I went back and read it, I probably would understand what he was trying to say, but we had a discussion about it. And he was like, I'll give you some links in DMs or whatever. We went into DMs and and that's how we kind of got started talking. He sent me a link to I think it was like the philosophy encyclopedia, and he was like, read through this and it'll make sense to you. And I was just like, oh, okay, open it. No. Never read it. To this day, I had never read it.
The first time I read the SEP entry of atheism and agnosticism, I read it in a very aggressive mood because of the interaction that I'd had with Steve, and I was like, fuck you, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. You know, but with the sort of person that I am, I then went back and read it again when I was in a better mood and everything had gone by, and I was like, oh shit, I get what this is saying. But do you know what? I know Dave, and Dave is doing a philosophy degree, so I'm going to have a chat with Dave about this. And that's how it happened. That is, you know, I mean, that's the skinny version of how it happened. And then we got into a conversation about morality.
Right, that's the difference between somebody who is honest and wants to have the discussion and somebody who's just a dishonest asshole.
Yeah.
Dishonest McBumblefuck.
But equally, I mean, it shows the difference as well. Because I had a rapport with Dave, I mean, I was more receptive from Dave confirming what Steve was saying in the first place and what the article was saying. You know,
it takes all kinds, right?
It definitely
usually
does.
it takes a couple of times in conference. Like, you shouldn't necessarily. There's no problem with not accepting something right out the gate, even if they are right, because it takes time for you to process and understand new information. So there's nothing wrong with that approach. And in fact, that's probably the approach people ought to take. If somebody says you're wrong about something and they say, well, here's the links, you should be aggressive in how you process and look through that information. You still need to accept the conclusion at the end, which I think is the part that people have problems with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you'll understand that coming from a psychological perspective as well, won't you? The way people process stuff in their mind and the way it presents itself. It's
yeah. I mean, that's just confirmation bias, isn't it? That's where that comes from. Is that kind of like that we have to have that initial thing that we're right because that's how we're processing it. And then if we have something that challenges it, it challenges us, essentially. We kind of associate ourselves with the information we have.
Yeah. That's
especially if you're dogmatic.
Yeah.
If you're in a dogmatic situation where it's like,
absolutely.
Well, no, if I'm wrong, then my whole life gets thrown out of whack. And it's like, does it? Does it though?
But I mean, that what you highlight there is one of the issues with I don't attack the belief, I attack the believer. No, the other way around. I don't attack the believer, I attack the belief. I said it the wrong way around. But that's the same sort of thing, because actually when you do attack a belief, it's tied to the ego of the believer. So, and it's like the other day when I was addressing someone's behavior, I wasn't addressing them. I wasn't saying they were wrong. I was talking about a particular behavior they were demonstrating. They still took it personally. And I understand why they did.
You know that atheists don't have a belief. You can't attack their belief.
They have no beliefs. No beliefs. None whatsoever. Guys, I'm going to let you continue the conversation. I need the quick wee because it's been like 4 hours.
I feel like I'm on Twitter having these discussions. I feel like the Jackie Chan meme. My head is full of fuck.
I think for me, the one that I saw the other day that really confused me was the worldview one. He was like, someone said atheism isn't a worldview, and I was like, I can kind of get where people say I lack a belief in God. I can kind of understand that, but atheism is it is a worldview because it's how you view the world. You know, because people who have God beliefs will be looking at the world and thinking this is God's creation, this is what morality is, this is why I act this way, and somebody who lacks that or doesn't have a belief will be looking at the world like, well, this is naturalistic, morals come from some evolutionary process, etc. So it is a worldview, 100%, or at least it's an aspect of a worldview.
Yeah, I think I would say that it is an aspect of a worldview more than it, like, because some people use the term worldview to mean like the set of all propositions that you hold to. So I guess I would, But I get what you mean.
Are you suggesting that words are polysemous? Because you need to get out of here.
No, that's not what we're doing here. We're clearly prescribing meaning to words.
I think that you're right to a degree. It is a part of a worldview, and I just don't think that atheists view it the same way. They kind of view it as, well, no, it's not a worldview because it's just I'm just accepting what is in front of me without any additional stuff. So they would probably argue that I'm.
Are you playing devil's advocate?
I'm playing devil's advocate on the lack atheism kind of mindset. That was the
response I got there. That was the response I got. That it's just seeing the world as it is. That to me is your view on the world.
Arrogant.
Yeah.
Arrogant.
and that's another thing as well. As somebody who studies psychology, there is no such thing as somebody who's completely rational. That just can't happen. That's just not possible. So for people to just say, oh, I act completely rationally, all of my beliefs are rational and stuff, it's just not possible.
That's one of the things that I found really, really, really confusing about the Ayn Rand objectivism stuff, because it was like the goal is to be as rational as possible, take all emotion out of any decision making, and then also though the ultimate goal is to live your life for your own happiness. How can you have both of those things?
Can't.
I don't understand.
That's
Yeah,
not possible.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not just me. I was
Because
reading it. And I
happiness
was,
is an irrational belief, an irrational emotion. It's not like,
Right.
if we think about it in terms of like, and I talk about it irrational, like, I mean, in terms of it making sense within the universe. It makes sense within a human context, but in terms of like what the world and the universe is kind of like doing, it's irrational to have emotions. It just works
Yeah.
for us to survival. That's the point of it.
yeah, but like you have to accept that people are emotional. That's just if you don't
Yeah.
accept that, you're not being very rational, are you? So if you're going to go down this line and try and say that, well, your entire life ought to be based on your own ego and what you want, how can you want something without, like, outside of like the bare bones minimum basic needs, which we know isn't what Ayn Rand was speaking about, because she was coming from a place of privilege, that people should want what is the most optimal best for them based on their own ego through rational means only, provided that you don't step on other people. And it's like, that's not how any of this works. It baffled my mind, because I don't understand how you can possibly like mesh those things together.
Whilst there's a little bit of silence, Dave, yes, you were moving. I was, you were just practicing being a stoic. Manny asked what I was drinking. So at the start of the night, I was drinking a mixture of Diet Cloudy Lemonade and tequila, because it tasted a bit like a margarita. And when I say a bit like, I literally mean a little bit like. I'm trying to finish off like the bottles of booze that I've got before the move, because there's no point in taking them with us. That's the excuse I'm having for drinking lots at the moment.
I like that excuse.
I want to move as
Enjoy that
little as
excuse.
possible.
I need an excuse like that. That's what I need.
Yeah. You're gonna move in with me. There you go. There's your excuse.
If it makes you feel any better, once I used to have a liquor cabinet. It was always empty.
But yeah, then I was drinking. Well, I am still. I'm going back and forth between having some bourbon and just finishing off the lemonade, because I finished the tequila now. I didn't realize I only had 2 drinks worth of tequila left.
Sad day.
Yeah, sad times. But yeah, that's basically what it is. I'm trying to finish off the bottles of booze before I move. Yeah.
What these streams are for.
Yeah, definitely. I tell you what, there are definitely some streams that I really, really, really need to have a drink on. I must admit, though, I feel a lot more comfortable with it than I first did. I mean, when we were doing the podcast, the first few podcasts we did, I really felt the need to have a drink, but over time, I didn't necessarily always have a drink, and it's been the same with the streams. The first few streams that we did live on air, I had to have quite a few drinks before we even came on, and then I was drinking throughout the whole thing. And now there are some streams where I'm happy to just have water. I'm not as nervous as I was, and I don't care so much about if I look like a complete cunt, because I accept that I am.
Are you saying I drove you to drink?
Self-acceptance is important.
That's
It's
right.
good to have a realistic view of who you are and accept yourself for who you are. And so if you want something to change it and start working towards that goal. But you can't do that unless you actually acknowledge who you are.
Yeah. If you spend your entire
decide-
time
or you can
denying
think, hey, I have this flaw. I like it.
that. Or I have this flaw and I want to change it. I mean, if you spend your time going, no, I don't have that flaw, no, I don't have that flaw, you're never going to be able to move on. You either learn to accept that flaw and move on, or learn to go, I don't like this flaw, but I do have it, so let's see how we can change it. Yeah.
I always find the people who are assholes and accept that they're assholes are the fun kind of assholes. It's the people who vehemently deny that they aren't assholes are the worst kind of people that you don't want to hang out with.
I'll go with that.
Because they're always because they're the self-righteous assholes. They're like, I'm an asshole, and I'm not an asshole because whatever I'm doing is justified, and I'm right to do so. And it's like, you're being an asshole. No, I'm not. Ugh. Ugh.
OP questions if we're still live. Yes, we're still live. Hey, OP.
I don't know. Have you guys run into Keon yet?
No, who's Keon?
No. Oh, I should explain another time then. If you're not, it's
a long one, then you're probably right.
I'll have to save it for another time because it'll be fun.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I'm well up for that.
Hey, Ozzy's back. How was your dinner? Yes.
Yeah, apparently you just called him an a-hole.
Oh. If the shoe fits, I
guess. He's literally the nicest guy on YouTube.
Definitely. There isn't someone more pleasant and rational that I know than Ozzy, and with the ability to explain a position or a topic in such a way that you're just engrossed in it. He is the more Western version of Stephen Law in my mind. Stephen Law's one of my favorite UK philosophers, and I would say Ozzy is comparable to him in that regard, in the way they explain things, the fact that they could be telling you about something that is incredibly boring and somehow make it interesting and engaging, and you suddenly understand this thing that you're just like, oh wow, yeah, thanks man. But that's the way I see Ozzy, and that's the way I see Stephen Law. And any time I see something pop up, to be fair, I say I see something pop up. Dave goes, oh, by the way, I know you've missed this. Check out this thing from Stephen Law. Check out this thing from Ozzy. That's how it tends to
Dave,
go.
Dave, your PA.
Basically. Oh, Dave, we've lost your mic.
Hello?
Oh, you're back. You're back.
Okay. Yeah, I just tell Joe things and he learns them.
Hopefully.
That's exactly what PA does, isn't it?
Yeah, he's about the only person I can speak to about philosophy, so he's got to put up with it. Otherwise, my degree both my degrees were wasted.
Yeah, the advantageous thing though now is Dave's doing a computer science degree, and
he'll be a real engineer.
Yeah, but there's actually from my experience, there's a couple of things I may be able to help him out with in the future. Although the problem is Dave's going to be able to surpass my experience and knowledge in this field as well. So eventually, I'm just going to be completely useless.
What were my last two test scores?
Yeah, exactly. Shut up.
If it makes you feel any better, you can be in the same position I'm in with Steve. It's not that he doesn't bring everything to the table, it's that he needs somebody to arrange the table sometimes.
Joe's got the personality, I've got the things to say.
Yeah, I can spend ages talking cod shit to strangers.
It's the thing is that sometimes you need a translator. Sometimes one person isn't always enough to get one person's thoughts and opinions out. Yeah. If you have another person that can help you rephrase and kind of explain or elaborate in another way or more, you're going to be able to, that initial person is going to be able to reach far more people, because now people are going to have more likely chance of being able to understand what's being said.
Yeah. Actually, we were having a conversation about this earlier, weren't we, Luke?
Yeah.
About how obviously philosophy in general is tends to be quite technical, and I sort of do that in between bit where I explain these technical things in not quite so technical terms, but for some people it's still too technical, and then you might take what I've said and then explain it in a beautifully simplistic and concise way that's the average person can understand.
ETLDR.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that my role, the TLDR?
Yeah, that's it.
That's cool. I'm okay with that.
If it makes you feel any better, I have to play both those roles.
I'd say though, like a lot of the concepts that I just had no clue about, and honestly, some of the terms I'm still wrapping my head around in philosophy. So, if you bring up any terms and I'm like, what the hell is that? That's probably going to happen. But
And so
I'm understanding them a bit more now that I've read your stuff, which is really helpful. So even just looking on like, yeah, just Googling them, it's like I read it and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it took me like probably about a year or so to just kind of get used to the jargon. I didn't really do any like heavy studying, nor was I actually writing anything, so I was kind of able to get away with it for a while.
That's what I need, Dave. That's what I need.
It's like,
although saying that, I've got enough jargon in my head from psychology, so so that's my head's
and then
full.
you've got terms that are like similar or the same word.
That's it. Yeah, so determinism in psychology is something completely different. So when I hear determinism, I'm like, what?
Oh, it's like speaking two different languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've forgotten all my psychology terminology.
Yeah, I find that interesting though, because I think even though I've approached the whole determinism and free will sort of thing from a different angle that you have, I think you and I are quite in a similar position in the sense that even if physical determinism is true, it doesn't necessarily entail psychological determinism.
No, not at all. Not at all. And that big, I mean, you both read that discussion that I had.
With Adam. Yeah. That was in our debate group on Facebook.
It was an interesting discussion. To be fair, I understand where he was coming from. But it's just that I think what's happened is that set of research has just been over-egged by the mainstream media. And I think that happens a lot with psychology. You just get like this little this thing about this very specific thing, and then it gets, whoa, we don't have all of our choices are now unconscious choices, and that's just not how it works.
I don't know. Are we? I'm not part of the group, so is this something? If I can speculate, is this something to do with you're consciously the last person to find out you made a decision?
Something like that.
Yeah,
yes,
that's the short version. Yeah, so I mean, if we're talking about
that
there are a lot of choices made. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. There are choices made. We can see that there are more, again, to make it quite short and simple, there are simplistic choices that are made before we make them consciously. But it doesn't say anything about more complex choices. And it doesn't address things where we sometimes override our subconscious choices, which is why I brought in the thing about the Stroop effect and things like that, which he completely ignored. And it was just, and it seemed to be someone arguing for a position rather than having a discussion, which was a shame because it was
a good discussion.
It was.
It would have been a good discussion.
It could have been a good discussion. I mean, the guy had a fair bit of knowledge from what he was going on about, and that was the thing. He knew this area, but there were gaps in the knowledge. There was this bit and this bit that were missing, but because he knew this bit, he assumed he knew everything. And
that's the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah. And the thing is, and it doesn't apply to just dumb people. The guy is clearly bright. He's clearly well educated. Yeah. It's and that's the thing people think. They think the Dunning-Kruger effect only affects stupid people. No, it affects everyone. It affects us. You know, and we try and avoid it, but it will hit us at times. We will be overconfident in our positions, and that's the thing that we try and discuss. And that's the thing that when we're talking about being skeptical, we talk about being skeptical about ourselves, not just about everything else as well. And it's why sometimes I'll have a conversation with someone, and they'll present an argument, or they'll say something that will make me go, "Oh shit, have I misunderstood what I've learnt about this topic?" and I'll have a
Yeah.
conversation with Dave or his dog.
That's why you're like, your behavior matters. So how you approach and how you behave when you think you're right and the way you treat people will make you have more or less egg on your face if you're incorrect about something. So if you behave in a manner that is like not a douche, you end up with like less shit all over the place when you figure out that you're wrong, and there's way less that you have to kind of
a really good way of like managing that is going into every conversation you have being willing to learn.
Yeah.
Because like, and I work in mental health and stuff, so every conversation I have is like with people who are mentally ill. I'm like, oh, maybe I will learn something out of this conversation, even though they're mentally ill. And that just it just basically means that you're going in not thinking you know everything.
Yeah.
It's what I was talking about with that 3D, 4D chess when it comes to communication. You understand that there are other people watching and there are other players in the game. So if you can recognize that, well, I can say something, I can make a move, and then starting to understand that if I make this move, then they're likely to make this move. Well, now you're acknowledging that there's another person that is also part of the conversation. And so if you pay attention to what they're saying, you can predict where they're going to do. If you want to view it as a game and you want to view every conversation as if something you're going to win, then you need to understand what your goal, what does it mean to win? What is your goal? Is your goal to learn something? Is your goal to help somebody else understand something? Or is your goal to take somebody down? And in no case are any of those necessarily wrong. There's just more conducive, more effective ways to do that. Like I was saying earlier, if somebody's a shitty person, they're not just going to suddenly stop being a shitty person. You don't need to go after them for every single thing and try and force everything to be something that they've done that is bad, because not everything that they're going to do is going to be bad. So why would you do that? It's far better to like pick and choose your battles, so that way you can maneuver the conversation or maneuver the situation in a way that you're going to come out in the good light and they're going to come out in a bad light, right? Because if that's what your goal is, if that's not your goal, if your goal is to just, have a conversation and educate yourself, well,
yeah,
don't be a dick then.
but equally, if your goal is to change your mind, don't be a dick then, because if you're a dick, you're not going to be able to change someone's mind. Yeah, if you're trying to convince someone of your position, you're not going to be able to do it. I mean, I think for me, what you just said there actually inspired another thought in myself. Is when I used to play a lot of badminton and squash, I played with people. I liked playing with people who were better than me because it made me get better. And I didn't care about winning or losing. I cared about playing better than I did last time. And that was the end result. I could lose every single point and still have played better than I did last time because of the way the game went. And I think that is something that we should take into every conversation we have online as well. If we can...
Not every conversation.
Okay.
I'm afraid. But thank you very much, guys. It's nice seeing you guys.
Take it easy. Good seeing you.
And we will see you next Tuesday, dude.
Yes, next Tuesday. I'll see you guys there. Exciting.
Have a good one, man. See ya.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
I like him.
Yeah,
He's
no,
awesome.
is a right dude. We met him 2-3 weeks ago now. Yeah, decent bloke, really decent bloke. We've had a number of good conversations. He's very open to new information, and his line of work that he does, he approaches things from a psychological perspective rather than say like a philosophical or hard science perspective, because I know they refer to psychology as a soft science, which is kind of ironic in a way, because the hard sciences are actually easier in the sense that there's more to test and that you can do with them.
The testing is it's just different. The thing is, psychology would probably be considered more of a hard science if it's been around longer. The thing is like it's a little bit limited in what and expensive to try and test it in a way that would be to sort of have people view it as a hard science, because then you would be looking at chemical levels, you'd be looking at a lot of the stuff in psychology really got a big break hit onto it in the 70s when people were like, You can't keep fucking doing this to people. I'm pretty sure this is. I should probably make this illegal.
Yeah.
So
And also to test a lot of it in an ethical way as well. It's a lot harder, you know.
that was the problem, right?
Yeah. It's funnily enough, everything you just said there is pretty much a conversation I had with him before the stream. So,
right. And that's the thing. It's like you could consider psychology probably is a hard science the same way physics is a hard science. It's just we don't have as much information, and the information isn't as easily or readily available as it could be if we decided to make it more easily available. Not that we should necessarily. I mean, MRI scans and stuff like that is also expensive. So if you're going to be testing people's brain chemistry or brain activity when exposed to specific stimuli, as well as the length of time the testing might take, it doesn't take that long for me to drop something and be like, gravity. but it might take me like 7,000, 7 million people over the course of 20 years to have even a decent understanding of learning habits, and based on what there's just so many factors that we don't have a very good grasp on, that makes it far more difficult to assess. But as that time goes on, and as we get these assessments, and as we recognize the patterns more often and easier, it'll be the same.
Yeah, eventually. We hope.
The time. The thing is like with all science, it is just trial and error and brute force. Everything is just trial and error, just brute forcing it till it works.
Yeah, and then induction on the thing that works. It worked. Okay, it's worked 1,000 times. We'll say that it works. But actually,
let's try it with this. Does it work like this? Can we make it work easier? Can we make it more efficient? Does it work better this way? I don't know why we do parenting the way we do. Outside of that's just the way we've always done it. Yeah. It doesn't. Not everybody is a good parent. Fact. So
I think every parent is probably a shit parent in that regard, because it depends on what you do. I think the thing is, every parent makes mistakes, and it depends on whether you accept that you've made a mistake and correct it, or you get aggressive about it. It's the same with the conversation online. If someone points out an error you've made, you either accept you've made an error and learn from it and move forward, and maybe apologize to the people that you've discussed this thing with, or you get defensive. And I think, yeah, exactly. And I think in general, because of the way we're brought up and everything like that, most people get in that frame of mind as a parent, that the fact that when they've done something wrong, yeah, exactly, they take, that's a spot on way to put it, they take an authoritative stance rather than taking it as the way they should and go, fuck, I was wrong about this, I'm really sorry. Apologizing to your child. The reason I reacted this way was because of this, and then you did this, and then there's this, and the way I reacted was a bad reaction, and I am sorry. I want you to understand why I did it. It doesn't excuse what I did. What I did was wrong. What you did was also wrong, and the reason, and all of a sudden you have that conversation, but when you're in it, sometimes it doesn't work that way. And here's the thing.
Why do we do it that way? Some people are better parents in general. Like, they're just better at dealing with kids than other people are. Some people are better at dealing with teenagers than other people are. So why do we expect everybody to do it? And do it once or twice and then never again? Have you noticed that people get very good at something when they've been doing something over and over and over again for a long period? And when you have training for something, you tend to be able to handle a situation better than when it's just kind of dropped into your lap.
Yeah.
Almost like it might be a good idea to have group collective parenting. That maybe you being the parent of your child might not be the best idea. And maybe you could have a child and let somebody else do the parenting.
Actually, when you saying that, I was watching a program. I can't remember what it was, but there was, no matter who birthed the child, they had like a group of parents, and all the adults were the parents in this sort of commune type thing, and I think that really works. I think it was because you get loads of different influences. I think all the parents need to be on the sort of same page with it and understand it. But I think it works having a this consistent influence from yeah.
And then you would just, all you need to do is it is such a safer environment for the child also, because now you're no longer relying on these two authoritative positions to take care of you. Now there's a group of people. So if somebody's mistreating you, there's not only you have somewhere to go, which you don't have now. Even if you do have, like, oh, well, go tell your teacher. Oh, well, go tell your school. You've known that teacher for 1 year, if that. One class you had this teacher in. And now you're in another class.
Yeah, and a lot of the time the teacher's too distracted to actually pay attention.
Right. So if you're in a situation where there's a larger group of adults that have a more communal way of going about things, that may be a better way to do parenting. So it would no longer be that, realistically, at the end of the day, should we take away people from because I know this is where this conversation eventually goes to, should we remove people's reproductive rights? No, you can't really do that in a conducive way, unless you can, I would say, an opt-out situation, the same way Canada does vaccines, is that you have to opt out and you have to give your reasoning as to why you're opting out. So you would basically, you're all infertile unless we turn it on. So if you want it on, you have to go out of your way to get it turned on, and you have to opt out of getting that procedure, right? So provided that there's no negative connotations and negative provided it works, right? Now you're in a situation where you have people who are better and at less risk of being able to produce children. You have people that are better and qualified to raise a child. Why are we not just doing that? Why do households exist in the way that they do? It doesn't really make any sense. It's not really very, very, it doesn't work. It fucks up our economy too.
Yeah.
Because now you've got people with old money that are just passing it down. It's like, but if you couldn't do that, where it's like, no, we don't have children. We just produce the number of kids that we need to continue society. And then all the funding just goes right into that. So then there is no direct correlation between adult me and this child that has nothing to do with it. And if you want to be a parent, you know what you do? You apply for that position like a job.
I think that would, I mean, there's so many kids that are like in homes and stuff like that. We should be worrying about them first.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Right? And you could use them for the testing. But that's kind of a program. You've got a bunch of kids that have no parents, that have nowhere to go. So you put them in these communities where there are people who are learning and training to be parents to see if that functions. Does this work for society? The problem already exists. This would help solve that problem and find out if it works without causing any harm to anybody. So if you find out it works, then you can start applying it on a broader scale, right?
Yeah, no, that's an interesting point. I mean, is it a lesser of two evils type situation where there are people who, as in kids, who are in a situation that, they're stuck in foster care, they're stuck in homes, they're stuck in this and that and whatever. So realistically speaking, would a social experiment with people who are genuine, caring parental figures are willing to work together and raise these kids? There's nothing insidious about this. They're just trying a different parenting style.
A method, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
to help them. I think that depends on the age. I think that you would probably take everyone that would be willing, but you would have to get consent from upwards of X age. Yeah,
and I do think it would be harder, say the the pubescent ages onwards. So whenever someone has
that would be why you would want them. You'd have to ask. They'd have to be willing, because you don't want to force them into anything.
Yeah.
So if they're willing to do it, they do that. Then great, they're willing to do it. But you would need to you would need their consent, and two, you would already have somebody who's experienced the other. Their input would be very valuable, in my opinion. You could probably get people who are in families. You wouldn't have to just get people who don't have parents. You could probably you could go out to a high school and say, hey, is anybody interested in taking part of this program? You won't be in your home with your family anymore. We're going to take you out of that situation. We're going to put you in this situation. Are you interested in helping us out with that? And now, depending on their age, you could pay them money. And then I bet you, if you were to be like, hey, you get $100 a day to be part of this program for the rest of the year, or for like 6 months, do you want to do it? And most teenagers would be like, yeah.
Damn straight I do. I mean, shit, I'd take that up. I'd go into it now. Yeah, I'm 12.
I mean, and that's the thing. You would decide when it's acceptable and when it isn't. And at younger ages, you would need to get parental consent also, right? So if you were to take like a 12-year-old, and the 12-year-old's like, I want to try this. This sounds interesting. It's like going to summer camp. And they go to their parents and say, hey, can you sign this form? I'm going to go fuck off. And the parents like, oh, you mean I don't have to deal with you for 6 months? Yeah, go for it. Have fun.
Do you know what? The one funny thing I was actually going to say, I wish Luke, as in Bearded Heretic, was still here with us because of his psychological background, but he's actually just crept back into the chat, and he says, I wonder how collective parenting would affect attachment. And that's an interesting point to make, because
right.
I mean, attachment in kids, and Luke, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, you do sometimes see kids who are overly attached to their parents, can't let them go. And you also see kids who are incredibly unattached as well and can't form attachments. But having a large number of people that they're attached to can actually be a positive thing. Now, this is purely anecdotal, but my daughter, Ivy, has a very, very big family, and she's only 1 year old at the moment, and we have, not that we're palming her off, and obviously through the pandemic she's had to deal with just Katie and me, but we've always tried to give her, a weekend at this grandparent's, a weekend at that grandparent's, a weekend there, seeing this person and that person. And she's very comfortable. She's comfortable with us leaving it. She's very attached to us, but she's very comfortable. Now, I remember me as a kid, when my mum dropped me off at my nana's house, I burst into tears because I thought she wasn't coming back for me. And equally, when she finally did come back for me, I didn't want to go. I don't have the same issue with Ivy. She's happy. She just waves goodbye to us when we're out the door. We're like trying to sneak out, and she's like, "Hi." It's like, just cocky as anything. And when we come back, runs up to us, gives us a cuddle, and she's really glad to see us, but doesn't care that we've left. So the interesting point there is, if you had a lot of parental figures, how would that change your attachment? It would be...
I think it might just depend on the kid, right? So some kids would be able to just accept that there's like 4 or 6. 4 isn't even that surprising, right? Like some kids attach to an older sister or an older brother or a sibling more than they'll attach to a parent. Some kids attach to an aunt or an uncle that happens to be next door or is over all of the time. Some kids just attach differently than others. And if you present a situation where a child otherwise wouldn't have any other option than to either attach or disassociate entirely, then you've now opened the door to far more opportunities for them to attach to different people. And so depending on the training or depending on how this kind of a situation plays out, you might have people who are more specialized in dealing with children who are not as good as being attached. You also, though, are keeping in mind that this isn't one kid per 4 parents. This is a group of children and a group of parents.
Yep.
So they can vary in ages. There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to have like a kid who's 3 and a kid who's 7. right?
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal to have that kind of a mixture going on. So if you have that kind of a mixture, it's possible that you'd end up with a 7-year-old who's a very maternal kind of person who loves spending time with the younger kids and learns that way, and they learn that way, and they end up attaching there. But conversely, if you have a kid who's like very socially distant from adults, does not mean they will treat another kid the same way. They might be able to start forming those bonds and attachments through those other children. Right? There's just so many scenarios and so many options, and all this does is open up those options. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be kids that don't attach directly to a particular adult that's around. I see no issue with that. But if you end up with a kid who has like some kind of like maybe a disorder or maybe some kind of antisocial problem, you're in a position where at least the adults around are well versed in young child education. So if they need to be separated out, or they have violent tendencies, or there's something going on and they need to be separated out, there's nothing to say that they can't be. Because you've got a lot of people around watching, so it's going to be a lot easier to pick up on these signs. It's not two parents overwhelmed with working and they have 3 kids and they don't notice that one of the older kids is being really aggressive towards the younger kids because there's this expectation that it's their job to take care of them while the parents are away, which isn't what the parents necessarily intended at all. Right. So you're kind of eliminating a lot of factors as well as bringing in a lot of factors that change the dynamic of the situation. So you'd have to do it for like a couple of years to find out. And on top of that, you'd have to do it for like a couple of generations to see how that affects kids growing up. Right. Because like, who knows who's going to be social, we already know that it's pretty standard that kids who don't go to school, who are homeschooled, struggle socially.
Yep.
Because they don't have those social interactions. They don't have that experience. They don't have that kind of, they haven't been in the situations to recognize it. But in this case,
not all of them, but most of them. But yeah, you're right. On the 80-20 rule,
some of them get over it faster than others. It's not to say that this is something that carries over entirely for the rest of their life. It's just like around the ages where you'd expect that they would have the social maturity of this kid who's been at school. They're not the same. Now, that's not to say they're necessarily bad or worse or whatever. Sometimes it is just different.
Yep.
The additional things that you've got going on too is children who have disabilities. Because now you're in a situation where you could have a child with disabilities as part of this group of kids. And if this group of kids views themselves as a tribe and this kid is part of their tribe, they're going to be far more accepting and far more used to seeing that and be far less likely to ostracize somebody who does have a disability later on in life.
Yep.
Right. So if you have like, there's no reason not to have a teacher who's blind, right? Or somebody who's deaf. Realistically, everybody should be learning sign language always, all the time. There is no reason why the hell we don't teach this in like high school or like
primary
earlier.
School.
Primary school. As soon as you have the dexterity, you should be learning. Music for some reason takes more priority. Why? I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, I mean, I fucking love music, but you're right. It's definitely a language that I agree with you. We should all use. Like more than.
I think it's because the adults just don't want the kids signing to each other in class.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's it.
Well, I do think they would want that because then it's far like kids can still talk and it's far less disruptive.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not disrupting all the other people. The 2 kids that don't want to learn and are not interested are having their own conversation, but all the other kids.
Well, and sometimes people are talking about what they're learning. I don't understand why communication during class is considered a bad thing. Yeah. I think it's just like the way our education system works, but that's a whole nother conversation.
On that note, I remember once I started a college and I started the college 2 weeks later, so we were 2 weeks into it, and I joined the class late. And one of the classes I was doing was physics, and I couldn't find the classroom, so I was a couple of minutes late to the classroom, and I sat down in the only seat available. And I turned to the person next to me and asked what page we were on. And that got me in trouble. And I had that, but the teacher chewed me out, and I was just asking what page we were on. He's like, if you've got a question, you put your hand up. I was like, okay, put your hand down. And it's just like, I mean, this is not really a way to, I dropped the class because of the way the teacher was, because he was a complete cunt. Yeah. It was just someone that was behaved in such a way that I was just like, so I don't have my physics A level that I planned to have originally, just because of the way the teacher was.
And they mess up your kid in education entirely. And so things like this is the thing. There's so many things that can be fixed in education, but I mean, if we start from maybe parenting and start opening up parenting, so because people are like, oh, I'm trying this thing with my kid, and oh, I shouldn't be ostracized for trying this different thing with my child, and they're like, you're not vaccinating them. This is an alternative parenting, you asshole. But like, this would be an alternative parenting method, and that it's obviously not something you would enforce on families that are already existing. This is something that you would introduce as an option for orphans and for kids who wanted to opt in, or parents who wanted to opt in. So you could, if you wanted to be a full-time parent, or you wanted to be a part-time parent, or whatever, you could suss out the logistics to that. But it introduces sort of a system. Oh, think of the fun intramural sports you could do. You would have like this city has 3 of these pods. I'm going to call them pods. These pods of kids. And so these pods of kids can compete against each other, and they could trade places sometimes, and they could do this and that and the other thing, and they can swap up teachers every so often or something if they wanted to, or whatever. And you would just have like a childhood psychologist that is part of each and every single pod. So you'd essentially have a social worker for every like X number of kids. And so now they have a social worker that they could go to that you would keep separate from the parents. So they would be a social worker that they interact with on a regular basis, that talks to them and deals with them and helps them with their crap, that they can legitimately trust, so that when they're making future plannings for what they want to do, what they don't want to do, you have somebody that can essentially walk them through. Oh, you're making a resume? Let me walk you through what you're doing. Oh, you want to learn budgeting? Let me walk you through what you're doing. So now you've got somebody that's essentially there to help you handle emotional and like your day-to-day living sort of situation. Right? And then you're not relying on 2 parents that both sucked at math to help you with your math homework.
Yeah, or 2 parents that actually are out of date. I mean, I remember when I was first trying to get a job, my mum was just like, you just drop your CV into places and talk to them. I was like, that's not how it works. And I was trying to get jobs at a time where they started to not have like CVs. So places either had application forms where you filled in everything, or they sent you home and you had to fill in an application form online and attach your CV. And then you didn't have any feedback unless they wanted you in for an interview. And my mum was just like, no, it's easier to get the job that. You just go around and you talk to people. It's like, that might have been how it was for you 30, 40 years ago, Mum, but that's not how it is now. Well, I just don't get it. Like, this is the way it should be. Maybe.
Conversation before.
Yeah.
Well, my mom does her own business and has done her own business for a very, very long time. What sort of
business?
Well, right now she does cleaning stuff. Before she was doing a lot of babysitting stuff. Mm-hmm. So when that was quite some time ago, but she has clients and does her own thing and does it her way, and she doesn't have to worry about any of that. But it was really funny when I was job hunting, and she was like, "This is what you should be looking for," and I just had to look over at her and say, when was the last time you had a job? She was just like, oh. It wasn't to be mean. It was just to be like, no, you don't understand. Like, she's like, why aren't you going out? Why aren't you going out? I'm like, I've applied to 50 jobs today alone. Yeah. And she's like, well, yeah, like, call them. Like, did it? I'm like, I can't call them. That's not an option. And she's like, well, you need to do this and that. I'm like, you don't understand. No. When was the last time you worked? When was the last time you worked for somebody else and had to go do this? Yeah. that helped the conversation in perspective a little bit.
Very different world that we live in now to how it is. And do you know what? When my kids start getting jobs, it's going to be a different world. But hopefully, I will have the knowledge in me that I remember that when my mum was trying to tell me this certain thing, and it was like, no, that's not how you do it, that I can go, okay, I need to learn the process that when my kids are going to it, of how they do it. Hopefully, I can learn from the mistakes that my parents made, assuming everything stays the same. Sorry.
The best way to approach these kinds of things is always to ask.
Yeah.
So instead of saying, being like, what are you doing? Or you're not doing enough. You come forward and say, how's it going? What do you have to do this? Like I'm not seeing what I used to have to do is this, and this. What do you have to do now? And just have the conversation. And it's like, it's so much easier to have a conversation with somebody to get them to do something rather than just telling them to do the thing.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you.
I'm sorry, guys, but I'm going to have to go.
That's fair enough.
Get to bed. I'm really sorry. It was great seeing you again, Jeff.
Nah, it's great having a good one.
Aye.
We will wrap up shortly, but Dave, I will see you on Thursday.
Yeah.
I'll see you on Thursday. Take care, guys.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Good night.
Outdone actually says in the chat, I had the coolest math teacher when I went to college. The first day of class, the first thing we learned was how to breathe a certain way. That's interesting. Actually, I had the best math teacher when first couple of years of high school, which would have probably been in the American world middle school. But that's besides the point. He was just someone that spoke to you as if you were a person. And when you're that age, when you're 11, 12 years old, having someone treat you like you're a person rather than you're an idiot kid meant so much. And it made every single person look up to him and want to do what they could. And there was 1 or 2 times where we made him angry. And all of us felt so bad for doing so. But in general, we everything was great. And obviously at that age, he was that teacher that swore but shouldn't have, sort of thing. And it's all that sort of thing. And it was just like, oh my God, he said that thing. But it just worked. He was the perfect teacher. He engaged everyone. And Mr. Dunscombe ended up owning a pub. But he was... yeah, had enough of maths. It's like, I'm gonna drink. But honestly, what a fucking legend that guy was. Best teacher I ever had.
I think there are teachers that try and do that, but do it in like an authoritative way, which isn't very conducive. It's like, listen, this is how it's gonna be, so you need to get used to this, so I'm gonna treat you like you're adults. But instead they're just kind of a douche to you and don't explain anything.
Yeah.
And so it's like, no, I'm not here to teach you. I'm going to tell you, you're going to accept it, absorb it, and regurgitate it, rather than I'm going to teach you. And so it's kind of like, seems like a get out of jail free card. And then there are other teachers or adults that, I think this is part of the problem that I notice a lot in America, but it exists kind of everywhere, is that we don't give kids enough credit.
Mm-hmm.
Kids are going to be as smart as you expect them to be, but don't be heavy on that expectation if you don't put the effort in, right? So once upon a time, kids were running shit when they were 12 and they did fine. So like if you're considered an adult and you're going on hunting trips and you're expected to be able to do these things because you were trained and taught and expected to do these things by this age, the education system makes no sense, because we expect every kid to be different, but expect everybody to learn every grade and every topic at the same rate. Yeah. And they don't. But also we expect kids to be little shitheads, and we expect kids to be little shitheads until we decide some arbitrary age where they're not, which has been kind of weird for me because I'm in like that millennial area. I'm like right on the edge of millennial and like the next one up or down. I can't remember which. But as a 90s kid, like 1990. So it's kind of a weird situation because like I was working a full-time job, 10-hour night shift, there every day, wasn't late, was one of the best employees that they ever had and probably ever will have. Not to toot my own horn or anything. But they talked to me like I was 16 and this was my first job. And I'm like, am I crazy? There's this expectation that millennials aren't 30. And so there's this group of people who are adults and this group of people who are the older adults who don't expect these 30-year-olds and early 40s and late 20-year-olds to behave as adults, and so they don't feel like adults. And so, but they're still expected to do all of the adult things. So there's this weird mesh of like a confusion of like where you are and when you are and how old you are and what should and should not be done by. And there's like a rejection that's also going on where it's like, no, you should be an adult, but I'm still going to treat you like a child. So they're like, then I'm not going to act like the adult that you think I should be because fuck you.
Yeah, no, definitely. People act the way you treat them. People definitely act the way you treat them.
Yeah, it's weird. If you're going to say that this job isn't serious enough for an adult to do it, you're telling me that I shouldn't be taken. If you're not going to take me seriously, that I'm doing your job, then there's no reason why I should take the job you're telling me to do seriously.
Yep.
So
no argument from me there.
You're shooting yourself in the foot. Yeah. Why would you do that? And it's one thing to be like, you have the idea that this job doesn't really matter. It's another thing to just tell your employees that they and the job don't matter.
Yeah.
And outside of being realistic, because in some cases, it's a little bit realistic to say like, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, but
just to catch up on the chat, Outdone says that teacher was awesome. He was half Native American and was very spiritual, but he knew how to teach. We had some pretty dumb people in the class, but he got through to them somehow anyway. That's interesting, actually, because I think that's the mark of a good teacher, don't you? The one that can get they're not necessarily stupid, but those that learn in an atypical way to learn at the same rate as the other people, because we all do learn in different ways, and I think that's the hardest part of learning. I personally, I don't respond to the teachers that were sit down, shut up, copy off the board.
Yeah, I think probably if I had to put as somebody who's done training, like I used to do training for people in sort of a job setting. It's not the same as a classroom, but I've done that kind of a situation. It's the classroom is very limited, and there's a lot of limitations that are put on teachers in what they can and cannot do. So sometimes it's not their fault. But I think probably the most valuable thing somebody who's teaching can have is communication skills. Be able to understand and be able to help other people understand you. So you need to, and to do that, you need to understand where they're coming from and what they're saying. You need to be able to listen and learn and observe what's going on to be able to sort of control your classroom, and kind of control what's going on and what child needs what. Some things are just more, you need to be lectured. It is just a lecture. You just need to be lectured so then I can get to the part where I explain each part of it. But you need to hear the whole thing. But if you don't explain that, which I don't think a lot of teachers do, if you don't explain how the situation is, then a lot of kids will have an expectation and you won't meet that expectation. Because the expectation is wrong, they're not receptive, right? And so if you sit down and say, okay, listen, kids, listen, guys, I'm going to give you an explanation, or I'm going to give you a blurb, and there's going to be stuff wrong with it, and there's going to be stuff that's right about it. I'm going to explain the whole situation, and then we're going to go through bit by bit, and I'm going to explain, and we can have a dialogue. We can talk about it. I can ask you what you think about this thing, and then it opens the classroom up to discussion and learning in that regard. But the only thing you have to be careful about that is it makes testing very, very difficult, because now you're in a situation where that kid said something right, but because the teacher didn't say it, the kids did not register that they needed to write that down in their notes for the exam down the line, because that's what the teacher's goal is in the current, at least the American education system, is the testing and whether or not you can demonstrate that you've learned the thing, but that's not what the testing's actually doing, right? The testing is just seeing if you can regurgitate what the answers that they want you to give, which is not the same as actually learning a topic or understanding how something functions, right? There's a lot of times in college and a lot of times in like high school where they don't actually teach you how to do the thing. They're like, here's the thing, do it. And then they expect you to do it, then they grade you, and then they say, do it again. But they don't tell you what you got wrong, or they don't reteach, or they don't sit down and explain it. They're just like, no, you just need to do it, and you're expected to do it, rather than any kind of like experimentation. There's no trial and error. And it's like, that's just not conducive for, I would probably say, everybody. There are some kids that are lucky and they'll get it right out the gate, or there are some kids that'll be like, no, I would just clearly copy that and just change the words and it's fine. But that's not going to help them later down the line, because that's just not the way the world works.
Yeah. Now, I've said the same about the UK education system. Is largely they teach you to pass exams. They teach you the answers to questions. And it's one of the things that I had, the difference between knowledge and information. You can have information that you regurgitate. That doesn't necessarily mean you have knowledge. If you have knowledge, you actually should be able to understand and justify how you know this thing.
Intelligence and wisdom.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it as well.
It's everywhere that way, though, like in Italy as well. I think one of the major issues actually with school systems in general is that they teach you to sort of game the system, right? You're gaming sort of to try to pass that test. But most people, like, they just, like, immediately after they just forget half of it because it doesn't matter anymore, and they keep the information as long as it's relevant to pass that test, and then they just forget it.
Yep.
And that's sort of the problem. And it's also like based on an expectation that people can hold all of this information at the same time in the brain and keep it. And I don't think that's a realistic expectation.
Yeah, it's part of the problem with summer vacation too, right? Summer vacation is considered a dump. None of the teachers, when you come back from summer vacation, expect you to remember anything you learned beforehand. And they start
Yeah.
They start from very easy on, especially like as soon as high school starts. Sometimes junior high. So they don't expect you to have retained anything through summer vacation. So because that expectation isn't there, you're like, oh, so I can just dump all this. Cool. Off it goes.
Yeah.
So you're setting yourself up for failure by doing that. And it's usually just like a flippant thing for teachers to justify a refresher. And like, don't do that. Just be like, okay, so we're just going to give you a bit of a refresher. I just want to make sure that I know where everybody's starting from because this is a new class, instead of saying, so I assumed you just forgot everything you fucking learned in the past year and a half because I think you're idiots. Right? There's a reading between the lines that happens of, oh, so it's okay for me to have forgotten everything, so next time I can just forget everything. Sweet.
Yeah, because you're creating artificial sort of reasons to keep the information, because outside of like most schools don't explain like why you should remember these things. So it's automatically almost like you just keep the information in order to pass the test, and that's it. And so why would you keep the information? In most kids' brain, at least, like why would you keep the information after you pass the test? Like it's not useful anymore, so you just dump it.
There's a part of what needs to happen is just a rework of the topics of the what's the word I'm looking for here? Geography and math and English and the classes, the rework of the topics, whatever. There's a word for it, and it's out of my brain. But they reworking how you learn math and actually teaching people what math is. You have any idea how many years out of school I was before somebody had sat down or I looked up what is math even? Why is math? Why do we do this? What is this? They don't explain any of that. They ought to. They don't. And instead of using apples and oranges to teach mathematics, use business and economics.
Yeah.
Right? Now you don't have to do an additional, way too late business and economics class because your mathematics class already has budgeting, it already has mortgages, you're utilizing those things and those topics to teach the mathematics. Your English class is probably ridiculous. I took so many English courses and they were useless. But it's not because they were necessarily bad. It's because so much of it was like non-useful essay writing. Instead, learning like your English class ought to be a communications class. It ought to be speaking and understanding and probably some philosophy of like critical thinking stuff. Having it just be English is like, I mean, that makes sense when you're in very low grades. It makes sense that you're like, oh, I'm learning vocabulary, or oh, I'm learning literature, or oh, I'm learning ABC. But I get 4 years of Shakespeare, but it's only a unit in the class. So I only spend a month learning a Shakespeare play, and then I do nothing with it. Why?
That's a big issue with a lot of education, though, is it's not applicable to the rest of your life. I mean, for example, how many of you out there have actually used Pythagoras, for example? I actually used it once. Then I realized that actually I could have just taken a tape measure. I was just like, why am I using it? But it was just because at that point in time, it was like, I finally found a time in my life where I need Pythagoras' theorem. Fantastic. And then went, oh, no, I didn't. I didn't need to because I've measured this and this, so I could have just measured that. Why have I done it that way?
More valuable would English class be if it was philosophy and language?
I generally think that philosophy should be like, it just should be one of the main subjects, at least some things like logic and epistemology. Like those are just so fundamental to how we think and how we form beliefs, and in general useful to everything from politics to ethics to, like, I don't understand why people just don't push that more. Like it seems so obviously a thing that we should do, like as we teach language and
especially
math,
ethics,
and that's just like how reasoning works. Reasoning works should be a subject. Like that's the hill I will die on.
I think there is actually an answer to that question. The answer is industry. Schools only exist because industry. They're not teaching you how to be a person. They're not teaching you how to educate or be a well-educated person to make decisions in politics. They're teaching you how to be fodder in a factory.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. No,
unfortunately, that is very, very true. I wish it wasn't.
Well, to be fair, it worked for a time because people were going from zero education, from nothing. You have no education, and now you have enough to get by, so that way if you wanted to climb the corporate ladder, you could do that work, because climbing the ladder in school is the same as the corporate ladder. It's the same thing. It's being able to regurgitate the right answer to the right person at the right time.
Yep.
Right? So it's the same thing. It teaches you how to be successful in an environment that doesn't exist anymore, though. The corporate doesn't work the way it used to anymore because there's so much going on with social media, and because so much has changed with just economics, and just the lack of people who understand what taxes are and how they function blows my fucking mind. Because you get people who are like, I hate taxes. It's like, okay, why? Oh, because people are taking money from me. But they're not, though, not in the way that you think they are. So it's just this bizarre. Realistically, if you had better, the thing is if you have better educated people, it changes the dynamic of the people who are in charge.
Yeah.
Always has, always will. And so the people who are in charge, and I don't mean this as a conspiracy theory thing, I mean this as the people who are in charge want to remain in charge. If you're in power, you don't want to not be in power anymore. And people who are educated are the biggest threat to that if you're an asshole.
Yeah.
But if you're not an asshole, it's not a problem.
Yeah. Equally, that's one of the problems with the sort of two-party system that you end up having in a lot of democracies as well, is the fact that they will accept that, you know what, in 4-8 years time or 5-10 years time, they might not be in power, but they'll be back in power again in 4-8 years time or 5-10 years time, depending on the system. So they don't want to change the system whilst they're in it. There are better systems than this, but they accept that it's better that they have the power every 4 to 8 years or 5 to 10 years than it is for them to change the entire system and actually risk never getting in power again. I mean, it's one of the issues I have with a lot of politics, is the fact that it is just designed to keep the people who regularly have power in power, rather than actually deal with any issues the country is facing. And it's so polemic. You have people on both sides, your right and your left, going too far right and too far left, and never actually going, well, actually, I agree with what they did there because it kind of actually works for the economy, but I think we should apply this bit to it. There needs to be a more central form of politics.
It's about moving forward and but the problem is if you say that, oh, we want to be progressive, we want to move things forward, you've got people who are like, no, we can't change things at all because reasons. And the thing is that people are naturally a lot of the time afraid of change, because change is risky, change is different, change is dangerous. And to a degree, yes, but the point is that it's calculated. It's a calculated change. It's not just, on a whim, we've decided that we're suddenly going to spend $1 bajillion over at this corner with no plan. That would be ridiculous. Yep. No, it's an educated adjustment rather than a change or a progressive agenda. Because as soon as you call it something like progressive agenda, people who are conservatives are like, they're turning the frogs gay. No, we're just saying that gay people should have rights.
Yeah. I mean, you even notice that with things like gun control, going, maybe there should be more checks about people who buy guns in the future. And they go, you're trying to take my guns away. No, that's not what I said at all. I said that just maybe that there should be a bit more background checks and why do you need a gun? Why, all of that sort of thing. You're trying to take my gun away. Okay, I'm not having that conversation. I'm not talking about taking your gun away. But the fact that you're so defensive makes me think that maybe you're the sort of person that probably should have their gun taken away from them.
Probably. The thing is like, it's also really difficult to have some of these conversations when you have to quantify. So when you're already talking about something specific, and then you have to, because people are so sensitive that you have to quantify that you're not talking about them or everybody. You see that with like the Black Lives Matter. Like, how sensitive do you have to say, well, all lives matter? That's not what we're talking about. Anybody say your life didn't matter. We're just saying, hey, these lives do matter, and we should start treating them as if they do matter, because your life isn't getting treated like it doesn't matter, so we don't have to have that conversation. Well, why should I have to quantify this when we're already having this specific conversation? And then when you're having the conversation and you've got 7 or 8 people from the side flinging in at different points of the conversation saying, oh, but all lives matter, that's fuck off.
I think on that point there is the fantastic meme about someone. So there's a house burning and there's water. Someone with a hose trying to put out the fire. Why aren't you doing it to my house? So your house isn't on fire right now. So what are you saying? My house doesn't matter? No, your house does matter. But this particular house is on fire, so it needs the water right now. If your house is ever on fire, I will put water on your house too to try and extinguish your fire. And that's the whole Black Lives Matter thing. Black Lives Matter isn't saying that other lives don't matter. It's about saying the black lives are fucking on fire right now and they need to be doused. And your white lives, our white lives, right now don't need to be doused.
If you're in America, you need to be really careful about putting a hose onto black people, all right? Interestingly enough here, nobody in this call is American, so it doesn't matter anyway.
That's true. Got a Canadian, an Italian, and a complete wanker.
God, that's one of the things that bothers me about communication and just America in general. They're very, very self-centered. So that way, if there's other people making that kind of analogy, they'll immediately tie it to their own history and say you're wrong. And it's like, but we're not American, though. We don't study your history that extensively, as much as you like to think everybody does. Nobody cares.
Yeah, nah. I sort of understand it in some ways. I mean, speaking about, okay, if we're going to address social issues, I can understand how when people talk about how patriarchal society is and how men mistreat women, and the urge to say, well, it's not all men, it's not me, I don't do that sort of thing. That is there because you want to qualify that. I appreciate that this happens, but I'm not one of the people that does it. And I do get that. I genuinely do. But the problem is the issue isn't about you. It's about how it actually happens in the larger scheme of things. Most women in this situation, if we're talking about how men do certain things, appreciate that it isn't all men as well. Even if they do go, men do this. They're not talking about all men. They're talking about a generalistic behavior. Exactly. And I think men in this situation need to be more supporters of the women. I do understand that urge to say, well, I don't do that, so that's not me. Do you know what? The way you can prove that you don't do that and they're not talking about you is by supporting the statement and going, yeah, my gender is generally a load of shit and we do a lot of cuntish things and I want most men to actually change their behaviors and be better.
It comes down to it's not, you're right, it's not about you. It's about it's about a general situation that happens too often. Is it the majority of men who do this or not? It doesn't matter because the majority of men are spending so much of their time saying it's not me that they're not dealing with the majority of these issues that are constantly happening. Yeah. So even if it isn't the exact number of men doing it, if one man is going out and doing this 7, 8, 9, 10 times in a week, which is putting it lightly, if you're talking about a man who goes out to the bar every night and smacks all of the waitresses' asses that night, and they're there for 4 hours, and there's a shift change. Congratulations. This one guy just spent 4 hours slapping 7 women on the ass. And so you've got a situation where, it was only one guy, but that one guy did it enough for every dude in the bar to have done it at least once, and not a single one of those men said a damn word.
And that's the biggest part of the problem. Is the fact that men tend not to stand up against the negative behaviors of other men.
Or they applaud it.
Yeah.
Or they stand up against it one side and then applaud it behind closed doors. That's a thing that happens. We saw that whole locker room talk. What is wrong with you? No. Are you seriously having conversations about assaulting people? Seriously assaulting people? It's one thing to be oh, hey, I think that girl was hot. I'd like to have sex with her. That'd be cool. And being oh, so I walked up to this girl and I grabbed her from behind by the tits and I shook them around a little bit. She seemed to like it.
Yeah. There's a big difference in that conversation. I think whether you're male or female and whatever your sexuality is, there is part of you that will be sexually drawn to someone, and you might say to a friend, I'd fucking love to fuck the shit out of that. That is one thing. It's not necessarily the nicest statement to make, but it's what goes on in our minds. But there's a
it might not be appreciated depending on the woman, which is why you're not saying it to her.
Exactly. And flip side, there might be women who say that about men as well, to their friends. But there's a big difference between that and the locker room talk that you just mentioned too. There's a big difference between explaining how sexually attracted you are to that person than going
explaining how you're going to assault them.
Yeah.
Or how
sexually assault or rape them. Yeah. Exactly. There's a big difference.
The thing is when it comes to stuff like this, it's so easy when you start talking about how it like, oh well, I'm not like that, or I think women are like this too. We're not talking about the women right now. We're talking about the men. There very, very well may be. So if you put it back to Black Lives Matter, there very well might be Black people who are racist towards Black people and Black people who are racist towards white people or Asian people or whatever. Sure, we're not talking about those people right now. We're talking about the problem with this, and this. If these are the conversations you have and you come over here and say, oh, well, Black people are racist too, good for them. That's not the conversation we're having. So if I say, oh, hey, I have a problem, or women are having a problem with this type of behavior coming from men. Oh, well, I think women do this too. So what? We can deal with that when we're done dealing with this, or we can deal with them both at the same time. But that's not the conversation we're having over here right now. We're talking about this stuff over here, not this stuff over here.
Yeah. And realistically, in that situation, we're dealing with a larger issue. I mean, even if you were to turn around and go, well, yeah, women do it too. Yeah, what percentage of women versus men do this sort of thing? Because, sure, we want to deal with the major issue rather than the minor issue. So let's deal with the fact that men do this and let's squash it. And then if we then turn around and go, well, actually, now there's this women do it, no men do it anymore, and there's this many women that do it. Okay, now let's deal with that. But at the moment, the biggest issue is the problem with men.
So I do know that there are some people out there I've had this conversation with before, where it's a little bit more equalized to say that, hey, listen, there's a lot of problem with domestic abuse. And domestic abuse goes both ways. It's actually pretty close to being the same number on both sides. So now it's no longer a problem with men or women or gender focused, because now it is an equal level where now there's a problem with just domestic abuse.
Yep.
How do we deal with domestic abuse? Two ways. Well, there's lots of ways, but two examples.
Genocide.
Yeah, exactly.
Kill everyone. There's no more problem with domestic abuse.
A lot of problems when it comes to domestic abuse, relationship abuse, the issues that women have with men's behavior. A lot of it comes from toxic masculinity. That doesn't mean men are toxic, by the way. That doesn't mean being masculine is toxic. It's talking about very specifically things that are toxic to and for and from men. Now, that's toxic masculinity is bad for men. It's bad for women. It's bad for everybody. It's not something anybody wants.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Nobody wants it. This is a feminist talking point. I don't mean feminazi. I mean like feminist, like equality and equity feminism. The fact that I have to quantify so much of this should exactly tell you exactly the kind of problems that we're dealing with.
Yep.
Don't be so fragile is the answer. If you want to have a discussion, you earnestly want things to be better, do not be so fragile about having the conversation, because nobody's saying that you have to take personal responsibility, that you're not Jesus.
Damn straight. I think that the toxic masculinity thing is a big point that is hard to have. There's so many expected behaviors for men, and there's so many pressures in that regard that it turns us into complete cunts. You know,
Yeah. No. You're
and then that-
expected to be assholes.
yeah.
And so, like, it's like, so I have to be an asshole, and it's like, no, stop being an asshole. Well, what am I supposed to do? And you lash out. Like, what do you? This is the same thing with kids. If you set this expectation that you expect men to be a certain way, then they're gonna be a certain way, or they're gonna lash out the other way, and it's not good for anybody. You don't want somebody to be like, hey, I think that men shouldn't show emotions. Men shouldn't be emotional. And then suddenly you've got a bunch of people who will refuse to communicate with you about emotions and just lash out in other ways because they have to get that out of their system somehow. Now, does that justify anybody hitting anybody else? No, of course it doesn't. That's not acceptable. But you now understand that they're a product of this system. So if you stop that system from happening and you remove that toxic bit of the system out, you now have a far more rounded and far more open idea of what masculinity is and can be without this kind of toxic poison that's a part of it. That doesn't need to be there.
Which is why I actually think, and I mean, this is sort of segueing away, but I think it's actually related, why ethics needs to be taught at a young age.
Yes.
Because if we have that, it will sort of negate the toxic masculinity. Phil, what are you trying to say there?
No, nothing. I was just unmuting. Sometimes it happens that there's other stuff going on around here, so I don't want to interrupt, and I mute myself.
Fair enough.
I agree, by the way, with pretty much everything, like word by word of what you just. Like, I experienced it as well. Like, I experienced it at least in high school and stuff as well. Like, you can tell. I mean, there is this pressure that you were talking about to be a certain way.
To be a man.
And I think,
I'm a man.
Yeah, exactly. That sort of thing. So yeah, it's not easy to get out of it. And if you try, then there are consequences at a social level at least, and that's the problem.
You get ostracized for it, and
people are complaining a little bit because there is a blurring of the genders. There's like a little bit of a blurring of that line of what makes a man and what makes a woman a woman. And the thing is that blurring, I don't think is a bad thing. It should be a little bit vague. It shouldn't necessarily be this stringent definition of what makes somebody man and what makes somebody woman, what makes somebody masculine and what makes somebody feminine, because it's arbitrary.
Yep.
It doesn't mean anything.
Yep.
Be however you want to be and accept yourself for what you do and who you are. And so if you want to be more feminine about this aspect, or you want to be more masculine about this aspect, who the fuck cares?
I'm with you.
Yeah, and as long as you're not harming anyone, you can be like whatever you want. Like, I don't care if you want to be like super masculine or whatever that means. If that's not resulting in negative behavior, then so be it. Like,
right. But the only reason that would result in negative behavior is the toxicity that tends to come with it. And it's not even like it's only men that enforce this on men. Women enforce this on men. Mothers enforce this on their children. It's awful. You could almost, in some extreme situations, it's abuse.
Yeah, boys don't cry. That's how it starts. It starts with the boys don't cry. That's
or
how it
the
starts.
Boys will be boys.
Yeah, that's another awful one. And I think you're right on the whole gender side of things. At the end of the day, there's some biological differences between the sexes, right?
Sure.
And there are certain things on that side that, obviously, unless I put on a bit more weight, I'll never need a bra. I will, unless I have a really bad nosebleed, never need a tampon. There are certain things between the sexes that are different, but in general, we shouldn't be held to standards of behavior because of our sex, and that's what gender is. It's an expected standard of behavior of a particular sex.
It's a social construct based on your biology.
Yeah,
and it doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't have to be at all.
That because we decided it is. If we want to just change it, we can just change that. And the thing is that those boxes are very, very narrow, and they have been very narrow for a long time, and they just don't have to be. And that's what's starting to happen. You're starting to find that there's no reason why women should dress a certain way and men should dress a certain way. I spent a lot of my time in high school wearing baggy t-shirts and jeans. I was basically a cross-dresser. You know what nobody ever called me? A cross-dresser. The closest I ever got called to that is people called me a tomboy. Yeah. That's about it. So because I'm wearing a t-shirt and I'm wearing boys' clothing, and nobody cared. But if you were to flip that around, people lose their damn shit. And the answer is the only reason why things are really gendered the way they are right now and will continue to be gendered for as long as they will be before that change happens, marketing.
Yeah. You're right.
Video games are a perfect example. Pink was not always the girl color, and blue was not always the
It was actually
color.
the other way around in the Victorian ages. It was. Yeah.
And it got flipped. Why? Marketing. Yeah. Video games used to be gender neutral. When video games first came out, they were marketed to boys and girls. Go look at some of the older ads. Pong and shit was marketed as a family game that brothers and sisters could play together. Yeah. And then marketing happened, and now it's all
a guy thing.
Toxic masculine mess.
And if it's not a guy thing, it's this overly cutesy, pathetic sort of thing that this is the sort of game that girls like.
Pokemon isn't a real game, girls. If you're a girl who plays Pokemon, you're not a real gamer.
Yeah, and let's face it, there's probably more men that play Pokemon than there are girls as well, in that regard.
But probably not anymore, actually. That's probably done at least an equalize, if not a switch.
There.
If you, like, the way Nintendo has done so much goddamn good when it comes to how toxic gaming has been. By Nintendo, so back when it was like as toxic as I think it's ever been was when the console war was going on, and that was like when the 360 and the PlayStation, the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360-ish era, and Microsoft and Sony were just at each other, going for the exact same demographic, and the demographic was 16 to 28-year-old men. That was it. That was the only people games were being made for. Were there women who liked to play those games? Yes. Yep. But you would get fucking shit on if anybody found out you were a girl. So it was not a pleasant place to be. But Nintendo didn't do that. Nintendo started making the Wii and the Wii U, which was marketed at the people with money. So adults and grandparents and children, because the adults and grandparents are going to buy it for their children, and it's a family game, and everybody can play. All of a sudden, moms and grandparents and girls were all welcome to be able to come and play Nintendo games. And so that's where you started getting into the Mario and the Pokemon, and they're not real games. The only real games are Call of Duty. And then Splatoon came out. And suddenly Nintendo, because they were going after money, hey, look, capitalism fixed the problem.
To a degree, it actually did. Yeah. I mean, as much as I will speak out against a lot of capitalist things, especially when it comes to healthcare.
Yeah, it wasn't actually capitalism. That's just a funny...
No, but you're right. If it wasn't for capitalism in that regard, I know it wasn't capitalism.
It was widening their demographic. Yeah. Because they still made the standard games. They still made the Zeldas. They still made the Marios. They still made the Metroid. The games that were like the gamer games were all still there. So they just opened it up and marketed it in a way that would allow it, stopped gatekeeping the community.
But let's face it. Look at Nintendo from always. Samus, the hero of Metroid, has always been female. So even when I was a little kid and, I don't know, 7, 8 years old, playing the first Metroid on my, was it NES or SNES? I can't remember. It was either a NES or a SNES. But even back then, that was, like, you know, a female hero. And that generally wasn't done in a lot of Western culture. But I think a lot of Eastern culture, you do have those Eastern heroes. I think there's a lot of less toxicity between the sexes in
it is a
Eastern
different
culture.
kind of toxicity. And so when something gets localized, some of that kind of gets sort of either brushed under the rug or gets changed or adjusted in a few ways. Nintendo has always been pretty like open-ended that way when it came to male or female protagonists, whereas you'll notice that Xbox and Sony are very much like, very narrow. An example is even just the like the standard Nintendo lineup, right? If you look at the standard Nintendo lineup, you're talking about Mario, Luigi, and Peach. Peach and Toad are just as well-known characters. And it's not like Peach doesn't have her own games.
Yep.
Where she just does whatever she's doing. You play Mario Party, you can play as Daisy or Peach. You gotta play, there are female characters. Nintendo has been always very much open to having multiple different genders of varying. How many people love Waluigi? What is Waluigi? Like, you want to play as Boo? You can play as Boo. You want to play as a Koopa? You can play as a Koopa. Go play tennis as a Koopa. Nobody cares. A Banjo-Kazooie is a male and a female character working together. Banjo doesn't do shit. Banjo is the guy who walks around and does the walkie explory part where Kazooie takes a nap in the backpack. And then anytime there's something that needs to be done, like you need to press a button, you need to shoot a thing, you need to kill an enemy, Kazooie does all that work.
This is my relationship with my wife.
Yeah. You do the point A to point B, and she's like, okay, problem solved. Okay, problem solved. There you go.
Brilliant. The wife and I have Banjo-Kazooie.
If you haven't played that game or looked at that character dynamic in a while, do it. It's great.
I need to.
They're
I definitely need
hilarious. Like, you're saving Tootie, but who's the villain in Banjo-Kazooie? Gruntilda, a woman witch. Now you could get into like, oh, well, she just wants to be attractive. I mean, yeah, so what?
Who doesn't want to be attractive?
she's willing to commit evil to become pretty. And I'm sure there are male characters who are willing to do the same.
Hey, I'd do the same. If I could become pretty, you know, there's probably things that I wouldn't usually do that I'd do, you know. And I'm just throwing it out there.
Kidnaps Sister Tootie with a plan to steal her beauty. But it's like there's lots of games that are like that, and there's lots of and Nintendo has like Zelda, hell, Ocarina of Time. Zelda pretends to be Sheik and evades Ganon for 7 years. Well, Link is in the Temple of Time and he jumps back and forth. Just because he's jumping back and forth doesn't mean 7 years haven't been passing. Zelda escaped from Ganon and has been running around undermining him for 7 years and only gets caught when she reveals herself to Link.
So at the end of it, we realize that men are the root of all evil.
Maybe. It's time, the age of the patriarchy is end. The time of the matriarchy.
I think it needs to. I mean, at the end of the day, we fucked it up for millennia. I mean, could women really do a worse job than us? At the end of the day, they've probably learned from our mistakes. I would hope they have. If we haven't learned from our mistakes, so let's hope women have.
I think the answer is you just need kind of both. Have you seen some of the women in American Congress? Holy shit! Yo, my God, those women don't give a fuck. There was one woman who was going after not what's her name? There was Elizabeth Warren going after the bank, the Wells Fargo bank, and holy shit was that good. But there was another one recently, I want to say it wasn't Nancy Pelosi, but it was, I don't remember, Susan, I think her name is, I can't remember, but she did this, she wrote on a whiteboard and she's talking to one of these bank owners and she's like, okay, so you pay your employees X amount, well, they want to invest in your this offer that you're giving to people because they were basically getting them on this bullshit offer. What should she do to be able to afford that. She has to pay this. These are her bills, and you're paying her this much. How is she supposed to invest in your bank? So you've got your own employees not paying them enough to do anything. The guy was like, I don't know. He's like, you're head of the financial department. What do you mean you don't know? Work another job. Why? She works 60 hours for you.
Yeah. I find that pull up your bootstraps attitude of, well, if you're not getting enough money from one job, get another job or get a different job. No. People deserve to have a life. I think that's one of the biggest issues with a lot of the way the modern world works, where people are in less fortunate positions to start with. I mean, I accept that I was in a very privileged position growing up. I didn't originally because everyone else around me was more privileged than me. You know, I was at the bottom rung of privilege, so I always saw everyone else being more privileged than me. Looking back on it, I was more privileged than most people. You know,
that's one of the things that people get upset about, though. If you say, hey, you have privilege, they go, well, I had a bad life. And it's like, you don't understand what the word means. It means that there are things in life that people have to worry about that you've never had to concern yourself with.
Damn straight.
So, like, if you're talking about getting your ass slapped at a bar while you're a waitress, should you just go get another job? How come that guy is able to slap me? Why do I have to move?
Damn straight. And why don't I get my ass slapped in bars? I mean, I really want my ass slapped.
Right. So you have this, like, listen, I don't have the privilege of assuming that guy is not going to do something to me when the bar closes. Yeah. It's a privilege for the bartender, let's say the bartender is a dude, to not have to worry that when he leaves for work, the guy who didn't slap him on the ass isn't waiting for him outside of the bar. Yeah. Right? When closing time comes. That's a privilege. It's a privilege for a man to, even if you are dog whistled at by women, that they're not going to pull up a block away and drag you into the car. You don't have to, that's not something that even crosses your mind, because it's not something you need to be concerned about. This is why you get people misunderstanding, like, well, why is catcalling a big deal? Because it's not just, I don't have the privilege of not assuming that those people in the car aren't following me or going to be pulled up around the corner waiting for me when I walk by. It's a threat. It's not viewed as a threat by the man, and a lot of the times whoever is doing the catcalling doesn't really mean anything by it a lot of the time. I think that's fair to say.
But I think in a general situation, it probably is done in a genuine way of, hey, you're fucking beautiful and this is how I'm presenting it. It's done in the wrong way, and I completely admit it's done in the wrong way, and it's done in a threatening way.
Right, it wouldn't be that bad if the threat wasn't there.
Yeah.
But because there is an active threat pretty well all the time, this isn't like a matter of, if you get catcalled by a woman, that the context that woman is going to jump you and rape you around the block isn't there. Yep. With women it is. So the woman doesn't have the privilege to grant the charity that the man means something nice, because if you grant that charity and you let your guard down, you're going to get blamed for being attacked.
Yep.
Because then it's your fault for putting yourself into that position.
Yeah.
You see the problem. It's a compounding problem here. And then it just gets worse and worse. Now you were assaulted by somebody and you've been raped. Well, now your boyfriend doesn't like that another man has been with you.
Yeah.
And now your whole relationship, maybe they were your fiance, maybe they were your husband, and they can't handle the fact that you were attacked. And now your whole relationship has fallen apart. Maybe you have kids. Like there is so much compounded into this one problem, and all it is to men. Oh, well, it was just a catcall. I didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, but I can't take the risk that you did. I don't have that privilege of being able to grant that charity or that assumption.
There is a lot more to that sort of situation. Like, I could make a comment to my wife that was jokingly misogynistic, and she would take it in that way because she knows me. She knows me very well. It'd be very different for me to say the same thing to her if she didn't know me. You know?
Right.
And
at the same time, if she knows you and she expresses that, hey, I don't appreciate that, you're gonna just not take offense to it. You're gonna say, oh, okay, I didn't mean to bother you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just having a laugh. I didn't realize that was a trigger for you. I do apologize. I won't say it again. And that's genuinely a good. I mean, to be honest, we've got the sort of rapport where I could have a joke with you, and I could say something, and you could turn around to me and go, "Actually, Joe, like that was a little bit too close to." And I go, "I'm sorry. I thought we were just having a bit of banter. I didn't realize that was going over the line. I now know that your line is at least at this point. Let me know in future if I cross that line again, because I don't want to cross that line with you. I'm just going to have a bit of banter with you." But equally, you know from the situation, if we do have that sort of banter, I've got a wife. I'm not actually seriously going across the line. You know, there's context there. When you have the catcall, there is no context there. All you have is some fucking creepy guy going over the line and over it and over the line. It's not even going a little bit over the line and making a little bit of a cheeky comment and going, "Oh, how are we going?" It's
there's also another dynamic that I think gets overlooked a lot. If you're getting catcalled and they're in a vehicle and you are not in a vehicle, where the fuck are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Are you gonna outrun the car?
yeah. Depending on location, but yeah, you're right.
How many people are in that vehicle? You don't know who those people are. You don't know where they're going. You don't know their license plate. You don't know anything about them. And for all you know, they're going to pull over, they're going to grab you, and they're going to drive away.
Yep. Yeah.
And you can't go anywhere. There is no escape route for you, because where are you going to go? And if you try and run away, maybe they're just going to hit you with their car.
Yeah. And statistically, most violent crime and everything. I mean, if we just go violent crime is generally done by men.
There is such a thing when it comes to, well, why wasn't this girl just honest that she wasn't interested in me? And the answer is because we don't have the privilege to know how you're going to react. Because men react poorly sometimes.
I think sometimes is a big understatement. We generally react poorly. And do you know what? Part of that is our biology. Part of that we can't necessarily control. But that doesn't excuse it. It explains it. And there's a difference between excusing something and explaining something, right? Men are testosterone fueled, right?
Yeah.
We're basically, our default is we're a bit of a dickhead. That's how it works.
Testosterone is a hell of a drug, and it's just a matter of like what is expected, right? And so if somebody comes to me and they hit on me at a bar, sometimes you have to navigate. It's a difficult situation to navigate, because now I don't know if I'm not interested in you. I need to come up with the best way to say that to this person I don't know, who I don't know how they're going to respond to, and I don't know anything about them. For all I know, I'm going to say, "Oh, well, thanks, I'm not interested," and they're going to slap me. Right? Like, I don't know how this person's going to react. You see it all the time if you go like to the subreddit Are Nice Guys. "Hey, how's it going? You didn't answer me in the first 5 minutes. I hope you get raped. Fuck you." What the fuck? This is regular. This is a normal thing that happens. And so the fact that it's a regular thing, and then you're trying to talk about how this is a regular thing that we have to deal with. Fuck this shit. And somebody comes in and says, "Oh, not all men are like that."
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
I didn't do that.
Not all men are like that.
I'm fucking talking to you. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? Well, women are bad too.
It's so fucking what?
Yes, and
what? Why are you focusing on COVID, flu, and the bubonic plague are bad? Yeah, but COVID is the problem right now. COVID is the major problem that's happening to our planet. So
my sister was bit by a dog once. I have this puppy and she is so cute. My sister was mauled by a dog and died. Okay.
Yeah. Fuck off with your bullshit anecdotes.
I don't like it's a weird ingrained defense mechanism that which is like it just
Oh,
is there a friend
is
out
the
there?
mailman there? Mr. Serious, I just want to say, I think you're very pretty. Just whilst Cheshire's sorting out her dog, you're definitely very pretty, and I will give you lots of cuddles if you need them. Three Rusty Nail says that's a good idea for a lot of things: racism, feminism, masculinity, etc. Teach the ethics of those areas in a school at a young age. So that's talking about our earlier conversation. I'm a bit behind on the chat conversation. I do apologize, and I think that's a very correct point in the sense that we don't actually learn about these things generally until we leave school completely. And we might have a surface covering of these sorts of issues, maybe in the high school, but we don't learn about them when in our formative years. And in our formative years, we're taught that we're very different people. Outdone. You're Tyler, aren't you? I'd prefer to call you Tyler Yeah, you're a fucking dude, by the way. As in, you're fucking cool. You're a dude. It wasn't a gender specific thing. It was just saying, I think you're fucking wicked.
Dude, I think we're in the great year of our Lord 2021. Dude is a gender neutral term.
Yeah, no, I think it is as well. One of our authors has come out as trans, and I must admit, it's been. The transition hasn't just been for them, it's also been for me, learning to relearn my pronouns for them. And I fully accept them whoever they are. I've always loved them for who they are underneath the meat bullshit that is on the outside. So it doesn't matter to me whether they are he, she, or whatever other pronoun and name they want to use. But there are times where I fuck up. There are times where I fuck up and I say he instead of she and things like that. And I feel like a bit of a dick when I do it. But it's habitual. I mean, it takes me a long time to learn someone's name as it is. I struggle with names. I really, really, really struggle with names. And all that sort of thing. So I don't necessarily see a lot of the surface bullshit. I see the underneath. And it's why I actually struggle with it. I remember once, actually, this is probably going about 6-7 years, one of my friends came out to me as being gay, and I didn't realize it was a big deal because it was like, well, and what? To me, it was just like, I don't care. He and I had slept in a bed a number of times together, and it was like, yeah, and what? Like, at the end of the day, know.
It's not like he did anything to you. The thing is, like, gender and sexuality are probably the least interesting things about a person.
Yeah.
Most people do not care who you're sleeping with. They do not care.
Yep.
And there's only a select few groups of people who care about who you're sleeping with because of their gender, and that's about it. Like, if we were a little bit more fluid and a little bit less giving a shit and cared more about whether or not a relationship was sexual because it was appropriate versus whether or not it was appropriate based on gender, we'd probably do a lot better. And that's like from a kid's age. You're allowed to have sleepovers with girls. You're not allowed to have sleepovers with boys. The boys are allowed to have sleepovers with boys, but not with girls. And it's like, guess what? Gender does not necessarily decide your sexuality. Yep. So maybe just let everybody have sleepovers and be careful for people being like sexually inappropriate when it's sexually inappropriate.
Yep. Yeah. No,
maybe stop making a big deal out of nothing.
Yeah. And I think then again, that's one of the things.
Women don't have that privilege because it's likely that they're going to take advantage of.
Yeah. No, I understand women don't necessarily have the same privilege in that regard, but I think it's been one of the things I've struggled with in my teenage to adult life, in the sense that I've just regarded people as people, and regardless of their sexuality. And there have been people who have felt comfortable enough to come out to me, and on my bad, and it is my bad, because I've seen it as not a big deal, because it's not a big deal to me. I don't care who you fuck. I don't care what you're interested in. I fucking love you, regardless of what you like. You understand me. I don't want to fuck you. And, there's all of that. But at the end of the day, none of that's important. I fucking love you for who you are underneath all that bullshit.
Yeah, the thing is that's where we want society to be. We want it to be at that point. It's just right now it's a big deal because society isn't at that point. And so you kind of gotta, the reason why somebody might be more willing to come out to you is because they know, or they're confident that your reaction is going to be that you're not going to care. And they want you to care a little bit, as in they want you to think that they're okay, or say that, no, it's cool. But at the same time, they're like, I can tell somebody and they're not going to give a shit. Yeah. That's just kind of nice.
Yeah. No, but that's the bit that I learned from that experience, is the fact that I had to show that I cared a little bit. Is the fact
care
that
they're okay. Yeah. Right. You care that like they're safe. You care that like I'm glad that you are comfortable. I care that you are comfortable yourself. Right?
I don't give a shit where you want to slice your meat. But I'm glad that you feel comfortable enough with me to tell me where you want to slice it.
Right. But at the same point, where should society go? Should we go down the line of we just don't make assumptions and don't care? Or do we go down the line of applauding any kind of public presentation of somebody's sexuality in like a whether I'm gay or not situation, right?
Yeah, I don't think necessarily should. I think we need it short term. But I don't think that we should long term. I think that we should get to a point where we just accept people for who they are, because it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if people aren't doing harm, what the fuck does it matter?
Right.
And I think that's the point that we should get to. I think short term we need all the pride marches, whether it's gay pride or any of the other marches that go out there, because there is a lack of awareness and acceptance of certain issues. But I want us to be the point where it's like someone goes, yeah, well, I'm gay, and people go, yeah, and what? Because
people don't even say I'm gay anymore. People just say, hey, I think that guy's pretty attractive. Oh, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. Right? Like, it's not even that the conversation doesn't even exist anymore. It's the point where, like the gay pride parade is just done as a tradition. It's the same as the Santa Claus parade. Some people come out to see it and some people don't. And it's like, you know what? Sometimes it's a lot of fun and sometimes it's not. And sometimes people pick and choose whether or not it's a tradition now. It's just something that you do as like Halloween.
I'm with you there. And on that side where you're talking about the guys, I think I've always been able to point out where I think a guy is a good looking guy, because generally it's like, I wish I looked like that guy. That tends to be where it goes. I wish I looked like that guy. He is far hotter than I am. So if I'm ever going, I want to be looking like that guy, then clearly I think that guy's hot.
So there's something that's interesting about that. It has to do with like whether or not you find yourself attractive and like your own personal view of yourself. Because the thing is like you cannot be attracted to yourself. You could think that you're just not attractive. And that has nothing to do about whether or not other people think you're attractive, because you might not have the traits that you find attractive.
Yep.
Which is a really kind of a jump that I think really needs to be taught a lot more to high school students. Of like, hey, listen, just because you don't find yourself attractive doesn't mean you're not attractive, because you just may not have the traits that you find attractive. So let's say I thought round faces were attractive and I like little uppy button noses and I like maybe smaller eyes or like higher arched eyebrows or something like that. Does that mean I'm not attractive? No, it just might mean that I don't find myself attractive. So those are two different things. Right. And so if we can identify that those are actually two different things and say, like, listen, Joe might not be attracted to himself, but doesn't mean Joe's not attractive.
Yeah, no, same difference. I mean, I've said the same to like my wife, where I've gone, oh, I wish I looked that guy, and she's gone, no, I much prefer how you look. And it's been a genuine one, because obviously if we ever reference Will Smith, she'd go, yeah, I wish you were Will Smith. So it's not like there's a thing, but there's that sort of thing there. So you're definitely right. There is that subjective element to beauty, if it were.
There's a subjective element to how you view yourself.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's important for people to recognize that applies to how you view yourself. So just because you think this part of you is unattractive, it only means that it's your opinion that you don't like that trait in general. It has nothing to do about your actual overall personal attractiveness, right? Especially when it's subjective to the outside.
Yep.
And this is something that I think that a lot of teenagers struggle with, because they're, just coming into themselves, and they got all these hormones, and they've been shoved in a sardine box.
Definitely.
An absolute shit show that should probably be better managed, because it's mismanaged to hell and back right now. Yeah. But if you can understand that those are two different things, it will help your personal psychology immensely, because you stop judging yourself by what you find attractive standard, because just because somebody looks a certain way doesn't mean they're attracted to that thing.
Yeah. And for guys out there, just to say, women are a lot less shallow than you are. Just to say, honestly, if you can make a woman laugh, generally you're in there. And if you can't make them laugh, sing them a Disney song. It works. It really works.
That's two very good pieces of advice. Yeah. Yes.
That's how I got my wife. So, and she's far better looking than I am.
Men are attractive when they're comfortable. If you're comfortable, you're going to have a lot better luck when it comes to attracting somebody else, because it's very difficult to be attracted to somebody who is so distracted with whatever is going on with them that you're not seeing them yet. They haven't presented themselves yet. They're still nitpicking over a thread here or a thread that you see a woman fidgeting around with their clothes all the time. You see they're always touching something up, or they're not looking up because they're busy doing this, that they're not showing any kind of attentiveness. And because they're not comfortable, they're not willing to show you whatever it is. So how can you be attracted to something that you haven't seen yet? Yep. Now, sometimes people prey on that kind of behavior. Men and women both. There are women who will take advantage of a man who's not as competent and kind of bully them and push them around. And that's how you get people like Godless Engineer. On the other hand, sorry, I had to slide that one in there.
I mean, I don't know enough about them, but that's still.
I don't know
hilarious.
Either. I just wanted to make it. I just know he's pistol whipped. That's about it. I don't know if that's the case. I maybe if I were to watch enough videos of them together and actually spend some time evaluating their relationship and how they interact, I might be able to tell. But I'm not actually doing that. I was just making a joke.
Yeah, fair.
But you get in these situations where you'll find that's where you start seeing those domestic problems take place from the women's side. It's usually a woman has found a man that they're attracted to, or they've preyed on somebody who isn't going to say no to them.
Yep.
Right? They're going to kowtow to whatever the woman says, and that's not a very healthy relationship. Even if it's working, it's still not a very healthy relationship. And the same goes the other way, is a man will find, it's a trope. It happens so much that it's a trope with women. That's how often, you don't see this trope with men. It's not called a trope yet because it's not popular enough. But with women, it's the girl with daddy issues. Go get yourself a girl with daddy issues. They're easy. And It doesn't mean that they're easy to have sex with. It means they're easy to manipulate into sex.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that they're choosing to be loose with who they have sex with. It means they're easy to manipulate into having sex with you. Not the same thing.
No. And guys, That's essentially rape. Just so you know. Just so you know. So if you don't want to rape, don't manipulate someone into having sex. Even if they don't necessarily see it as rape themselves. That is basically what you're doing. Don't be a
You're
dick.
gross. Yeah. Don't be gross. Don't manipulate people. Don't emotionally manipulate people. Don't like it. Do not like. Do not do.
Catching up with the chat, Outdone says, boys will be boys should only apply to men doing stupid things, not shitty things. No, you're right. I think there are a lot of things. I mean, you consider like CKY, CKY2K, Jackass, and all of that lot. Yeah, that is what we should mean by boys will be boys. Doing that dumb shit rather than doing the shitty things.
I think my favorite is for boys will be boys is boys doing something dumb as a group together as like something positive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Jackass is a little bit dangerous, but more things like you've just got one boy and he's like a junior high student and he's like jumping around he's got his backpack on the ground and he's jumping around in a circle and he's just like and then like another guy joins and another boy joins and another boy joins and now suddenly you've got like 7, 8, 15 boys all jumping in a circle around this backpack for no fucking reason.
That's
is
a
boys
really
will
good
be boys.
boys will be boys. No, I like that. I
It's
wish
like
that had happened in my childhood.
Or like boys will be boys is girl lost her keys at a frat house. She shows up like during a frat party. She shows up at the frat house the next day and like it is the most chaotic place you've ever seen. There's one dude in his boxers making pancakes. There's like 3 dudes passed out in the living room. One of them's half on the floor. And there's like one guy who's awake and actually kind of fresh, but he's like clearly not going. It's like a Sunday. And he comes down and he's like, "Are you lost?" And she's like, "Hey, I lost my keys here last night. I'm not sure where they are." And he's like, "Okay, 1 second." Sends out group text. All of a sudden, all you hear upstairs, 7 guys come running down the stairs. "We found your keys. So these keys." They give her her keys and send her on her way. And they're all like, "Yeah, we found the keys." Chest bump.
If only it was that positive.
Boys.
Yeah. Let's face it, though, it's
just
not that way, though, is it, really?
It's this behavior. That's actually a story that I read that actually happened to somebody.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's like there's a mentality. It's like a childish excitement that boys have. And it carries over to when they're men sometimes. It's why like sporting events and stuff like that.
Sometimes, no, always. It's unless the men have been seriously mentally distraught. We have our childish like thing that it just goes until we die.
Get excited, and you get a couple of them in a room, and they all just turn into like 4 or 7-year-olds that are all just like just yelling, and it's just pure joy and elation, and it's adorable, and like that is the boys will be boys. It's boys being adorably stupid, and not necessarily dangerous, stupid, or malicious. It's adorably dumb because it's over nothing.
Chuck a bouncy ball into a room of 5 guys. I mean, that you'll get that sort of thing,
right? It's just this meaningless happiness that men seem to hold on to throughout their lives, that they manage to hold on to, and you see the same thing with women, but it's not awarded, it's not applauded. It's when women get in a room and they all get really tittery and they all just will laugh, and they'll just be walking down the street and they'll just be like they lose their minds over nothing. But the thing is they always get called out for saying that they're laughing or having a good time over nothing, and they get called a bunch of hens, or they get called derogatory, or they say they're just gossiping, or they say whatever they're interested in is stupid. And so I think that's the reason why you don't see it in women, but you do see it in men, because men don't get shit on for it in the same way.
No, you're right there. You're definitely right there. I mean, I wish you weren't right. I genuinely wish you weren't right, but you are right there. I can't not agree with you. I wish the world was a different place, but it's not.
Maybe one day. It's just a matter of like being able to. Oh my God, Ugandan Knuckles. Yes, that's me. That is me being a boys will be boys stupid excited. I fucking love Ugandan Knuckles, but also what happened. Ugandan Knuckles is a boys will be boys situation. There was a meme with this little fucking animation. It was just like a perfect storm. Somebody had made an animation that had Knuckles in this really derpy position, and all he said was, "Oh no." That was it. He was on the screen, said, "Oh no," and that was it. He was gone. Then suddenly in VR chat, the game, somebody showed up with a skin of that character, and they were running around, and they were just like, "Do you know the way?" What?
You
know the way, my brother. You know the way to Uganda. Because for some reason they picked up this movie quote of this guy in a movie that is Ugandan. And he said, I can't remember what it's called, Private something. I can't remember the name of the character, or Deputy something. And the guy's like, "Why are you running?" Because the girl gets out of the car and runs away. And he's like, "Where are you running? Where are you going? Why are you running?" And so this Ugandan Knuckles picked it up and started doing this in this game. And then suddenly there were 3 of them. Then there were 7 of them. Then there were 20 of them. Then there's hundreds of them. They're all just these Ugandan Knuckles running around. "Do you know the way? My brothers, this is not the way. This is the way."
I do not know the way. You do not know the way.
You do not know the way. You do not know the way. And it just,
it was stupid as fuck.
I don't
but
understand.
Funny.
It was meaningless and
Completely
annoying
meaningless.
and harmless and adorable. And just one of them would do something, and the rest of them would just pick it up immediately. There was no prior discussion to this. Oh, do you know my brothers? And they would just, one of them would start clicking, and everybody.
It's that
on the
sort
enemy.
of dumb shit, like, you know. I mean, I found it funny. Originally, the first time I heard it, though, I was just like, "What the fuck is going on?" Because I didn't have any context of it, and then it was one of those things that actually grew on me because I realized it was just people having a bit of a laugh. The initial thought was, "Oh no, people are being like, this is dumb," and people are being a little bit racist, and there's all this, and there's all, and there was all those sort of contextual questions, and then it was just like, no, it's just boys being boys, and it's that's what it can be. Yeah, exactly. It's the good version of boys being boys. You know, it's not the bad version of being boys.
When you get into VR, do you know they were all boys?
Well, no, and you know what? They probably weren't, because there was something funny in there, so it probably couldn't all be boys.
But holy shit, was that brilliant. They made Uganda. They made like a giant Ugandan Knuckles statue. They made like different skins. It was just a creative bunch of absolute nonsense for no reason. And it was just a singularity that just popped into existence. Oh God, I fell in love with it immediately. As soon as I saw it, I was like, "What is this?" I was so happy. For like 2 months, I was just the happiest I have ever been in my entire life. It was amazing. I have never loved a meme so much, and I don't think I ever will again. Like, the pinnacle of my life was just watching Ugandan Knuckles happen. That meant more to me than 9/11, because I was like in grade 6 and I don't really remember it that much. I didn't understand what any of it was, so it didn't mean a whole lot. This I understood. Oh, Ugandan Knuckles.
Can I leave you and Phil for 2 minutes just so I can have a wee? No? You
gotta pull an Anthony Riley and go get a bottle.
I've got a bottle.
Pull an Amazon.
No, I basically, I'm going to end the stream, or I'm going to go for a wee and leave you on it. So there's the 2 choices.
It's your channel. You do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to leave you and Phil for a minute, and I'll be right back.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I feel like
I just
hijacked.
I just can't always talk because it's very late here, and so I have to be careful and not speak so much. And then
we're
again,
all shouting.
No, Ben. I mean, I have that covered, fortunately.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah, go ahead.
No, you go. I talked a lot.
No, I mean it's sometimes like I find it hard, maybe because I have not a very good understanding of the language or something, but like I feel a bit like out of place sometimes in this conversation because I genuinely have like I haven't thought about these things so much, and so it's like I prefer listening and then giving comments when I have something that I feel like is worth saying.
Yeah, sometimes it's definitely valuable if you don't understand or you haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it or you're not sure to just listen for a little while and pull up different perspectives if you're looking at entering the conversation or ask a question if you have a question. And it's when you try and enter conversation that you maybe don't really understand, you end up putting your foot in your mouth that you don't
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
issue.
Yeah, that's something that I tend to want to avoid, so to not speak stupid stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a pressure, like a social pressure online to have an opinion as soon as you've heard about something. Like people are expecting you to have an opinion. And the thing is you don't have to. You can take your time. If somebody asks you, you say, "Oh, hey, I actually haven't thought about it this much, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I like what you're saying makes sense, or I don't understand this part of what you're saying." But you don't have to. You don't have to expound an opinion.
That's why I think the attitude that we were talking about earlier, like to enter discussions in general with this attitude to learn something, is always like helpful, because then you don't fuck up in this way. At least it's mitigated in a way, right? Because you don't try to win over people. You just like assume that there's something that you probably don't know about stuff, and so you are open-minded in that sense. And I find that very helpful.
It's really useful when you're dealing with somebody when it comes to like a social situation when you aren't part of that group. So if the group is Black people and white people, then if you're not a Black person and Black people are the people who are having their houses lit on fire, then your best bet to want to solve the problem, especially if you don't know very much about the problem, is to listen to what Black people have to say.
Yeah, definitely.
And that doesn't mean you have to agree with everything. And that doesn't mean that you don't necessarily ask questions. It means that you actually hear them out and don't assume they're trying to attack you as a white person, because they're not. They want to protect themselves. And so I guess maybe you'll get harmed if you stop them from protecting themselves, but that would be awfully harmful for you to do towards them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's true as well. Like this, but this in general, I think it fits fairly well within the discussion that we had earlier about like in general how we should teach people about things like how to approach conversations and stuff like that, which is I think a part of like even philosophy, stuff, principle of charity and stuff like that, because then you don't make these types of mistakes, at least not as often. And if you sort of can assume that most people understand these things, then you can have conversations on a different level as well, because you can sort of start from a different base. And this applies as well to stuff that we talked about earlier as well, where
as you build that rapport,
where people enter in discussions and then completely miss the point, for example, right? Like when we're talking about Black Lives Matter, for example, and then they go all lives matter and stuff like that. That's something that you can easily identify in a way if you know these things. So
on that front as well, you with the whole Black Lives Matter thing, you might have 99 people talking about the struggles they've had throughout the life, and then you'll have Denzel Washington going, "Well, I was fine, so I did all right with my life," and you go, "Right, okay, but you're ignoring the other 99 people who struggle."
The exception proves the rule.
And you have a lot of that, and you have a lot of white people who turn around and will go, "Well, look, Denzel did okay, so why hasn't everyone else?"
I never did anything bad to a Black person.
Yeah, and you have all of those comments, and you're like, no, that's exactly it. You've missed the point. There is a hell of a lot more.
You've not only missed the point, but now you're being problematic and detrimental to the point because you're obfuscating.
Yeah.
Damn straight.
Yeah, because you're trying to sort of stop the conversation from happening, because they're like, no, look at this is not an issue, because like look at me, I'm good. So it's almost like you're trying to make an argument here that is clearly not working for what is being said.
It's not a problem because I managed to not have to deal with it. Or I haven't done it, so it's not a problem for me. Or I didn't, or this happened to me, so therefore your problem isn't as bad. Or your problem doesn't have as much merit because I've also had a problem. And it's like none of these are addressing the issue. It's just obfuscation. And so it's
similar to libertarians, isn't it? In the sense that they're just like, well, I've been able to deal with my life being this way, so why can't you? I've managed to succeed, so why haven't you? I actually, at the beginning of the pandemic, a couple of months into it at least, where everybody was living at home, I was having a chat on Twitter with randomly a porn star who was talking about how everyone else, it's their own fault that they weren't prepared for the pandemic and they didn't have at least 10k set aside. And I was like, there are people out there that work 3 jobs just to be able to afford their living accommodation and food and everything for their family. How can you say that everybody should just have 10k aside? And equally, even if you are the sort of person that's managed to save 10k, what if you literally just spent that 10k on a deposit for a house or on a new car or anything like that, and you're trying to save up your 10k again? Like, there is a lack of consideration for actually how life works. The average libertarian goes, well, I've done all right, so fuck the rest of you. Until it comes back against them and they go, oh shit, I'm in a situation where everything's gone wrong for me. Why aren't the government helping me?
Out of your control.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And it also makes it's also a false equivalence too, right? Because they're equating whatever their situation is with whatever everybody else's situation is. Yeah. So because this was my situation, therefore, I wasn't privileged. You're misunderstanding the term. You don't understand what privileged means.
Yeah, I also
privilege
think
can just mean having a house. It doesn't have to be a nice house. Having a place to live could be considered privilege.
Yeah. No, about that, I think there is a conversation to be had about like what the floor should be in general. Like how low can you fall in a society, right? Because I don't think, for example, that we should allow people to just like starve to death. I think very few people think that. So we already accept that. So the question is like, how high should the floor be? Like and how high should the ceiling be as well? So like, what is the range in between where you can sort of build yourself up?
Imagine people get upset when you start talking about a ceiling because you shouldn't ever stop somebody from making the amount. But the answer isn't that it's not a ceiling. It's how high do you go before you're dragging these people up with you? How much further are you allowed to go than anybody else? Because we can only go as fast as our slowest member. So if we can only go as fast as our slowest member, how much faster can you go before it's going to catch up with you and you're going to cause damage to yourself and to everybody behind you? And in which case, no, the point is to go together. So it's more like thinking of it as an elevator rather than a house, because you can be on the top of the elevator or you can be at the bottom of the elevator, but the elevator needs to rise together to be functional.
Yeah, so there should be sort of a minimum differential between the highest point and then the lowest point you can be. So if you go high enough, then you bring with you the lowest point as well. Yeah, I think that makes sense, actually. I like that.
Yeah. So then it takes away that it doesn't stop people from being allowed to be as rich as they want. So you can have your Elon Musk and you can have your Jeff Bezos and you can have your Mark Zuckerberg in the trillions and trillions of dollars. However, that means that, well, we've solved homelessness because in getting to this bracket of rich, they had to utilize everything to bring all of this back up before they can go up the next step. It's like a slinky. If you want to go up, you got to pull up, and you got to go up, and you got to pull up, and you got to pull up, and you got to pull up. Inchworm maybe would be better than slinky's. I just assume society is going on a downward spiral. So it's just like, if you want to go, what the best way to go to hell is for people to then let the next people fling forward and then let the next people fling forward all the way down. Burn it all to the ground. Eat the rich. But it stops that mentality of saying, no, you can't have this. Or stops that mentality of, no, you can't do this thing. It's like yes, you can get there. However, there's some hoops you need to be able to jump through. And those hoops involve the society that you're using to get to that next point.
Yeah.
Because you have to bring society with you. Because if you don't bring everybody else with you,
well,
you get libertarian. You get laissez capitalism. Yeah. You end up destroying your own. It's a problem with taking from the system without giving back into the system.
Yeah.
Because now you're not going to reap the benefits of that system anymore.
Mr. Sirius says, a rising tide raises all ships, they say.
Pretty much. It's just like the reason I didn't use that analogy is because like not everybody's in the same kind of boat.
It's true. We all have different boats on that rising tide. It's a very good way to put it, actually. Mr. Sirius, I'm going to say he, but apologize if he is wrong. One of those richest a-holes in this country could end homelessness in this country anytime they want. Just one could do it at any time. We only get trickle-down golden showers. And you know what? You're very right. The richest people in various countries could actually sort out a lot of the issues down the bottom. And I find it ridiculous they don't. I sort of understand not wanting to just give your money away. I do understand that part of it. But realistically, there's a certain amount of wealth that you get to where you no longer need anymore. You know, there's only so many things you can experience in this life, only so many things that you can buy for yourself that will interest you. And everything above this particular level, wherever that level is just
it's
extra.
At about 100.
Sorry?
It's about 100K a year.
Yeah. So let's say 10 million. Let's say 10 million for your life.
Yeah, they did a psychological study to say, because it's like, oh yeah, money doesn't make you happy, right? Yeah, which is something that used to be to talk about. It doesn't matter how rich you are, no matter how much money you have, you're never going to be happy. Which they've tried to kind of flip over on people who don't have any money, saying, "Well, why do you want more? It's not like it's going to make you happy anyway." And it's like, no, you've missed the point on purpose. And it's to say that there's up to a certain amount. Money is causing stress on people, so that money is actively making them unhappy. And when you take that burden off. When it comes to the essential items, it doesn't mean for everything. It means the essential items. So your water, I would consider internet now. Your water, your housing, your electricity, your internet, and probably a vehicle, and food. So your basic necessities. So you can get to your job. Don't have to worry about when you're at your job. You don't have to worry about if you're going to be able to make rent next week. Once that financial burden for essentials is relieved, there is happiness that comes because now you have a little bit of extra spending money. You have a little bit of something you can spend on yourself. You want to get that ice cream, you can get that ice cream. Do you want to go out to dinner once in a month and go and enjoy dinner at a really fancy restaurant? You can do that. So it relieves that stress and gives you enough to get something extra for yourself as you go on a vacation if you want to go on a vacation once a year. But then there is a top to that where it's like you now have enough money to do all those things, and now you have extra money that it doesn't really matter what you do with it, and it's meaningless to you. And so then it starts adding additional stress because now you're like, well, now I need to get more, and now I need to maintain this high level for no fucking reason. So it actually starts having the exact same effect, but opposite side of the spectrum.
Yeah.
I imagine that there are some people who are very, very, that's why you get philanthropists, right? Who are just spending their money, throwing it at it's why you get people like Elon Musk. I'm just going to throw money at whatever because what else am I going to do with it?
Yeah. I wish someone would throw that much money at me, though, to be fair.
And that's the thing, right? It becomes like you're living in the place that you want to live in. Now, it might not be the most ideal place. It might not, but it's not the worst place. And it's a place where you are comfortable. And the point is the bottom line ought to be that.
Yep.
If you're working full time, especially if you're working full time, if you are working 40 hours a week, you should be able to live comfortably. And a lot of people will be like, well, what does that mean? Does that mean you have the newest phone? New people shouldn't have to have iPhones. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off right the fuck now. You don't know what you're talking about. You are so goddamn removed from reality that you need to go fuck off. It means that you can pay for your essential stuff. What's essential stuff? Fuck you! If your question is what is essential stuff, you don't know what you're talking about, and you need to put all of your money in a locked account, give yourself $100 and go live for a year.
Yep. And you'll learn what essential is at that point. Yeah, you definitely will.
Food, water. Well, what if they're buying additional food? What if they bought a bottle of rum? That was an extra $10. Bitch.
Are you purposefully missing the point that we're trying to make at this point? Or are you genuinely that dumb?
If you could get that pack of cigarettes once a week, you would have like an extra $300 at the end of a month, or the end of 6 months. Are you for real? Well, if you bought shoes that weren't cheap and spent $50 on shoes, then your shoes would last longer. I can't afford to spend $50 on shoes, and I need shoes right now. I hate economics. I love and I hate this topic at the exact same time because it's so the arguments are so stupid. Holy shit. I watched a clip of a guy explaining what a shitty job he had. Like him and his buddies were all sitting there saying like, oh, look, we're in the mud and it's snow, and it's cold, and we're working on this piping and we're freezing and it's ass. And how much we get paid? $16 an hour? Yeah, we get paid $16 an hour. Why the fuck should you guys get paid $15 an hour for flipping burgers? You do realize that you completely missed the argument you should be making, right? You should want those people to make $50 an hour so you can make more than $16 an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys should be on $25 an hour because those guys are making $15 an hour.
And then people are like, well, that's just inflation and then everything's going to go up. No, you've missed the point. The things don't need to go up because you've got somebody at the top pulling out all of the resource money that should be going in to pay everything.
And inflation doesn't work anyway. I mean, so just as an example, the company I work for, they actually give better than average pay rise, which was 2.25%. I was actually lucky because I slightly overperformed. I got a 2.5% rather than a 2.25% pay rise. But the inflation on every single one of my bills went up at least 4%. So even though I got a 2.5% pay rise, I'm in a worse position because all of my bills have gone up by 4% or more. So great, yep. I've got a good pay rise. I've got better than the average. In fact, the average in the country is 2% or less. You know, the average in the company is 2.25% or more. But, you know, at the end of the day, the inflation in this country has overridden. And this happens every year. And this is the problem that we have. Each year, the inflation of all the products and everything like that goes up more the inflation of what we actually get paid. And we're just like, well, what the fuck
the problem is why is it going up? They're not paying everybody. If they don't pay anybody more and they're not paying everybody to match that, why is it? It's artificial is the answer. It is artificial inflation. Is people expect inflation to happen, so they're allowed to let inflation happen. So the company then brags that it's making more money, and the gap gets wider and wider and wider and wider, and then late stage capitalism.
Yep.
It's because capitalism, late stage capitalism, the capitalism that people are defending, isn't capitalism anymore. It's corporate socialism, but also it's not the way capitalism works. It's trickle-down economics, which isn't capitalism. Capitalism is
it's the worst side of capitalism.
Right. It's a product of capitalism going wrong.
Yep.
Capitalism done poorly.
Yep.
Capitalism is if your company goes up and makes more profit, everybody goes up and makes more profit.
Yep.
And how do you make more profit? By artificially inflating prices. No, you do not. No, that is not how you do it. The way you do it is by reaching a larger market and making a better product. That is, dear Lord. And then when those profits come in, you invest them back into the company. And you know what's the main part of your company? Your product and your employees, because your employees make the product. So if you want to invest in your product, you invest in your employees. I dropped out of university and college, and I know this. And you know what still looks good? Your bottom line. Because your bottom line still looks good. Your bottom line still looks good because it's the amount before you put it back in. You dumb fuck.
But give me the money. Give me the money. Give it all to me. Give it me. Give it me. Fuck
and the
greed.
thing is like
fuck
these
greed
fucking,
and capitalism.
Right. These people can live comfortably and still live better than everybody else. You can still have the most out of everybody in the company. And your company does better, and it's more stable instead of like the fucking absolute garbage shit show that we're dealing with, where you've got a company folding, and this people getting laid off, and people losing like hundreds of thousands of people losing their fucking jobs while the CEO walks away with a $14.2 million walkaway. Are you fucking high?
I wish.
And you know what you did is you laid off those people so you didn't have to pay them the severance, so you could say you made more money and then give yourself a giant bonus.
Yep.
Fuck you. You're a dick.
Yep. And that's how capitalism tends to work, unfortunately. It's not how it should work, it's how it
when
tends
it's done
to work.
wrong.
Yeah. We've got a
So
number of
you
comments from the chat. So Mr. Sirius says, one of the richest a-holes in this country. Oh no, we've read that one out already. Sorry. I'd personally be embarrassed as fuck calling myself rich in a country where children still went hungry. I think you're very right there. I think that's one of the things where any person is that A-list type person. If they're in a country where there's anyone homeless, hungry, etc., they really should reconsider what A-list really means. Because, yeah. I mean, from a moral perspective, if you're that A-list person and there are people who can't even afford to eat one meal a day, are you really A-list? Really? Really?
The argument that you're going to get back, though, is, well, why is it that individual's responsibility? Why is it their job? Is that not the job of the government? Well, here's the thing. Tax evasion.
Yeah, tax evasion is a big one.
And lobbying to make changes and put loopholes into taxes so that they don't have to pay taxes, so the government doesn't have the funding that they need to do that kind of a social program, as also lobbying for people who are like, blah, socialism is the communism, and the communism was the Russian thing, and that was the bad.
Flip side from that, though, as well. I mean, I feel that all humans have a bit of an obligation to each other. You know, it doesn't matter. Fuck socialism, fuck capitalism, fuck all of those economical theories, right? Just think about it from a moral perspective.
I can understand being a little bit spooky to have social programs being run by privatized individuals. Yep. That's dangerous. That's something that you do not want. You want it to go through a government. You want it to go through some kind of external agency. You do not want some rando behind the green curtain pulling the strings on all the orphans. Or having control over your social, like that. That can be dangerous, or all of the education, because now you've got this one guy who's basically like, you want to be educated? Okay, hey kid, you want some education? And You know who does that? The military. So you don't want that. That's not something you want. You want Shinra from Final Fantasy VII. That's how you get Shinra from Final Fantasy VII.
To be fair, though, if I did get some of the ultimate materia, I'd settle for that. Sorry, Final Fantasy VII was probably my favorite game of all time. To the point where I almost bought the new PlayStation console just to play the new version of that, and I just went, no. That was capitalism going, yeah, do you know what? We're going to give you the same game, but we're going to make you pay for every single disc in that game that you would have paid for before.
I'm going to wait till it comes out as a group, wait till it comes out as a whole, and then wait for it to come out on PC.
Yep. That's exactly the position I took on it. But yes.
But the thing is that you don't want something like that. But if you were that person, what can you do? So, like, what are they supposed to do? They can't give it to the government because the government's corrupt as fuck, and it also doesn't have these social options open anyway. And you're a private person with a lot of money, and what do you do? Scholarship programs. You open up an external force from yourself. You basically take a chunk of your money and you put it in a fund, and you go, okay, listen, a chunk of my money is going into this fund, period. That's just where it goes. I have organized my money. Now, these people which are now a separate entity. They are not my company. They are not making me money. They are purely a money hemorrhaging system that, separately from me, I've set it up, but once it's set up, hands off, are running a program of some kind. The one I would recommend is anything to do with research. Anything that is research programs, educational programs, anything that is like looking into medical programs and medical care, scientific advancements when it comes to things like space travel and invention and things like. You can also find people who are that you think, if you want to be a full-on philanthropist about it, you can find people online who you think are valuable and be like, this person at Harvard or at whatever middle of nowhere Ohio university has this idea, and I like that idea. So I'm going to pay them, and I'm going to pay them, and I'm going to pay these other people, and I'm going to let them see if they can make it work. That's how you do it. That's how you get like advanced robotics, like MIT robotics shit. You go pump a shitload of money into something like that. Holy fuck. That'd be some cool ass shit. Go find yourself a fucking school that does like really big. Host a science fair. You're rich. Host a big ass fucking science fair and make it matter the way like fucking high school football matters in the States.
Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it? Actually,
have a competition.
Yeah, I mean, people are competitive at the best of times, and I think actually we should try and reduce competitiveness. But actually, if we appeal to people's competitiveness in part of their nature, maybe we should actually go, okay, you're competitive. Let's be competitive about something that really matters.
Yeah, healthy competition.
Yeah.
You want take all of the schools that do robotics and teach robotics.
Yep.
And give them all an equal amount of money. Cut them all a chunk of money and say, listen, here's a chunk of money. You guys all try and do this. This is a chunk of money, no strings attached. You get this chunk of money. However, if you invest it into whatever it is that you're going to bring to me in this competition, you get this money, you're part of this competition. You show up at this competition, you show me, and the best one fucking wins this giant fucking check.
Yep. And you know what? A couple of the people in that competition, a couple of the groups in that competition, should I say, won't fucking bring anything to the table. But the overall net result will be the bringing of people together, and actually the person that brings everyone together will, even if there's only one good invention in all of that sort of thing, will suddenly make so much more for it. And I think you're right. There's too much focus on things like competitive sports that don't really make a difference, realistically speaking. At the end of the day, they build tribalism, don't they? At the end of the day, they build that tribalistic nature in us. Those people are the different team. We're against them. We don't want that. We want to work together to build an end goal.
I think it's okay if it's healthy. The thing is like I don't think American football is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey in Canada usually is fine because people have something. There was a whole station that did hockey night in Canada on Saturdays, and it was hockey night in Canada, so there would always be Canadian teams playing, and they would host the Canadian teams and they would show those Canadian games, and all of the bars would be playing hockey night in Canada. So everybody would go to the bar and watch hockey night in Canada, and everybody would be cheering for their team, or they'd be talking about the teams or whatever it is that they're doing. So there is a camaraderie there. There is a tribalism in a negative sense. If you go to Montreal where they were having riots because they won, or they were having riots because they lost, either way, you're getting a riot. But there are healthy ways of doing it. I just think that America doesn't manage it in a way that is healthy. There's too much taking advantage of college kids, and particularly in basketball and football. And then there's also like there's not enough explanation and too much pressure on these kids to make these decisions without the explanation that if you get injured, you're fucked. And so you need to be able to do whatever else otherwise.
They're also not given those sort of lines of work, isn't it?
Management skills to manage their money. So they don't know what to do with this big ass fucking check you just gave them right out of college to join this team. And so it gets used up frivolously. And then if they get injured, they're fucked. And they shouldn't be, because they should have all this money, and they don't. And then there's also the physical ramifications of concussions and whacking your head around and all kinds of shit. And so like MMA is like, parts of it, I'm sure, are probably quite toxic. I mean, what was it, Conor McGregor that had like a fucking fit and assaulted some people in a bus or some shit? Like, there's things that are not good, but that doesn't mean you should annex sports entirely. It just means maybe sports need to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe the coach shouldn't be getting paid $1 bajillion to verbally abuse some college kids. Maybe that money should just go into some high schools, and maybe you should stop having your high schools funded by the local area, because that's shitty.
Yeah, just maybe.
You want to talk about starting to try to fix racism in America? The leftovers from redlining, when they redlined districts about who was allowed to live in certain areas and basically segregated white people from black people in those areas, and thus segregated poor and rich in that way, and then made it so the schools were funded by those local areas, fucked over so much of everything, to the degree that now people are confused about the racism that was involved and is currently involved. And it's also evolved into not just a race issue, but also a class issue, because now there aren't just black people living in these areas anymore. There are white people, there are Hispanic people, there are people from all over the place living in these poor areas. But because racism is such a big fucking thing, because people are fucking stupid, they're like, no, I don't like black people though, because they're the other, so I'm gonna vote for the thing that's still bad for me as a poor person, because fuck those people over there for no reason.
Do you know what? It's brilliant you laying it out like this. I had such a similar conversation with Martin, one of the authors of Answers in Reason, about this thing, and part of it was actually on a live stream, and it's really refreshing to hear someone. I mean, I know you're not American yourself, but someone who is over that side of the world saying it, because I mean, obviously, I'm English. Martijn is from the Netherlands, so there is part of us from that perspective of talking about a situation that is elsewhere.
Such a different world, yeah.
But you're much closer to that situation, and the fact that you're saying basically the same thing is an affirmation. I mean, yeah, we could attribute it to confirmation bias if we wanted to.
Yeah.
But I think we could also say, actually, if you look into it, it's genuinely something that's happening.
I think a lot of Americans also probably recognize it. And I think there's a lot of Americans who just don't know what to do about it.
Who does know what to do about that sort of thing?
Right. How do you fix it? How do you fix the race problem in America? I don't fucking know. First off, maybe listen to what those races have to say, because they're probably, when you're experiencing the problem, they're going to be the ones who are going to be the closest to the issue and have the best ideas about how to fix it because you can't fix a problem for someone. They need to tell you how and what they need. I can't come here. I can't show up and kick down somebody's door and be like, especially with like the hatred going out towards like Chinese and Asian people right now. I'm not going to bust into an Asian person's house and be like, hey, listen, here's some flowers. I fixed your problem. You're welcome. Walk out the fucking door. Or like, hey, here's a bunch of money. Shut the fuck up and walk out the door. Like that doesn't help.
That image is fucking hilarious, though. I mean, serious problems aside, if you just walked, your entire job was walking around America, throwing flowers into people's houses and money into other people's houses, and that was just it. We followed Cheshire around America. That's amazing.
You like daisies? Here's some fucking daisies. And a $20 bill. Here's some pizza. World hunger solved. We could solve a lot of the hunger problems and world hunger problems by just changing the education system a little bit, by adding agriculture earlier on.
Yep.
But before we move on to that, how do you solve the race problem in America? Talk to the people who are suffering from it. Listen to what they have to say, and then start working on a solution together. Don't tell them, hey, this is how we're going to fix it. Don't say, hey, this is how we're going to fix it, or here's what I'm going to do for you. Or no. Just say, hey, listen, what is your problem? What do you think are good ways to solve it? And when they present to you something that they think will help, discuss how to make that thing happen instead of, no, we can't do that. Or I think this is better. No. Okay, this is what you want. What steps do we need to take to reach that goal? What is the goal? What do you want? And if the answer is be treated equally, which is, it shouldn't be that hard, what steps do we need to take? In what ways are you not being treated equally? Well, my life doesn't matter to the police who are trying to be serving and protecting. Okay, so there's a problem with police and race. How do we fix this issue? Stop hiring racist, undereducated assholes as the police.
Yeah, but they're the sort that want to be police, right?
Immunity. Take away immunity from a cop who is doing their job if they do damage. Right now they have this immunity so they can do whatever the fuck they want with zero consequences. So they bust in your door, ransack your house, and they're like, fucking, oops, wrong house, and leave. And they don't have to pay for anything. There's no repercussions because they're not at fault, because they're on duty, because they have immunity.
Yeah.
Take that the fuck away would be a good start. Second start would be actually educate police on law, which would mean if you want to be a police officer, you need a degree of some kind in some law class. That's
a big one, actually.
Would be a good start.
Yeah, there are a lot of police officers that don't actually understand or know the laws they're enforcing. Being quite glib, we could just, nuke all of America and then start again and do it the right way.
Only because like nuking America is going to cause way too much problems in Canada.
I genuinely wouldn't actually do it anyway, because I don't believe that we should do that. I'm just saying that if we're looking for a quick and easy issue, answer to a lot of problems, that would be a quick and easy answer to a lot of problems. It would create a lot more, like you mentioned just there. And it's not. It's not.
Go to New Zealand and crash at Manya's place while this is going down.
Yeah, no. Let's do that. We'll all go to New Zealand, and we'll just get rid of most of the rest of the world. Excellent.
The answer to most problems is better education. Because once you have a better education and a better understanding, you can tackle these problems and find solutions easier. One of the major problems with politics is that a lot of people don't stand politics. They don't understand the issues, and they don't understand what they're talking about. They're rallying behind something that they don't fucking understand. And so when you don't understand it, and honestly, it's hard to say that it's not by design. If you're working a 40-hour work week and your education system barely has any education to the law and doesn't have any education into politics and how they function, or any kind of proper history about politics, because they don't teach historical politics. They don't teach any of that shit. So it's hard to say that it's not by design, where you're not allowed to talk about politics in your workplace because it's too controversial, and you're not allowed to, you're working 40 hours a week and potentially working 2 jobs. And so when are you supposed to spend any time studying this thing that you haven't been taught about in the first place?
Yeah.
It's by design. You're not supposed to
know
about politics.
By the way, this is the second time you bring up genocide tonight as a solution to something. So just saying.
I'm just saying that it would work. At the end of the day, I genuinely don't. I genuinely. I mean, if I'm being serious, I genuinely don't think genocide is a good answer to problems. But in the world that we're living in, I find it a glib answer to a lot of the problems. It's a glib answer. It's not my actual position. I'd rather we dealt with the problems. But at the end of the day, if there are particular people who will not listen to all the problems that are going on, like Americans don't, just get rid of them.
Can you imagine if we all just collectively just stopped talking to America?
And obviously that's a joke, because I know a number of Americans who are fucking amazing. They're fantastic. I lived out there for a time and I made a lot of good friends. I've still got friends who live out there. I'm not genuinely saying, actually, let's wipe out America.
Like, as countries, like all countries and all individuals within countries just stopped communicating with America entirely. No trade, no communications, no crossing borders, no nothing. It's just America is just in a bubble of being America. I mean, that's what they want, right?
Yeah, they've got their wall. We'll give them their wall.
just for 5 years, just for a little bit, and just see what happens.
If you encounter an American on the street, you just pretend that he doesn't exist.
Exactly.
There's no American.
Yeah.
They can't travel anywhere. They're not allowed to go anywhere.
Yeah. And then slowly we convert all Americans into Canadians.
Okay, so there's actually I've had a few Americans say, can Canada come and invade us now, because we don't want this? And I'm like, realistically, you guys should probably just give us Alaska and Detroit.
I used to live not too far from Detroit, actually.
I'm waiting for the bombshell to go off for like the bubble to pop in New York, and New York's just going to be the next Detroit. It's what's going to happen. The bubble's going to burst for all the industry and all the business that gets done there, and then nobody's going to want to live there with its ridiculous prices, and they gouge out any companies that live there for tax money, or that work there through tax money, so nobody's going to want to work there, and so they're all going to migrate, and Detroit's going to become a ghost town, and New York's going to become a ghost town, and it's just going to be the new Detroit.
Yeah. You're probably right.
But that's what happened in Detroit.
It very much did. And I know they have a good music festival every year. Demph. First time I did, I can't even remember what that drug was that I did out there. It was very fun either way. DXM, that's what it was.
I don't remember it.
It was DXM. Dextromethorphan or something like that. It was a cough suppressant, basically. It was a cough suppressant that I did in extreme amounts, and it made me hallucinate. It was very fun.
Nice. It is exciting.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know.
Catching up on the chat, Mr. Sirius says, oh, sorry, Carrie. I'd personally be, oh no, we've read the embarrassed one. Yes, 40 hours a week. You should not have to worry about being hungry. You should be comfortable. And I agree with that. Anyone who is working 40 hours a week should be comfortable. And actually, I think that 40 hours a week should be spread across your family. So if you're having a partnership with someone, like, it's one of the things that my wife has said is like, she really appreciates equal rights and things like that, but she kind of feels like because of the way the world works, women have shot themselves in the foot by fighting for equal rights in this regard, because it's still very patriarchal in the sense that society has become, instead of looking at one income for an entire family, it now looks at two incomes for an entire family. So
business took advantage of that there were now two people that could work, and so the expectation is that they should be able to make the amount of one person working when it should have been now, it should have doubled. Instead, it's been cut in half.
Exactly. So it's not her arguing against equal rights, it's arguing against the negative effects of trying to fight for equal rights. And
yeah, it's a result of something that I don't think they would have foreseen. I think it's more that companies and business has taken advantage of that. It's hard to say because, like, who the fuck is the one looking at two people being able to afford something, right? It's a mixture of business and the government. So the government is now having this expectation that two people ought to be working instead of what ought to have happened, which was that women can now work. So sometimes the women are working and sometimes the man is working. So it should be a total of one person ought to be able to afford one family.
Yep.
And so if it's one person ought to be able to afford that and two people decide to, those two people shouldn't be punished for doing that, which is what ended up happening.
Yeah, no, exactly. And if you've decided to do it on your own, you're completely fucked.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just not going to happen. It's not conducive at all. There's also the thing is that there's a mentality that has gone over where it's now that, oh well, women are allowed to work, but they're also still the ones that are supposed to do all the housework.
Yeah. No, so that expectation is ridiculous. Women have to go and have a job equal to a man's, but equally do everything around the house. No.
Well, putting up with workplace harassment
and putting up with their husbands. I mean, I'm fucking hard work.
Oh.
I know how hard work I am, right? My wife had to put up with so much shit from me.
My friends and husbands are basically just additional children.
Yeah, no, damn straight. Every man is an additional child to the family. And any man that tells you differently is being a petulant child.
Because they gotta have their toys, right?
Yeah, damn straight. That's why I bought my... Oh, shit. That's why I've got one of these. Yeah.
Yep. But the thing is, it's one of the things I enjoy, right? So if I say, oh, a boy's got to have his toys, like a man's got to have his toys, you can immediately think about like 6 or 7 things that you off the top of your head that might be what would fall under that heading. Can you think of one for women?
Vibrators.
Sex toys. That's for both.
No, I think there's a difference. I mean, I've often had that conversation with the wife actually, and the way we think about the house is very different. Like, I don't necessarily care about the way the house looks. I care about the way the house functions. And the wife cares about the way the house looks and then functions after that. It's sort of the way we look at it. So if we're talking about toys, for me, it's things like I don't care about the way the house looks. I like to have a nice set of turntables. I like to have a nice sound system. I like to have this and that and whatever. Whereas the wife would, her version of those toys would be the way that the house works. So I'm not talking about the way it's necessarily painted, but it would be, this hook would be at this wall and this thing.
I want this shelf here, and I want these plants over here.
Yeah.
And, absolutely. Those would be good toys. Yeah.
That's the equivalent of my wife's
toys. Outside, maybe. And like the garden or the lawn could go both ways.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, all of them can, but sometimes it's easier to imagine one or the other.
Yeah.
Right? Like a nice, the man might like, I would like to build this nice liquor cabinet. And the wife would be like, I want to put some stuff in that liquor cabinet. And then the man's like, oops, I drank it all. And the woman's like,
I mean, to be fair, between the pair of us, we'd both drink it all. And we'd go, oh, look at the cabinet's empty.
Oh, damn it. Not again. And the thing is like there are stereotypes, and there are stereotypes for a reason. And those aren't necessarily always bad things. Sometimes getting a nice new vacuum is fucking great, because now you've got a nice new vacuum with a chore you have to do anyway, and you've got a nice new vacuum that does, and it has all the doohickeys on it, and it's a toy. It can be fun. And so that's not necessarily going to be something that is considered sexist, because there are going to be women who like that kind of thing because this is what they do, and they enjoy having something that works and functions well.
Not
it's
gonna
just
lie,
that you spend a little bit of money on.
I bought one of those Shark vacuum cleaners about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it was amazing. And every single floor suddenly looked like it was like, all the carpets looked like they were new again. And every one of us, so my wife and her brother who were living here at this time, all three of us were just like, fucking hell, what's going on here? This is amazing. This is like I mean, that's a sign that you're old. I mean,
toy.
Yeah, I mean, if we were still teenagers, we'd go, why the fuck are you vacuuming? But we're not. We're in somewhere between our later 20s to our later 30s, and we were all going, wow, it's amazing the job that's going on here.
Yeah. And so you get things, and you find things that are like, you have to think about it. And so it's just interesting where you get like the automatic like, oh, well, that. And then it's just like, oh, well, I don't want to say that. That's sexist. It's just like.
It's hard to know where that line is, though, isn't it? Because, like, realistically speaking, there are things. I mean, when it comes to biology, it's fair enough to say that there are things that we are more destined to use. So if we go back to the thing of things like bras, generally we're talking about they're going to be something that women are going to need more than men.
There's a difference between necessity and like wanting to wear something. So there are some men who find wearing a bra comfortable, and some women who find wearing a bra uncomfortable.
That's right.
Some women, you have to. It's not. So I think this is something that a lot of men maybe don't understand, that some women have to wear a bra. They don't have a choice because their boobs are so large that they need the support to hold their titties up so they're not pulling your top of your body down and hurting your back. So the straps aren't for show, they're for holding your tits up so it spreads the weight of your boobs around. And like the bras have a function, and that's why you get things like that are a little bit more or less about patriarchy, right?
Yep.
When high heels aren't really made for women, they were made for men originally to make men look taller. And then when they moved over to women, they were made to look taller, but also to make your butt stick out.
Damn straight.
They are not designed for comfort.
No, they're
Straight
designed
up.
for men to go, oh, look at that.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. So you've also got bras that are like that too. They're not designed for comfort. They're not designed for functionality. They're designed for a functionality, but not the functionality to support the woman.
Yeah.
They're there to make your tits look good for boys.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So you get people trying to redesign the bra,
On that
and
front,
then
though,
you have marketing that shits on that.
if a woman has one of those particular bras that is designed for a man, okay? Now, let's face it, there are functional bras and there are bras that are designed to attract, shall we say.
Sure, yeah.
Now, does a woman in the situation where she's got one of these bras which are designed to attract a man, that has a man then turn around and go, "For, I like those," have the right to be, "Why are you looking at me?"
So there is a social contract that goes on. If you want people to look at you, but you don't want people to comment to your face, you're riding a very difficult line. And you can't really be mad at people for commenting on something that you're presenting. Now, you can comment on the appropriateness of however they've said it. So if somebody says, "Wow, you look really nice today," versus, "I love nice tits," you've gone two different directions. One may be more appreciated than the other. So it's a contract for both people. You have to understand that you've decided to say something. You don't get to dictate how this person reacts to what you've said outside of controlling how you've gone about saying it. So not only does this person get to react to however, it's a contract that both people are playing, right? As soon as you decided to say something, you can't get mad at the woman telling you off because she didn't like what you said. But the same thing, she's not allowed to get mad that you said something, but she has every right to be irritated about how you've said it. It is both people's responsibility because both of them decided to engage.
I'm thoroughly glad you presented it that way, because that was a comment for both men and women. That's why I asked the question. And me saying that, being a man, doesn't actually go across to both women and men in the same way. I agreed with you before I even asked the question. You know,
there is a line when somebody is clear, like made it very clear that they do not want conversation with anybody. If you're shouting it from across the street, yeah, no, that woman did not invite you to have that conversation or make that comment. You're walking down the street going wherever you're going. You might be presenting, but you might be presenting for another reason. Yeah. So if you're doing the catcalling thing, different situation. I'm kind of taking this as a woman has gone to the bar and presented themselves as an attractive, available woman. Yeah. Don't be mad that men approach you as if you are attractive, available women if you're presenting yourself that way. Yeah. I've done this before. I've gone to the bar sometimes where I'm dressed like this. I've got like this on. I got like a pair of jeans, and that's about it. And then I've also gone where I'm wearing a baggy t-shirt and a pair of jeans. And I've also gone where I'm wearing a little black dress. You get very different responses. But I'm deciding to present that way. I don't get to get mad that people react to me differently because I'm presenting in a different way. In some cases you can. If you have friends that are kind of jerky to you, unless you dress to the nines, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm going to be super nice to you now," you can be kind of ticked off at the people you have a rapport with of being like, "Okay, come on, dude, what the fuck?" I'm still, you're going to treat me differently because I look a little bit different when we see each other every day is kind of a little bit silly. You're kind of jumping the shark a little bit. But if it's somebody that you don't know, you're just going to the bar and maybe you see the regulars and they compliment you a little bit more or a little bit less. You don't get to be, what, you didn't show up to the bar dressed as nines and men didn't give you attention? How dare they? They don't think you want it.
Yeah.
You're not presenting yourself like you want any attention.
Yeah. I think that is one thing that should be taken to note. If you're presenting yourself in an attention-seeking way, then You should understand that you're going to get attention. And not all of that attention is going to be the sort of attention that you want. That doesn't excuse negative attention. It doesn't excuse it. But it's that fine line between victim blaming and not. I'm not necessarily saying anyone...
you have to accept that when you enter... we exist in a society.
Yeah.
If you're going to... You have to accept that if you go and enter a social situation, you have chosen to enter a social situation. Not every situation is going to be a positive one. Now, that is the difference between riding... There is a very big line between assault and harassment and a comment you didn't really like.
Yep.
Or didn't appreciate.
Yep. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So if somebody says something to me and I don't appreciate it, and I feel like confronting them and saying, listen, I don't appreciate that, can you fucking not? Then both of us are in agreement that this didn't go well, go away. But if they don't go away and they keep coming at me, I have every right to walk away. And if they stop me from walking away, now we've got a problem on our hands.
Yep.
Now you've got a huge fucking issue.
Yep.
Right? And then if they go to lay hands, now that is again a whole nother issue. Just because I've dressed nicely and come to the bar does not mean you get to touch me.
Yeah,
you have to have that conversation first. Yeah. There's steps here, and you've decided to skip a couple.
Yeah. I don't even think like good friends necessarily have that right over each other.
Correct. Yeah. That is entirely something that you need to have that conversation, or that needs to be something that you've kind of worked out between the two of you.
Yeah.
So like if this is something that I see men kind of be like about and women be about, and it's like when some guy is chatting you up and he starts feeling up your leg and the woman gets like, you've assaulted me. Okay, calm down for a second. You might be overplaying the assault card a little bit. They're not like up your, like if you start going up somebody's dress, okay, dude, you're going up somebody's dress and they deserve to be irritated at you. Should the police be called and assault charges be pressed? How far up the skirt did you go? It would be my question.
Did they stop? That's
right, exactly.
I think that's the big thing. Like these social situations can be sometimes hard to navigate. And
yes,
I mean, I've always erred on the side of caution to the point where I never made any moves throughout my dating career ever, because I was so afraid that I would make the wrong move. But realistically speaking, if I was in a situation where I was to make a move, the point for me would be if the woman says stop and I go, okay, I'm sorry. That should be...
So, yeah. The thing is there's two problems there. If you're in a situation that you're uncomfortable in, not everybody can say stop. Some people just freeze up. That's just the thing.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about here is usually this person has already, the man in this situation has already skipped steps. Yep. For some reason, they're starting with the leg up the skirt. Don't start there. If you're trying to feel somebody out to kind of make a move on them, start with like a shoulder or arm or like hand. Start with hand. It's such an open area and it's out and about and people are used to their hands touching things. Not everybody is used to somebody grabbing them on the shoulder. Not everybody is used to somebody coming up beside them and putting their arm. That's uncomfortable. That's trapping that person.
No, damn straight. I think guys need to think about that from if another guy came up and did it to them. That's the big thing that I think.
Threatening, right? And again, women do not have the privilege of of being able to grant you charity or assume that you don't mean harm because they don't know that.
So imagine every guy out there, imagine Arnie in his prime doing the thing that you're thinking about doing to the woman. And if you don't find that in any way intimidating, then maybe it's okay.
And you've got a 60% chance that he's going to kick the shit out of you. You don't know yet. But if you're sitting at a table and you're talking to a woman, start with a hand. It's such an easy thing for the woman to move away or brush off, and it's an easy thing to like be like, oh, just a move on kind of thing that you don't have to feel too embarrassed. But if you start off with having a conversation and you reach over and you start putting your hand up some woman's skirt,
yeah,
don't Yes, that is assault. You have started with putting your hand under somebody's clothing, the part that's covered. You're touching a covered part.
Yep. Yep.
Now,
short
there
of
are ways
that
to
person
navigate.
being your wife already or something like that, you know, why would you do that to someone who's a stranger or a newly acquainted friend? Like,
yeah. There's also like, if you can start, you can slowly escalate. If the woman is responsive to you touching their hand, and they touch your hand or your arm back, and you kind of you can start getting touchy feely, and then they start going up the skirt, and they go like, and if they freeze up and they just stop kind of talking to you, or they stop, like, you can learn to recognize these cues to be like, maybe you shouldn't put your hand up people's skirts in public, period. Unless you were in a relationship and you've had that discussion and they said it was okay. Yeah. Maybe just don't touch parts of the body that are covered in public.
Yep. No, I'm with you there.
Don't feel entitled to just be like, well, I was just flirting. Fuck you?
Yeah.
Were you just flirting? Or were you being pushy?
Flirting? I mean, really? Is that flirting? Is that flirting?
I think as soon as you go to touching, you're not really flirting anymore.
I agree with you. Flirting is the bit that takes you to touching.
Yeah.
The second you're touching, even if it is touching each other's fingers, just doing that sort of situation where you're just like tickling each other's fingers and you're just saying, oh yeah, oh. That you've gone past that initial flirting stage, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would be in agreement that the flirting is that non-physical communication that you have that is more than just vocal communication. It's all the things that you know, all those little bits that you might do to the point where you get to that physical point. If anyone was to excuse a physical contact as flirting, they're just wrong. Fuck them.
I think that I think part of the issue might be is that there's steps between point A and point B, and I think a lot of people don't recognize those steps. And I think it's something that women are more sensitive to than men, because women have to be far more conscious because there's considered an active threat. Right? So because there's an active threat, basically women are taught that men are a threat, period, end of sentence. And there's a reason for that. Right. And so does it mean that every man is a threat in every situation? No, but we don't, like I said, we don't have the privilege to take that risk. Because if you do take that risk, you're at fault. And society will tell you that you're at fault, even if you're not really, because that's going to get into
wrong. And you know what? Even the nicest guy can flip out and be that, biologically in general. And I hate generalizations, but generally, men tend to be physically stronger than women. Oh
yeah.
So even the nicest guy in the world can flip out and actually be a threat to the average woman.
The answer is that the woman doesn't know. They don't know the difference because they can't assume. So they have to assume the most dangerous situation. They have to. So the thing is that, yeah, and the thing is that there are men get mad, women get mad. People get mad and throw things. People get mad and be upset. The thing is, it's okay to be angry. It's just a matter of how do you deal with your anger. And when you're in a situation where somebody doesn't know you, they don't know. And the women are taught that you don't know how a man is going to respond or how he's going to flip out or when he's going to flip out. And until you know those things, you have to treat it as a full-on threat. So if you don't know what somebody's like when they're angry, you don't want to make them angry. And if they're hitting on you and you're like, well, shit, and I'm not interested in them, and rejecting a man makes a man angry because a lot of times they take that shit personally, even when it's not personal, because they don't know how to. Men are emotionally immature in general. And it's not entirely their
Absolutely,
fault. It's not entirely their fault. It's part of that toxic masculinity. Men don't cry. Men don't have emotions. Men don't have these conversations. So because they haven't had these conversations and they've been told over and over again that they don't have these conversations, they're immature because they haven't had the experience of having these conversations.
Yeah.
So men don't necessarily know that when a woman rejects them, it's not personal. It doesn't mean they don't like you in particular. It just means they're not interested, and it could be for a multitude of reasons that you just don't know, and they don't have to explain to you because fuck you. It's none of your business. And so you don't have to take a rejection so personally, even if you have had to put a lot into coming forward to make that confession or to put that forward. Yeah, it is a personal thing to you, but you might not be a personal thing to them.
Yep.
But these are just not conversations that men tend to have. And it's, again, like I said, it's not their fault. It's that toxic masculinity stuff.
Yeah, no, and I think that is something that is working towards a change. If I'm honest, I think that it is something that is getting better over time. I just don't think it's that equality. It's that learning and understanding of being able to understand each other. So if there's something that a woman doesn't understand and they don't understand that men flip out and why they flip out, and part of that is because of an emotional immaturity, which is a societal problem that is caused by the patriarchy and like the toxic part of this system. If you remove the toxic part of that system, which it has gotten better and will hopefully continue to get better, then a lot of these problems that women have will wean themselves out. But only if we recognize them as being toxic. So if we don't recognize it as part of that toxic problem and don't point out that these things are part of that toxic problem, then they're not gonna get, like, the obvious ones are like, oh, don't flip out and hit people when you're angry. Because, like, I've had Steve be like, oh, well, I'd never hit a woman. And I'd be like, you shouldn't hit anybody if you can avoid it. Why is it a woman-specific thing? No, that's a very good point.
I call Steve sexist all the time. He's like, I'm not sexist. I'm like, you're sexist. And he's like, no, I'm not. Sexism is bad. And I'm like, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be a negative thing. It can be a positive thing. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, if you're doing something for somebody based on their gender, it's sexist.
Technically it is. I mean, it's like the whole racism thing. You can have positive racism. For example, if you were to assume that just because someone is, say, East Asian, they're going to be intelligent and good at maths, you know?
Yeah, that's like, racist.
That is technically racist, but it's positive racism rather than negative racism. Most racism is negative. But the thing is, even positive racism has a negative effect, because the second that an Asian isn't good at math and isn't good at those sorts of things, oh, well, yeah, you're not even a good Asian, are you? And it's sort of the thing, like Africans in general have larger penises. How much pressure does that put on to the average African that is average or less? You know, because all of a sudden they're going to be, oh shit, I'm not even matching up to the minimum that the white guys are. Fuck, you know.
Right. There's a huge problem with racial stereotyping. Yeah. And so racial stereotyping, though it might be the idea might be positive overall, is going to have a negative effect overall, because that's just not how people are. Now, there is something to be said for, like, jokes. Right? There is something to be said for comedy and joking around about things people have in common.
Yeah.
Right?
Of course.
Comedy needs to be treated separately.
Yeah.
For example, if you think that Borat and Sacha Baron Cohen specifically is racist, you've missed the point.
Yep.
You have missed the point entirely. The whole point was exposing racism through comedy.
Yep.
Holy shit, did you miss the point? And so you've got a situation where comedy is a tool that kind of exposes shitty things in a way that's easier to process. Yeah. So you kind of have to take... Louis C.K. has a new special. It's called Sincerely Louis C.K., and he talks about how he got canceled, basically, and he got canceled over this situation where a girl cried assault when he was jerking off in front of her. One of his jokes is, "Hey, when you ask a girl if you can jerk off in front of them, and they say yes, say, 'Are you sure?'" And then he actually goes on to talk about how consent is a thing that you need to continuously check on. And so it seems to me that through his comedy, it sounded to me, I haven't heard the whole thing yet. I only heard like a 20-minute clip or a 10-minute clip. I can't remember how long it was. It was just one bit of his set. It sounds to me like the situation, as nuanced as it may or may not be. Now, this is just based off of this alone and what had happened, what I had heard happened when it went down, and my memory might be foggy, so grain of salt, the size of a dump truck. But it seems to me that what he's saying now is that he had consent, thought he had consent, and that consent was revoked at some point, and he didn't know. Yeah. So he asked once and assumed it was always okay.
Yeah.
And so a situation arose where it wasn't okay. He didn't confirm that consent and went off on his merry way. And the woman was like, "That wasn't fucking okay." And so you've got a situation where it does seem, at least from what he's saying, that he's learned, because he actually goes on about how, like, listen, just because it was okay here doesn't mean it's okay here. And now he's using his comedy to explain to people, so that way to educate people in that, like, listen, you need to get consent throughout the process. Just because somebody agreed to have sex with you here does not mean they're going to agree to have sex with you over here.
Yeah, well played. At the end of the day, it sounds like he was at the negative end of something he didn't realize was necessarily happening at the time. But rather than turning around and going, "It's your fault, you were not explicit," he's gone, "I've learned from that." And
I do hope that's the case, and I do hope he doesn't remain canceled over this. I don't think people should suffer forever for their crimes if they've legitimately changed or changed their position.
If you've learned from it, that is the important thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's hard to, in some cases, understand that you could learn from raping somebody and change your position on that, because there kind of are different situations. Yeah. Because rape is weird in that case, where it's like, if you stab somebody, you fucking stab somebody. Sex is an intentional act, and so there isn't like a oops sort of situation where I had a knife in my hand and I slipped and I stabbed somebody. But
I had my dick in my hand and I slipped and it just went into somebody.
Right, this isn't the same kind of a situation. So, but you've also got a situation where you could have two people who are completely drunk, and one is having sex and the other one isn't. And so you're in a situation where you can start getting kind of gray on who's doing what, right? And so being drunk is not an acceptable, I had sex with somebody who was also drunk and did not consent. They didn't.
I think one of those things, it's largely agreed now, where if someone is inebriated, it doesn't count as consent, even if they consent.
So that's something that I find incredibly interesting, because you could have a situation where both people agree consensually to have sex and they're both drunk, and then one person decides later that they didn't actually consent. What happened? And sometimes the answer is they both assaulted each other because neither of them were in a position to actually be able to give consent.
Yeah. It's incredibly difficult, incredibly convoluted. I think in some respects it gets even more complicated if you've actually previously engaged in amorous activities with someone. Like the first time you engage with someone, okay, if you're both drunk, then maybe you shouldn't have. But that's the first time. But if you've been engaged in amorous activities with someone before, it's happened a few times, and then all of a sudden it happens again. You're both drunk, and then they turn around afterwards and go, "No, I didn't agree to that time. I was drunk." You're like, huh?
There is something It's the thing is that you're also dealing with like retroactively revoking consent. You can't do that. That's not, you can't.
I can understand arguments for why you can, though, in the sense that
I can understand regretting it. I can understand deciding that you think that was a bad idea, but you don't get to say the other person raped you.
Yeah. That is a big problem. I think when I actually knew a girl when I was younger who she had a boyfriend, and one night they were all incredibly wasted, and she had a threesome with her boyfriend and one of his friends, should I say. And she then, months down the line, claimed rape, and it was like, really? And then she backtracked on her story, saying that the third person in this situation didn't rape her. It was just her boyfriend that did. And it was like, and it's such a tricky line to go down, because you're like, well, you know, if you genuinely didn't consent and you genuinely were taken advantage of, then yes, it doesn't matter whether they were your boyfriend or not. It doesn't matter what the previous things were. If you didn't want it to happen, but you felt pressured into that situation and made it and then had to make it happen, you know what? Genuinely, yes, you were raped. But it seems strange that you just randomly bring it up in a conversation and never dealt with it at the same time.
It's such a sticky situation sometimes, because it is there's kind of like there are different kinds of situations. There's somebody hit me on the back of the head and dragged me away. There's I was drunk and the other person was lucid. There was somebody spiked your drink. There's emotional manipulation, where women might emotionally or manipulate somebody into getting married to them by poking holes in a condom or something like that. And like saying they're on the pill when they're not on the pill.
Yep.
But would you consider that rape? Have you been raped if you were told that there was sex going on and she was on the pill and you had that sex under that understanding?
Well, on that front, the reason I exist is because my mum randomly stopped taking the pill and didn't tell my dad. I mean,
right. So he was having sex under a different condition.
Yeah.
Right. So did your mom rape your dad in that case? The sex itself was willing, but the conditions of that sex were non-consensual.
To what he decided on. Yeah. No. You're right on that front. Yeah. And that's something that people don't ever consider. They don't ever consider the other side of it. They generally consider the rape from the woman's perspective. And to be fair, I understand why they do, because generally...
Usually.
Yeah, exactly. They don't consider the other forms of abuse. And do you know what? 80-20 rule, I understand why.
Yeah. The thing is that you can have people who are emotionally abusive and they manipulate people, or somebody who is younger. And this is why consent is so important, and being able to establish consent. As long as you can establish consent, kosher. I don't care. Have sex with whoever you want, as long as you can establish that consent and there isn't a fucked up power dynamic. So if you can establish it, go for it. If you've got like a gray area where maybe both people are taking advantage of each other, people are toxic and people are messy. So what are you going to do? There's nothing you can really do in those situations. But if you've been manipulated into having sex that you said you were fine to have, and then realize that you've been manipulated or you've been lied to about the conditions in which you were willing to have sex, were you raped? Because if it weren't for these conditions, you wouldn't have had sex with that person.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Where does that put if you've lied about what you do for a living at a bar to hook up for a night?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going down that route,
that could go both ways. That could be a woman or man in this case.
Let's consider this. If you're going for a job and they find out you've lied on your CV, you get fired, don't you? In general. Now, politicians, if they lie on their campaign, they don't, and they get into power, they don't get fired. And that's wrong. And equally, if people convince someone into having sex, but they've lied by doing so, they don't get fired, obviously, metaphorically, at the same time. So I think you're right. If you lie to get someone into bed, technically that's a form of rape. It's not the aggressive form of rape that we tend to think of, the violent form of rape. Generally, when we think of rape, we think of the violent act of rape, don't we?
Yep.
It's like when someone mentions the word dogma, we think of the religious form of dogma. Like, generally, when someone says the word rape, we think of the violent act of rape. We don't consider the other forms of rape. We don't consider the other forms of dogma. So from that regard, no, you're spot on. You're right. You're very right, and uncomfortably
it's
so.
almost like rape is too broad of a term.
Yeah, it is, at least now. Now that we understand more about rape, we realize that actually we may need to almost take separate positions on the type of rape.
Well, or at least call it something else. So if you're in a situation where I don't think it's reasonable to say that if somebody lied to you and you decide to have sex with them because of under circumstances where you think that it's fine. So say you are a man, woman says she's on birth control, you're like, cool, having sex. How much of that and a kid pops out, how much of that is your responsibility? Well, 50%. Is it? She said she was on the pill and she wasn't. So she lied to you, and so you made decisions about this sex and having this sex based on this information, and she purposefully withheld or lied to you about that information. So how much is that is, well, maybe you should have worn a condom anyway, is victim blaming.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're in that,
you're right. It gets a lot more complicated when you throw it on that end, on the other end of the spectrum, because generally we look at it through the other lens, don't we?
And here's the thing: is that equivalent to somebody grabbing you and violently raping you?
No.
Of course it's not. So why would we call both of them rape?
They're different kinds. Again, as you said, there needs to be a different word of it. They're technically both forms of assault.
Sure. The thing is that it gets sticky and it gets difficult, and I find the people who want to equate those things are usually pushing an agenda. They're usually trying to get something else out of this.
Yeah, but they're not the same thing though. They're very much not the same thing. And I think one of them is more common than the others.
Consequences for it, but yeah.
Yeah, I think one's more common than the other as well. And I
what if you get a situation? Here's a one for you. You get a situation where the dude says he makes X figures and lies about his job. He's got a nice suit on, so he's able to pull it off, right? He's convincing. And then the girl says, well, it's cool. She decides to sleep with him because he's got lots of money. And she pokes holes in the condom and says she's on birth control. Now you've got somebody who lied to have sex and who also lied to have sex for money.
People
are sticky.
That's a good hypothetical. Which moral theory should we actually examine it through?
The answer is everyone sucks here.
Yeah, no, that is definitely the answer that actually matters to it. But if we were to examine it through consequentialism, I mean, it's a philosophy stream after all.
So now, well, the thing is they both now have to live with the consequences of she's got a kid that she can't afford, and he's got a kid that he can't afford. But he didn't consent to that child. This is the difference between consent to sex and consent to pregnancy. Welcome to the abortion conversation.
Yeah, that's a big, difficult one as well, actually. When we get onto that one, I find it... it's actually even more of a difficult conversation, really. And I find it interesting because the wife takes more of the man's side than I do in general. Part of my thing is, if you are both consenting to sex, then you're both consenting to the risk of pregnancy. And if you're both consenting to the risk of pregnancy, then that is one of the things that can happen. But it's the woman's body. So at that point in time, the second the woman is pregnant, it's on her and it's her decision. That's how I feel about it. She will take the flip side of that and go, yeah, but the guy doesn't necessarily want that to happen. At the point in time when you're engaging in intercourse, the baby isn't why you're engaging in intercourse. You're engaging because you want to have a bit of fun. And she'll say it's unfair to make the man be there for a child or pay for a child that they didn't necessarily want to happen in the first place. And the guy should be given a get-out clause, almost. If you decide within the first few months of finding out that the woman's pregnant, you should be able to go, I'm never going to have anything to do with this baby. There's no financial concern on me. But if I turn round and say, no, I want to be part of this baby's life, then obviously there's all that back pay that you're owed to. But you should, as a guy, have that choice. Because, if you're not going to be part of that baby's life, why should it be part of your responsibility? Part of me says, well, if you're not willing to have that responsibility, then you shouldn't risk having sex, especially unprotected sex. But that, to me, that's where I come from.
You know what solves this problem?
Mm-hmm.
The baby farm we were talking about before.
Yeah, that's true.
Having a kid. No individual pair are having a kid. The kid is like, hey, look, new baby. Into the pod you go. Baby
that's
pod.
True. Everybody needs a baby pod. That's what we need.
I'm telling you, I the reason I got this idea was cheetahs. So some cheetahs are better at what the mother cheetah is better at being a mom and keeping the cubs alive and doing what she needs to do to keep the cubs alive while they're growing up. And some cheetahs, who are female cheetahs, are shit at it. So they don't pass on their genes. So there's a problem right now in cheetah populations because only the ones that are decent mothers are surviving, and the males keep surviving because once they're adults, they don't have to worry. So now there's an imbalance in the cheetah population of males to females, and only the ones that are women are able to pass on their genes or are good mothers. So they're not. It's fucking up their population and it's messing with their garbage. And so you end up with this weird situation of it. It doesn't really work very well. So I'm like, well, what if all the cheetahs got pregnant, gave all of their cheetah babies to the cheetahs that were good at keeping them all alive? And I'm like, why don't we do that? I mean, I kind of get why cheetahs don't do it because they're cats and they're kind of solitary animals, but we're social. And it's like monkeys all kind of like take care of their kids together as a group. Why the fuck? I mean, we kind of do it with school, but why the fuck don't we do this?
Yeah, why don't we? Genuinely, why don't we? Because we've evolved to be better. Yeah, and how has that worked out so far? It really hasn't.
I don't know, man. But I think you get into trouble when it's like, I think it makes sense to maybe be more educated on the risk of pregnancy when you're actually going to do it. It's just really hard to explain that to teenagers or anybody who's younger because they're like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, there is that.
Of course they are. And so it's like, okay, so you're not going to be risk adverse about sex because you're horny, and I get that.
Yeah.
I understand.
I can't hold that against anyone.
So I don't know, maybe we should just put more pressure and advertisement and media on anal sex. I don't know.
Damn straight. Everybody should be taught anal sex until you're ready.
Yeah, right? That'd be anal and oral, and then
yeah. Well, there's also the I can't remember what it was called, but it was essentially a form of vasectomy that wasn't a proper vasectomy. That was
oh yeah.
sort of something that was put in that blocks everything coming through and can be removed quite easily and should be done without much complication. And to be honest, if they installed that sort of thing in men at a point where they start reaching sexual maturation, then then all of a sudden we go, oh, do you know what? We don't have this problem anymore.
So my favorite one that I saw is a valve. It's a switch, and you can turn it on and off.
Yeah, no, it was similar to that. It was a little thing that you could put in there that actually had that. Yeah, no, I think we're probably talking about the same thing.
Dude, that thing is so cool, and that should just be. This is what I meant by an opt-out system.
Yeah,
this is something that this is like a normal, like you're going to get a shot type of thing that happens, and it's just it's an opt-out system. Everybody gets it unless you opt out of it, and most people are lazy and will not opt out of it.
Yeah, no, and there should be things like that. I genuinely think there should. I mean, we're an overpopulated world, especially with our species, and I
just thought of something.
Go on then.
So opt-out systems and vaccinations and people not getting their kids vaccinated and shit, personal beliefs of parents get completely removed with the pod program.
Yeah. Just all of them have vasectomies and they can't produce ever. And hysterectomies as well.
Well, the answer is that you get the switch installed and the switch is locked
until a doctor changes it for you.
Until it flips, until they flip it, and the only way they flip it is if you get a license. And now we license having a child, or skip the licensing process, and we go, listen, nobody needs to get pregnant ever. Drop into this cup if you want a baby, and we'll make a baby for you. Fuck off. And then you have people that are hired to be surrogates. That like this, they like getting. There are some people that just like getting pregnant. I don't know. Give it to the Christian women. Apparently, that's a thing they're down for. The Catholic women, they like being pregnant all the time. I don't fucking know. And then they can pop out the babies, and then the babies go pod, and then like there wouldn't even be a need for any of this because fucking you wouldn't need any of it because we just fucking all the accident kids get fucking popped in the pod.
As much as I love the idea, it's still an invasion of bodily autonomy.
You don't have to do the switch if you're going to just take the if you're going to take the babies out and put them in the pod, because then nobody's having to risk the parenting part of the pregnancy. The only part that you need to then deal with abortions. This would lower the abortion rate like crazy because people aren't having abortions because they don't want a kid. The only reason people would be having abortions is because they don't want to either A, deal with pregnancy, or B, medically can't deal with pregnancy.
Yeah. No. Whilst I do agree with you, and I think it would be a better way to deal with things, and I wish that's the way we dealt with things.
God, babies.
There is still an argument against bodily autonomy by installing this switch. For example, it's an invasion of bodily autonomy before we're able to consent ourselves to have this thing in. It would be our parents consenting for us, and then we get to when we're older, and it's a tricky line. I do think it might be a lesser of two evils type situation.
About hearing aids or people who get things done to allow them to hear through,
like the grommets and things like that. Yeah,
what about teeth?
Yeah, what about them?
Braces. Like you get braces basically installed, and that's usually the child is fucking miserable when they've got braces.
Yeah, no, that's true. Although equally, the flip side is I wanted braces, and the dentist told me I didn't need them, and now I've got fucking wonky teeth.
What an asshole!
Yeah.
What if laser eye surgery? Like, that doesn't really work because laser eye surgery is not something you should get done at a young age. You should do it when your cornea stopped developing. So that doesn't work. But like the thing is that it's not taking something away from you. Not really. It's giving you something.
Yeah.
In the same way you would say that, oh well, you're injecting a virus into my arm. I didn't consent to that. fuck off. Nobody cares.
See, this is one on the flip side, though. I mean, I've often considered the morality about enforced vaccinations, and I think everybody has a moral obligation. Forget legality, forget all that. I think everybody has a moral obligation to be vaccinated. But equally, I feel that if someone decides they don't want to, we shouldn't force them, because it's also immoral to enforce vaccinations based on things like bodily autonomy. Because the second you say, actually, you should accept me stabbing you in the arm and infecting you with this dead cells of a virus, you could enter a slippery slope situation where they go, well, you should allow this, you should allow that, you should allow... Because the way politics works is the fact that it is all a slippery slope. The second you give them a little bit of power, they take more and more and more and more. So if we think about the way we go with vaccinations, the second we go, yeah, you should have the legal power to take away people's bodily autonomy and stab them in the arm with this thing. Even though I think it's the right thing to do, I don't think it's the right thing to enforce legally.
That's why it's an opt-out system. Right? Because if you make it an opt-in system, people are lazy. And if you make it an opt-out system, people are lazy.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. You'd have a better result from that.
And so as it becomes not a big deal, as people are just doing it because whatever, it becomes less and less of a big deal. It becomes less and less of a controversy, and less people are opting out of it. And the only people that really opt out of it are for religious reasons. And in Canada, that's actually it's in our parliament right now, and they're discussing about the legitimacy of something like that. There's still like medical reasons to be opting out, and allergies and stuff like that. Yeah. All of that would still be in place. It would just be a matter of like, is your religion, it's a matter of priority. Is your religion more important than the health of society?
No is the answer, but you know. It's not necessarily the answer they come to, but no is the answer.
Right. So it kind of becomes an interesting, sticky situation. Yeah. When you're talking about like installing something, the issue is whether or not it's something that is reversible. You can take braces out, you can take glasses off, you can remove your hearing aid, you can take this switch out. You can't unpierce your ears. You can't undo a tattoo. You can't undo genital mutilation. All of these other things that we're talking about, being additional, are things that either don't affect you. So, like, you get a needle in your arm, it doesn't affect you later. This is not something that affects your life anymore outside of it stops you from getting polio. Yeah. You're welcome.
There is an argument for the very, very, very rare circumstance. There is the very, very, very rare circumstance where you have an adverse event where it does cause you harm. But that harm is much less than what would happen if you actually got the disease.
Right. And it's such a small number that it's a matter of usually allergic reaction. Yeah, so if you have some kind of allergic reaction that the doctor is unaware of, then sometimes I had a lady at a job I worked who was complaining that she was talking about vaccines and autism, and she was saying that her son had an adverse reaction to the hepatitis shot. And I was like, and he's like, he has all these problems now. And I'm like, the hepatitis shot? And she was like, yeah, why? Because she was kind of talking about it out in the open, and I kind of popped up because I was in my little cubicle, and I was like, are you fucking, is this really the conversation that's going on right now? And I was just like, did you say the hepatitis shot? Yeah. And it's like, so like the one you get in junior high? Yeah. What happened? Yeah, he had like an allergic reaction. And like we knew, like our doctors knew that he had this, and they gave it to like the school gave it to him anyway. You had to sign the form. And she was like, what? And I'm just like, your medical doctor isn't the one that did this. The school doctors don't have your child's medical records. That's why they sent you home with the form to sign off on it, so that they know that there aren't any medical. That was your fault. Your son's medical problems are your fault because you didn't read the form and you allowed him to get a shot he was allergic to. And she was like, the change in like, holy shit, it's my fault, not the fault of the school. I'm like, what do you want? The school to have every child that ever comes through entire medical record history? No, that's not going to happen. Why would they have? Do you actually want them to have that? I don't think that's something you want them to have. Well, no. Well, then you need to sign the form, and you sign the form. Congratulations. You made your son because of your negligence. Autism, my ass.
Yeah, to be fair, at least she accepted it, though. That could have gone a much worse situation.
She kind of got the look of shock, and the conversation stopped real quick after that. I don't know if she ever actually ended up accepting that was truly the case. But now she knows. Even if she decides to not accept it, she knows.
She knows.
You fucked your son up by being negligent. Good job.
But let's face it, all parents fuck up their kids. Best
if you're going to be negligent, no, I should expect somebody else to keep track of hundreds of thousands of kids every year.
Yeah. Sorry, Liam, what was that?
How many things have you guys talked about at this point? I thought the stream would have been over by now.
We've talked about everything. We've talked about absolutely everything.
That was comprehensive, to say the least.
Yeah, I left my home for a while, and then I came back, and I was shocked to see you guys were still up and like engaging in all these conversations.
Oh shit!
We've been going for like 6 hours.
We are at the point where it's like 3 a.m. and I'm supposed to be up in a couple of hours to working. I didn't even realize how late it had got for me. No wonder Dave left the stream. I was just carrying things on. I'm going to quickly skim through the chat. And then I think that we should go. As 3 Rusty Nail says, we should nuke America and problem solved. He's an American himself, so he can get away with saying that sort of thing. When I say it, it's probably wrong. Although hopefully most people know that when I make jokes like genocide, I am literally joking. Although, to be fair, if we did commit genocide, America's probably the one place that we should do it, right?
I don't know. At least America has some hope. Like there's hope there. They can get there. I believe in the America land. They can do it.
They'll get there one day. Mr. Sirius says, I'm actually quite epic. Just don't listen to me or look at me, and I'm pretty cool. And Detroit is going to become the new New Jersey.
Which is worse, becoming New Jersey or becoming Detroit?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been to Detroit. Although saying that, the Detroit Electronic Music Festival is pretty fucking cool. I don't know if New Jersey have that. So, I mean, I'm going to base my entire decision about New Jersey and Detroit about the DEMF. Do New Jersey have the equivalent of DEMF? Leon, yes, we're still alive. Yes, it's massive stream. You're right. 3 Rusty Nails. No, I don't necessarily want to nuke America.
Interesting conversations, though. I'll grant
sorry?
that.
Sorry, Leon, what did you say? No?
Something about interesting conversations, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you guys didn't hear me. I said they were interesting conversations, so I'll grant that much.
Yeah, I hopefully you did find them interesting. It's been quite diverse. It's gone.
Yeah,
I mean,
I liked your perspectives.
It was a free for all, and it's definitely been a free for all tonight. I mean, fucking hell, I didn't expect it to go the way it went tonight.
This is what happens when you me around.
I thought it was gonna end hours ago.
Yeah, well, so did I. I didn't realize I was going to still be up at 3 in the morning. And no wonder I'm hungry. I've been sat here for the last 2 hours going, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I really need to eat some food. And I thought it was just because I'm a fatty. But it's not just because I'm a fatty. It's because I've been way up past my bedtime.
I was expecting my wife to show up and be like, "Stop! What are you doing?"
I mean, to be honest, I was shocked that Chris Mann joined us.
Oh yeah, that happened as well in the
Yeah.
same stream. It seems like days ago now.
Well, technically, it was 2 streams ago,
Yeah,
because we had all the issues tonight. But yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen. It's all gone a bit unplanned, and to be honest, I like that. To be honest, the best, like when you say to a friend, "Do you want a pint after work?" And you go, "Yeah," and you end up having one of those conversations, or nights where you go for one drink and you're not in till 3-4 in the morning the next day. They're the best nights ever. When you plan to have a night out, it's never as good as the impromptu nights out. And I think that's the same with this. The only thing that we planned was that it was a bit of a free-for-all. And we've actually had a better night than we could have expected if we'd have actually planned tonight's conversations in. But equally, I think maybe it's a good way to say to people, are there any topics from tonight that you'd like us to actually consider more from a philosophical, psychological, and other scientific benefit?
Just we could actually like break down conversation about rather than just kind of shooting the shit and kind of like wandering around, because that's kind of what we did.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's what the end of month free for all was supposed to be. It was just supposed to be, we are shooting the shit, we're going to discuss shit. But if someone goes, actually, that topic on rape or that topic on abortion or go into that more. Do you know what? I'm happy to do that. If anyone has any of the topics that we've discussed tonight and has gone, do you know what? I want to know more about that. I want to know about the various philosophies that go behind that. I want to know about the science behind that. Let us know. I mean, we'll go into that a hell of a lot more. As Mr. Serious says, yay, abortion. I don't think anyone ever says that in seriousness, but I love the fact that Mr. Serious said that. LB says, isn't it late over there? Yes, it's definitely late over here right now. It's 3:15 in the morning, which means for you, Philip, isn't it about...
Don't mention it. Just don't.
It's like 4 a.m. for Philip right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Leon.
He said not to mention it.
I don't have to wake up tomorrow, so that's...
Yeah, you're all right. I'm supposed to be starting work tomorrow. I've got to start work in 4 hours. 5 hours. 5 hours. I've got to start work. So
I was supposed to do a stream today. I saw you guys were live. I was like, oh, I'll just pop over there and then do mine. I'll just do mine tomorrow.
I'm glad you came over.
You're really good at improv.
I'm glad you invited me. This is fun.
So, Mr. Serious also says, what is consent to risk? Consent to risk sounds problematic. You say, well, the girl consented to risk to rape or something. I might be making a stretch. Yeah, I mean, that's I mean, to be fair, we've covered that in our...
Yeah, I think the problem with that is, like, if two people consent to something that has a potential risk, then there is consent there. You don't consent to rape. You might consent to going outside and then get attacked, and I guess you're but that's not consenting to the risk of something that's you're going about your daily life, right? Yeah. It's not like you can just live in a closet your whole life, right?
No, exactly. And
even then, you're probably, like, your likelihood is going to go up.
Yeah, exactly. And it's probably a slightly more difficult situation in that regard is if we're going to go, two people consent to have sex, they're not necessarily consenting to have a baby. But there is one of those things, one of the natural consequences of having sex is having a baby, even if you take the precautions. So from that regard, you should take that as part of your risk.
Yeah,
so that
it's
is
the risk of taking a specific action, risking a specific consequence that can, but when you start going down the lines of, oh well, you're going out to a bar and you're taking the risk of getting raped, getting raped is not a consequence that is guaranteed to happen at some point, or at least it shouldn't be. There's no reason for it to be. This is another outside force exerting pressure, not something that would be like a more natural consequence.
Exactly. What you're talking about there is
murder as well in that sense. You could say like there is a risk that you get murdered if you go outside. So by saying that, you're essentially granting that, murder shouldn't be persecuted in a way. Like you can say that from almost everything at that point, I think.
Yeah.
It's the difference between something that is a natural consequence versus something that is an unnatural consequence.
Yeah, exactly. There is a difference between, as you mentioned, having sex. A natural consequence is that you could have a baby. You could get pregnant and then end up having a baby. Eating food, a natural consequence is that you'll have a poo, right? Going to a bar, a natural consequence is not getting raped. It could happen, but that's not a natural consequence of the situation. And that is the difference between those three situations.
I think it's because there are other subjects involved after the fact, right? Because like if you talk about sex, there is nothing past that point that you have control over. It's just pure chance what happens. While by going out, there are many other factors, including rape, of course, is because there is another subject that is involved in the whole thing.
Yep. Yeah, definitely with you there. Sometimes, Philip, I wish I could disagree with you, but I don't think we've ever had a conversation where I've disagreed with you. I really want to find something you and I disagree on.
We should do a stream entirely on finding a disagreement. We should go through everything and then find something.
You guys will talk for hours. It'll be longer than this one.
Marathon.
Exactly. We won't stop until we find something.
Just do it as a running series. Just go for like 2 to 3 hours once every like couple of weeks and just keep going. So we last left off, we hadn't disagreed yet, so we're going to continue today.
Exactly.
A list of things we agree on.
Do you like the red flavored crayon or the green flavored crayon?
It would end up coming down to that, wouldn't it? I mean, looking at the chat, I mean, it's all that sort of stuff that we've generally been covering in the conversation that we've already had. So I think for the sake of me getting to bed and being able to get up in the morning, I'm going to end the stream very shortly. But I would love to thank every single person that's joined in the chat. Everyone that's watching the restream, every single person that put up with the constant issues that we had through the first and the second part, and the fact that we had to do 3 different parts of this stream. And especially thank you to everybody who has joined in and joined us live on air tonight. So Chesh, Leon, Philip, Chris, and anyone else that joined us. I don't remember if there was anyone else. I've had enough to drink that I don't remember what happened about 10 minutes ago. Dave. Well, Dave's like the furniture. Dave is no different to the picture of the AT-AT in the background, right? That's all Dave is to me, man. He's just an AT-AT that has a lot of wisdom.
I think we had the bearded
heretic.
Oh yes,
Heretic.
yeah, Luke. Sorry, I forgot you. Luke will actually be with us next Tuesday. So next Tuesday, we're going to be having a look at consciousness and morality from a psychological perspective. So Dave and I often present arguments from a philosophical perspective. He's going to present the same sort of thing that we usually talk about from a psychological perspective. So that would be a very different change of pace. Now Dave obviously has a degree in psychology as well. I have no degree in psychology, just like I have no degree in philosophy. I just talk about these things and somehow most of the time get it almost okay. So hopefully this will be a very different conversation about something that we're all very familiar with, and I think it'd be incredibly interesting. I mean, Bearded Heretic, as in Luke, is one of those people that's a really bright guy that's really interesting to talk to, and he has a way of phrasing things in a way that is simplistic but correct, which is something that I think many of us are lacking. So I'm looking forward to that conversation next Tuesday. We're obviously supposed to be doing a stream on Thursday, but we actually haven't planned that one yet. So your guess is as good as mine at this moment.
You guys should do it on essentialism.
On essentialism, I mean, Dave might know enough about that, but I don't.
Me and Philip had a discussion about it, and we kind of came to the conclusion that it's kind of an incoherent concept in some ways.
Yeah, I think we stopped more like at some point that we didn't know how to further define certain things, and so we just left it at some point.
We gave up.
Yeah,
that's a good way to leave things.
Very
though.
Happy about that.
I mean, if you actually look at a lot of Plato's dialogues and things like that, that is how he ends a lot of things. It's like, oh shit, we don't know enough about this subject, we should just end this conversation. And that's basically what you guys did. You've basically had a conversation about something to the point where you're like, shit, we don't know enough. That's amazing. Maybe not for Thursday. Let me read a little bit, and in a few weeks'
find our
time.
Disagreements on Thursday, I think.
Yeah, you want to try some disagreements on Thursday? Okay. Joking. I mean, originally Thursday was going to be highlights from the Randolph debate.
Oh, yeah, that would be very interesting. Wait, from the modern day debate one?
Yeah, that one that happened on Saturday.
I should rewatch that.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to even watch it yet, and I don't know if Dave has had a chance to find the highlights from it. But we were
sounds spicy.
Yeah,
it's as bad as you would expect. From both sides. Right,
from the sounds of it, it's probably going to be worse than I'd expect from everything everyone said, and that's saying something. But yeah, that was the original intention, but Dave's been incredibly busy, so Dave was going to find like sort of 10 highlights that we should focus on for a conversation, but he hasn't had a chance to do that, so it's left us going, what should we do for Thursday? So if Dave has had a chance tomorrow to go through the debate and find those 10 highlights of things for us to discuss on Thursday, that's what we're going to do. But if we don't get to that point, then we're not, basically, and we'll have to find something else to do. And I'll have to pull something out of my arse. I might just cover off another one of our articles that we've done, and we'll cover off the debate the following week. But either way, Thursday, fuck Thursday. Next Tuesday is the one to definitely tune into, where we have Luke on with us. As I mentioned, thank you everybody who's joined us tonight in the chat room, in live on air. LB, you should have joined us as well. I've seen you skirking around the conversation. I don't know why
he doesn't want to join.
Yeah, he's afraid. He knows I'm going to make him an atheist. That's what it is. He knows I'm going to make him an atheist.
Yeah, that's probably the
case. You're scared, aren't you, LB? Do you think with enough challenging, he'll eventually join us? I don't know. He'll probably just end up ignoring me, won't he? But yeah, anyway, thank you everybody that has joined us tonight and is joining us in future streams and things like that. It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for everyone that's joined in, and live on stream has been amazing. The conversation has been so fluid, so dynamic, and so variable. It's been great not being stuck in the same single concepts that we usually get stuck in. Whilst it's great to cover off a particular position on a particular topic, it's also great to just cover off everything in one sort of giant stream of word vomit. But I do apologize for all the technical issues that we have had tonight. So anyway, thank you everybody who's been watching tonight. You've been watching the Fresh Air Sci-Fi Show. I'm Joe, and they're the other people. So we should be tuning in on 8 p.m. GMT in general on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Please like and subscribe. Have yourselves a good night, everybody. Good night.